Okay, I should be live now. So, I'm just going to get straight into this. Semiogogue made a response to me, to my previous stream, and now I, in turn, will be responding to him. And although I initially intended my first stream to be so thorough that I really wouldn't have to say anything else on this subject, his response was, well, it was something. Let's put it that way. It was definitely something. So I'm just gonna have to come out and say something again. But before I get into that, first of all, I apologize to everyone who I may have kept waiting yesterday. I know the stream was scheduled for yesterday. A few things got in the way. It didn't work out. Sorry, my fault, my bad. And I'm doing the stream now. And although it's being done at what is for me an unusual hour, it will be done. And I suppose whoever needs to see it will see it. Uh, so with that out of the way, let's get to Semiogogue. Um, okay, before I actually begin the response proper, I'll make a few remarks. First, I have a proposal for Semiogogue, just a suggestion. He's absolutely right that in this war and throughout it, there have been a wide and confusing welter of claims and counterclaims, and that it's often difficult to find out reliably what is true or false about anything in particular. It requires a great deal of discipline and dedication and so forth. And given that it's difficult, given that this is difficult to do, and that there's so much confusion abounding on this war, people are bound to have disagreements of all sorts. And these disagreements, if we attempt to hash them out in kind of formal, standard arguments, are going to seem inconclusive to many people. So I have a suggestion for how we can take this disagreement we're having and resolve it conclusively. Here's my proposal. I propose a bet, or rather, a series of bets. And no money, no money. We're not gonna be betting money here. The only thing at stake will be bragging rights. That's it. Only bragging rights will be at stake. This will be a gentleman's bet that I'm proposing. And basically, what I'm suggesting is the following, and it doesn't have to be just one bet. It could be a series of bets. And after a given amount of time has elapsed, let's say 6 months, and the choice of 6 months is more or less arbitrary, although not completely so. Uh, After the course of about 6 months, I predict that a few things will happen, and you predict that certain other things will happen, and then we'll see who's right. So here's what I propose specifically. Here's the content of the bet that I'm proposing. I actually have three in mind. So the first one relates to the Oryx archive. Now, I know what you have to say about that. And let me just say preemptively that regardless of what you think about the bias present in the archive, you should still take me up on this bet. And I'm not going to explain immediately why this is so. I will explain why it's so when I get to addressing your comments on the Oryx archive. So, regardless of what you think the bias is like, you should still take me up on this. Here's what I suggest. I suggest we have a bet that not the ratio of Ukrainian to Russian equipment losses, as depicted in the Oryx archive, will be greater in 6 months than it is today. Now, we can have a bit of a disagreement about the time scale. You might think, for example, that Russia is planning some sort of grand move that's like some kind of weird 6 gorillion dimensional chess type of thing, and that its results aren't going to bear fruit until much later. And so maybe you'll propose a different time frame. Okay, I'm willing to have a discussion about that. Like I said, the suggestion of 6 months is arbitrary, but it has to be something that's long enough so that we can have time for a decent amount of data to come in. So I'm not going to accept something like, a week or a month or even 3 months. It has to be something fairly substantial. So the first bet I propose is, again, like I said, that the ratio of Ukrainian to Russian equipment losses will be higher in 6 months than it is today. And I propose that bet because I think that whatever biases there might be present in the archive, it still hints at something that's real. I'm going to explain in detail what I mean by that. So just put a pin in that and wait a moment. I'll explain. I'm fully aware of your comments, and I think they're completely misguided, and I don't think you understood at all what I was trying to say about the archive the first time. So um, I think you should take me up on that bet, that you can predict that the ratio of losses will be lower than it is today in 6 months. I'll predict it'll be higher. The second bet I'm proposing is much simpler. It's simply that Ukraine will control more of its territory in 6 months, wrest more of its territory from Russian control than it has so far. So the amount of territory controlled by Ukraine will increase in 6 months, and you presumably could predict that it will decrease. Again, we can have a conversation about the time frame, but I'm suggesting 6 months. Also, the third bet that I propose, and hold on a minute here, bet number 3 has to do with Russia's foreign exchange reserves. As you can see, they're falling at a given rate. We only have data up to September right now, but more will come in over time, and they're at about 540 billion. Now, I predict that as Russia, increases its mobilization efforts, as it moves more and more toward a sort of military standing, sort of militaristic standing, it's going to burn through its foreign exchange reserves at a faster rate than it has been doing up to now. Now, you may agree with this or you may not. Obviously, if you don't agree with this, then we're not going to have significantly different predictions on this point. And so there's no reason to do a bet. But presuming that you disagree with me, that you don't think that the rate of consumption of Russia's foreign exchange reserves is going to increase, then we can have a bet about that. I'm also open to suggestions about other bets. If you have other ideas for what we can place a bet on, I'm willing to listen to what you have to say. However, I have two caveats for what sort of bets I will consider acceptable. The first is that, obviously, other than that the subject of the bet has to do with the war. Other than this, I have two caveats. First, the subject of the bet cannot be anything fuzzy. It can't be anything vague. It has to be something that either has a clear yes or no answer to it, or which can be quantified precisely. And this is just so that at the end of whatever time period elapses, there's a clear winner, and there's no confusion, there's no argument to be had about who's right and who's wrong. So it has to be something with a clear yes or no answer, or something which is subjected to clear quantification. So, for example, the foreign exchange reserves bet. I can make a prediction about what I think Russia's foreign exchange reserves will be in 6 months. You can make your own prediction. And then after 6 months elapse, whichever of us is closer to the real number will be the winner. It could be something like that. So that's the first thing. It has to be something with a clear yes or no answer, and it has to be something quantifiable. Also, it has to be something that it has to be something hard. It has to be something objective that we can sort of see directly, and that isn't dependent on like an extraordinary number of factors, which would make it way too difficult to predict. So the prediction has to be somewhat general. For example, like we could have a bet about whether Ukraine or Russia will control more territory in 6 months, but we shouldn't make the bet too precise, in the sense that, like, we might say, oh, I predict that Ukraine will capture exactly 500 square kilometers or 1,000 square kilometers of more territory. Something that exact is too difficult to predict, obviously. So neither of us should be expected to make a prediction like that. They should be sort of general directional predictions, but nevertheless something susceptible to quantification. Another example of what I would consider unacceptable would be, okay, let's say, how many visually confirmed losses for Russian jets do you think there will be in 6 months? I have no idea. I might be able to predict with some confidence that in 6 months the number will be higher than it is, but I can't tell you exactly what it is. So a general prediction up or down might be acceptable, but some precise answer, unless we're doing it this way, where we give some precise prediction, and then whoever's closer turns out to be right. So I'm willing to listen to any additional suggestions for a bet you have. I'm willing to do it this way. I want to do this. I want to do it this way. I want to settle this with a bet. I think that's better than a debate, although if you're really interested in a debate, I'd be willing to do that as well. But I prefer the bet because the thing with a debate is that the result of a debate is influenced by all sorts of subjective psychological factors. You have your audience, I have mine, and they're going to display whatever loyalties they display, and they're going to pay more attention to the personalities than they are to the actual things being discussed. And so a bet like this, of the kind that I'm suggesting, really gets around all of this. So we can definitely settle, who's right and who's wrong definitively in this way. Like I said, I'm willing to have a conversation about timescales, and I'm willing to listen to additional suggestions about bets, provided that the suggestions don't relate to anything that is fuzzy. So yeah, what do you say, Semiogogue? Do you agree? Do you agree? Shall we settle this? I think that's how we can put this to bed, because as you say in your response stream, yes, sooner or later this war will end, and it will be clear which of us is right. And this is another way to settle this and sort of make it clear, and not create any reason for this to go any further or become any more acrimonious. Now, one final condition that I have is relates to the bet. If you agree to this, then here's how I propose that we do this. You and I both go on someone else's channel, some third party. It doesn't really matter too much who it is. It could be Charlemagne, it could be Academic Agent. It doesn't really matter too much to me. But some third party, we appear on a stream hosted by that third party at some given time, and then we both publicly state our predictions with respect to the bets that have been agreed upon. Then 6 months later, or after whatever time frame is agreed upon, we appear on that same person's stream again, and the results are acknowledged, the winner is acknowledged, and the loser can hang his head in shame, and the winner can gloat or not as he sees fit. The reason why I want this to be done on the stream, on a third party stream, is that, well, if I simply upload a video voicing my own predictions and you upload a video voicing your own, well, you and I, we each have complete control over our own channels. And if either of us turns out to be wrong, we will each have the power to delete whatever video it is in which we make our predictions. And now, I'm not accusing you of doing that. I'm simply saying that I want there to be no possibility of this whatsoever. I want there to be a record of this, and I want it to be definitive. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. So we can have a discussion about the content of the bets, the time frame. I'm flexible on that. The only thing I insist on is that it be something definite, that the subject not be anything that is fuzzy. So that's my proposal to you, Semiogogue, and that's it. Tell me, what do you think? What say you, Semiogogue? Do you agree? Do you not agree? Shall we settle this? Shall we do this? What do you think? What do you say? Right. So that's the first thing I wanted to get out of the way. And in many ways, what I just said is much more important than what my response is going to be to Semiogogue, because that bet, assuming he agrees to it, is going to actually be what finally settles this issue. The response will be what it will be. Now, with regard to the response, a few general remarks. Just bluntly, I was underwhelmed. I was not impressed with this at all. In most cases, Semiogogue just outright misstates my position, and does so rather fatuously. In a number of cases, he throws out outright ad hominem attacks, which I distinguish, by the way, from simple insults. An insult is fine. You can make fun of me. It's okay, provided that you give arguments for your position either before making fun of me or after. So you can respond to my position and then make fun of me, or you can make fun of me and then respond to my position. Either of those are acceptable. What is not acceptable is to make fun of me or someone else and then not give a response at all. That's an ad hominem attack, and he did that multiple times, and that's like the most basic bitch fallacy that anyone can make, and this is what he did. Now, yeah, so there was a lot of that. There were a lot of just frankly fatuous misstatements in my position. So that was disappointing. And in a few cases, he did make some genuine arguments. Oh, okay, yes. We've got a suggestion in the chat here. Do it with the distributist or Keith Woods instead. That's fine. Like I said, I don't much care who it is. The only thing that's important to me is that it's neither my channel nor his. Okay, that's all. That's all I'm going to insist on with regard to the bet. Now, anyway, so yeah, so yeah, most of his response was just really bad. He didn't make counter arguments against me most of the time. Most of the time, he misstated my position. There were ad hominems, and a sort of general tactic throughout his response, kind of theme of it, was this use of invidious rhetoric that's meant to undermine or cast doubt on or throw shade upon certain points. But it's done simply to create a kind of pall of skepticism over a certain viewpoint or a certain suggestion or a certain argument, and that's done without actually going through the trouble of refuting the argument. So basically, what Semiogogue does almost entirely through his stream is he makes kind of vague insinuations with nothing concrete behind them, um, and he uses that to cast doubt on whatever I said, but he doesn't actually respond to the argument. It's just these kind of vague castings of doubt, this sort of vague rhetoric. And this is really by design made in such a way that you can't respond to it. So as I go through this, as I go through his stream, as I go through his response, and I am going to be playing his remarks so that everyone hears them and knows them, and there's a record of them, and you can be confident that I'm not misrepresenting him or lying about what he says. I will allow him to speak for himself, as always. You'll see that, I mean, there are, most of the time, there are just no arguments here. I mean, this is like sincerely disappointing. But then, as I watched his response further, something important occurred to me, which is that there's a certain philosophical disagreement between us, a philosophical disagreement about the nature of truth and about our ability to access it. And this is something that's going to come out in the course of his response stream as I play it and as I respond to it. So I'm going to be explaining in detail precisely what I mean by that. But it's a sort of philosophical disagreement that goes much deeper than anything particular about this war or about what either one of us may believe is happening or may happen or will happen. It's something much more general. It's something about it's a basic fundamental difference in worldview. Yeah, I guess with those basic remarks out of the way, I'm gonna now switch over and I'm gonna play parts of Semiogogue's stream and respond to it as I go. Now, I'm not going to be starting the stream out from the very beginning. He spends about the first 10 minutes or so, basically first introducing himself, shilling his channel, shilling his books, and then summarizing the discussion that's gone back and forth between us up to this point. Now, the shilling is not important. I don't care about it, so I'm going to skip it. And the summary he provides is adequate, and I don't take issue with it. So, for the sake of saving time, I'm not going to play that. So, with that out of the way, here is Semiogogue, and we're going to get right into it. Hold on here. Oh, damn, the keyboard's not working. All right, sorry about that. There we go.
He says, too, that I insinuated he's in the CIA or something.
Oh, by the way, if you see this playing kind of fast, I put this up on 1.75 speed. That's why this is going as it is. I'm just doing this to save time. So anyway.
I'll deal with that now, immediately, before moving on to the other points. I never said a single word about the CIA, so it's a bit strange that he jumped to that.
All right, right away. He is the one who accused me of being a Fed. He accused me of this on the basis of nothing, and then he used my shirt and my channel name, which he did not approve of or found strange, to rationalize this decision. So in other words, because I appeared out of nowhere and said something that he disagreed with, he decided I was a Fed, but my mind is the one that's jumping. Oh no, I'm the one that's jumping to conclusions. Outstanding. Outstanding. Okay.
I wasn't insinuating that he was anything at all. I was insinuating that he could be a propagandist. And I certainly was not doing so simply because he disagreed with me, as he asserts. And to be very specific, by propagandist, I mean someone who is under an obligation to present a certain point of view to a certain group as part of a larger communication strategy.
Under obligation to whom? To whom? I asked this question, by the way, in my first stream, and there has been no response to that question in this stream that Semiogogue made here. So I will ask the question again. To whom do you believe that I am under obligation? Don't be coy about this. Come on. To whom am I under obligation? Spit it out. Say it. Who is it? It's not the CIA? Okay, who is it then? Tell me. Who do you think it is? Now, don't be coy. Don't play these stupid games. If you think I'm a Fed, come out and say it and then show some evidence for it. And if you don't have any evidence, if you're pulling this out of your ass, then you should retract this suggestion.
That is to say, someone required to present a certain message.
Again, required by whom? You're being very vague and very slippery and slimy here. You should come out and say what you really think. Don't do this. Like you think I don't see through this? Come on.
But even in such cases, there's no reason such person could hold whatever beliefs he espouses. Certainly, a reach person would have to be CIA. So again, weird that he jumped straight to CIA, as if there weren't literally hundreds of other organizations, both private and public, in many countries that he could be working for or with. And for the record, I also said it's entirely possible he's just a regular guy sharing his opinions on Ukraine, and I meant that.
Did you though? Did you really mean that? I mean, did you? Because here's the thing, if you really meant that, if you truly took that possibility seriously, and didn't simply declare that that possibility existed as a kind of pro forma method for covering your ass while you made this baseless accusation against me, then you would not feel the need to defend your comments in this stream. I made fun of you the first time because you literally thought I was a Fed because of a band t-shirt that I was wearing. And you got mad that I made fun of you for this. Okay, fine. But frankly, that was a ridiculous statement. It was utterly absurd on your part to say that. And yeah, I think if you're going to say something like that, you deserve to be ridiculed for it. And I'm not going to apologize for that. That was stupid on your part. You have no evidence for any of these accusations, and to hide behind and say, "Oh well, I just said he might be." You have no evidence of this. You are pulling this out of your ass. That's it. That's where we're at. Okay, this is where we're at with respect to this whole thing. Okay, I appeared out of nowhere, not trying to get your attention. I just put out a video into the world saying something interesting and unusual that I thought people might want to know about. This video happened to catch your attention. It included a few opinions and a few takes on various subjects which rubbed you the wrong way and which you didn't like. And because you didn't like them, you reacted by casting suspicion on me, baseless suspicion. Because you didn't like me, because I disagreed with you, you wanted to discredit me. But of course, you couldn't say that bluntly, so you had to come up with rationalizations for it. Hence, oh, look at the bladder text on his shirt. Hence, oh, look at his channel name. Look at the lingo he uses. In other words, complete bullshit, but ultimately a rationalization for an accusation that you felt the need to make because you didn't like what I had to say. And when I came back at you and pointed out that this accusation was bullshit and that you actually have no evidence, and that in fact you look ridiculous for making it because you're literally pulling this out of your ass. You are making this up. And now, in response, you are defending this. Okay, here's the thing. If you took the possibility seriously that I was just a guy sitting in a room giving my views on Ukraine, at this point you would have been like, all right, dude, listen, I didn't know who you were. You came out of nowhere. I wasn't familiar with your material. Things got heated. Listen, never mind. Okay, you're almost definitely not a Fed. I take it back. Whatever, water under the bridge. That would have been fine. I would have accepted that. And in fact, you didn't even have to do that. You didn't even have to do that. It would have been acceptable to me if you simply dropped the subject. And if this simply wasn't included in your response stream at all. If you had done that, I would have taken the hint and realized, okay, we're done with this. We don't have to have a conversation on this subject anymore. This has been settled. But that's not what you chose to do. You chose to defend this. Now, I'm going to repeat this again. You insinuated that I might be a Fed because of a shirt I was wearing. The absurdity of that should speak for itself. I should not even have to explain that any further. But that's where we're at. I said something you didn't like. You felt the need to lash out. I made fun of you. You got even angrier. And so now you feel the need to double down on these previous ridiculous statements and dig yourself into an even deeper hole. This isn't helping you, okay? This is not good for you. Like, even from the standpoint of like protecting your ego, this is not rational. You should drop this. You should stop this. This is stupid. I'm not a Fed, and you have no evidence that I am. And to insist on, oh, the CIA, why is he jumping to the CIA? Yes, I was referring to the CIA as a kind of general term. Of course, I know there are other organizations than the CIA. I mean, what do you want me to say now? Oh, yes, thank you, Semiogogue. Up to this point, I had believed all my life that the CIA was the only organization that existed, and I did not know that there were other organizations in existence on the planet other than the CIA. Thank you for informing me of this. I abhor myself and repent in dust and ashes. Where would I be without you? Where would I be without your lucid presentation and your wondrous wisdom? Dude, come on. Like, you said a dumb thing, you pulled something out of your ass on the basis of nothing, and it isn't true. What you said is not true. That's where we're at. That's what this is, period. All right, let's continue.
It could be either thing. As viewers of my channel know, I'm the guy who literally says everyone is a Fed. By this, as some of you will already know, I mean that, given that we can never know who is and is not an operative of some kind, it's best to just go ahead and assume that anyone could be. That is not the same thing as saying that everyone is.
Well, all right. Let's now settle down. I'm going to try to be a little bit more charitable to Semiogogue, and I'm going to assume, for the sake of argument, that he really is using this. Let's assume that everyone could be a Fed heuristic in good faith, and that this is not just an attempt to sling mud for the sake of slinging mud because I made fun of him and pissed him off. All right. Here's the thing about this: everyone could be a Fed heuristic. It's a bad heuristic. Period. That's it. Okay. If you take a random person and you pluck them out of a crowd, the probability that that person is a Fed is infinitesimal. It is minuscule. Okay. So if you go around seriously living your life with the suspicion that everyone could be a Fed, you're going to be wrong a lot. You're going to be wrong an enormous percentage of the time, the vast majority of the time. This isn't a good heuristic.
Anyway, that's all I'll have to say about that.
One final comment on the Fed thing. So he says, well, we don't know who is or isn't a Fed. Okay, this makes it seem as if there's nothing we can do, that there are no observations that we can make. There's nothing that we can note about a person's behavior which might make it significantly more or significantly less likely that that person is a Fed. And so we're sort of stuck in this miasma of agnosticism, and we kind of, well, we just don't know. And so for the sake of covering our bases and keeping ourselves safe from infiltration or what have you, we just have to assume from the outset that it's likely that everyone's a Fed. But again, that's just obviously false. There are clear things that you can do, clear observations that you can make about the behavior of people, which will indicate reliably whether someone is or isn't a Fed. And if it's difficult for you to understand how this can be so, I'll help you out. Okay, here's an example. I'm going to help you see this. Okay, if someone comes up to you and they say, hey, want to get a van full of fertilizer and blow up a government building? Okay, that's a Fed. That's probably a Fed. But if someone shows up on the internet and they disagree with you and they have a weird shirt or a channel name that you find bizarre, probably not a Fed. I mean, you see how that works? I don't think this is hard. I don't think this is difficult to understand. But anyway, that's enough of that. I don't think I need to say any more on this. Semiogogue, you are wrong. and you are burying yourself into a deeper hole by doubling down on this. Stop. Okay? Okay.
Then there is a mixed bag of things that Ivan takes issue with. These include my remarks on Russian propaganda. We'll get to that in a bit. He takes issue too with my saying that he doesn't think NATO is partially to blame, when in fact he did say they do bear some of the blame. I'm only mentioning this here to acknowledge he is correct. And of course, in my previous video, I did so later in the stream when I realized I'd misspoken. Anyway, as I said, he's correct here, and I acknowledge this. Another thing that Ivan takes issue with is my conviction that geostrategic concerns, defense concerns related to what's on the map and where, are central to Russia's current attempts to push back at NATO expansion. He holds that all the things I pointed out in support of this view are irrelevant. Ivan also asks me how I would know that Russia must have deep intelligence information on Ukraine and deep intelligence assets in Ukraine. I say in response to his question, how is it that you wouldn't know?
Well, with a confident response like that, I'm sure he has some sort of excellent counterargument, some real knockdown, drag out counterargument to offer against me. I wonder what it is. I'm so curious to find out. I hope the rest of you are as well. Let's continue watching and see what it is.
There are more details, which we'll get into now, but that is the basic picture. So now I'm going to respond to all of these things one by one. What is the first point that Ivan makes, or the first argument he sets forth? Well, it is that Russia is no longer a military superpower, essentially that their military performance sucks. In response to this, the first thing I have to say is, well, no shit, nobody thinks Russia is a superpower. It's a great power, not a superpower. There's a mountain of literature and journalism spanning decades discussing the fact that when the Soviet Union dissolved, it ceased to be a superpower. That's why everybody has talked for so long about a unipolar world in which the US is the sole superpower. Russia is, however, still a great power. And the fact is, despite all of the bluster, China is not yet quite a superpower. There's still only one, or we all habitually think there is. At any rate, my point here in response to Ivan is that Russia lost its superpower status right around the time that Ukraine was first recognized as a modern nation. I'll grant that's a laughably short period of time on the grand scale, but still, after more than 30 years, you'd think we'd all be aware Russia is no longer a superpower. I cheerfully welcome Ivan to the ranks of those who know this. All joking aside, let's be charitable. Let's assume that Ivan meant Russia's no longer a great power in a general sense, with a really powerful military, one of the top three. Let's assume he just meant something like Russia isn't ranked in the top three with China and America anymore. This will allow us to move along to his justifications for his assertion.
Okay, I'll pause here briefly. That second reformulation of my position is basically accurate. Okay, if you want to call me out for misusing terms like superpower and great power in ways that are different from their standard accepted usage, okay, fine, fair enough. I'll accept that. But nevertheless, the reformulation, the restatement that you made, basically is an accurate summation of my position. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this war has revealed that Russia's military is not top three. It's certainly not a peer competitor to the U.S. military. And in fact, although I don't quite remember this, to be honest, but I'm pretty sure that I didn't say it this way in my original video. And if I didn't say it this way, I'll say it this way now in order to be absolutely clear about what my view on this subject is. My view is not just that Russia isn't a peer or near peer competitor of the United States military, that the Russian military isn't this, but that it never was. My view is that the Russian military, and really before it, the Soviet military as well, although we'll get to that in a moment, is, and this is an apt metaphor, basically a Potemkin village. That the whole thing is built largely on lies and exaggerations. And that a good rule of thumb for evaluating the Russian military and the Soviet military before it as well, frankly, is that there is a film, there is a layer sitting atop the Russian military, and it comprises about 10% of that military. And that layer of 10%, that thin film, is well trained, well armed, well equipped, and frankly, it looks pretty formidable. But underneath that layer, the other 90% of the Russian army, the remainder of it, is shit. And not only is it shit, it always was shit. And much of Russia's power, much of its ability to project power around the world, is the result, frankly, of bluffing. They're not as strong as they tell you they are. It's not just that Russia isn't a great power now. I would argue that they never really were, and also that the Soviet military's power was exaggerated. So that is my position, and his reformulation of it is basically accurate. I'll accept that. As far as my misuse of terms like great power and superpower, okay, fine. I accept that criticism, but nevertheless, I think my meaning was clear. I mean, Semiogogue himself was able to deduce that meaning. So I don't think it was too opaque.
The first of his justifications has to do, supposedly, with a lack of air superiority. Ivan feels that Russia's lack of air superiority is proof they are no longer a top military power. They can't fly wherever they want. They don't totally dominate the skies. They can and do still lose jets. Well, it's not quite that simple. There are levels or facets to this. Aerial parity, aerial superiority, aerial supremacy. I'm sure different militaries have different doctrines and break it out in different ways and call it different things, but you get the point. And even in situations where one country does enjoy air supremacy, nobody imagines they won't lose jets, even lots of jets. If a country doesn't even have an air force, it can't even enter the contest for air superiority or air supremacy, and yet it can keep its adversary at a level of only relative air superiority, preventing its adversary from achieving air supremacy via area denial strategies. Having covered all of this, it should now be clear Russia does have air superiority over Ukraine. What they don't have is air supremacy. If I had to guess, the primary reason they don't is that the US gave Ukraine a shitload of Stinger missiles that allow one solitary Ukrainian swinging dick infantryman to blow $30 or $40 million out of the sky if the Russian pilots aren't flying low enough and fast enough. NATO has clearly opted to assist Ukraine with Stingers as the backbone of an extremely hard to degrade area denial strategy. Now, Russia has seen exactly this done to its troops in the past.
Okay, I'll pause here for a minute. There are two things to say with respect to this. We'll get to the more obvious one first. Now, he says in his attempt to explain Russia's very high losses in terms of its aircraft and its inability to totally dominate the sky, he attempts to explain this by saying that Ukraine was given Stingers. And pay close attention to what he says here. He says that Stingers allow a Ukrainian infantryman to blow a Russian jet out of the sky if the Russian pilot doesn't fly low enough. That's what he said. Doesn't fly low enough. Okay. I'm going to be very frank here. You have this exactly ass backwards, precisely backwards. The Stinger is a short range anti-aircraft weapon. It's a short range air defense weapon. Pretty much all manpads are. There are mid-range anti-aircraft weapons like Buks, like Tors that have ranges somewhere in the low tens of kilometers. And then there are the high range, the long range weapons like S-300s and S-400s and so forth. Now, the reason why Russian fighter pilots are flying low to the ground is because the skies above the areas where they're flying are so ridiculously dangerous that it would be suicidal to fly there. And so they decide to fly low and take their chances with the Stingers. Now, what that means is that if your Air Force is vulnerable to if your jets are vulnerable to getting blown out of the sky by Stinger missiles in the first place, that is already an indication of failure to control the skies. That is already a sign of failure. If you were truly able to dominate the air, to control the air, your Air Force would never have been exposed to this in the first place. The Stinger is a short-range weapon. Now, with regard to Ukraine's air defenses, they did have a few Buk systems, a few Tors, and a handful of S-300s. Russia had all these same systems, but in far greater abundance. And they also had S-400s, which Ukraine doesn't have at all. Now, it's true that NATO, the US, and its allies and so forth have supplied Ukraine with additional air defense systems since the war began, and that Ukraine's air defenses have improved as a result. So it's not particularly surprising that Russia is no longer able to dominate the sky now. But what is surprising is that it failed to do so in March, before these weapons had reached Ukraine in any significant quantities. And when Ukraine was relying on the old Soviet stuff that it still had lying around. I mean, you'll recall that in the early days of the war, in March, there were videos of TB2 Bayraktar drones flying above Buk systems, above Tors, and just casually sort of gliding in and dropping bombs right on them. That should not happen. That should not happen. If your air defense system is even minimally functional, that should not happen. Okay? A Bayraktar is big and it flies slowly, which makes it an ideal target for an air defense system like a Buk. Okay, those things should have been blown out of the sky easily. And in the beginning of the war, in the early stages of the war, for some reason they weren't. Now, it's true that later on, flying Bayraktars around like this became dangerous and Ukraine stopped doing it. But nevertheless, there is the anomaly of the fact that Ukraine was doing this in the early stages of the war. Why? Were these book systems not turned on? Were their radars not turned on? Were the soldiers just idiots and operating them improperly? Were the systems malfunctioning in some other way? I don't know, but that's an anomaly. That's bizarre. That's something that shouldn't be happening. Now, I have an explanation for this. Yeah, it's entirely possible that that those systems had their radars turned off, and it's not like they had to turn them off because Ukraine had harm anti-radar missiles in March. It didn't. It didn't receive those until later, so that's not the reason. So why did Russia drag in a whole bunch of air defense systems and then like not use them and not use them to take out targets which they should have easily been able to take out in the early stages of the war, and then Russia sort of like regrouped and got its shit together and then started blowing these things out of the sky. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. It's almost like they didn't expect Ukraine to resist. How strange. So yes, it is not strange now, after Ukraine's air defenses have been beefed up by NATO, that Russia is not able to dominate the skies. But what was strange, indisputably, what was bizarre is that they couldn't do it in March, and their advantage over Ukraine in terms of both air defenses and in terms of the sizes of their respective air forces was so vast that Russia should have been able to do this easily. Another bizarre anomaly, and this relates really to the competence of the Russian Air Force, is the fact that Russian pilots don't seem to be didn't seem to be performing SEAD missions. This is SEAD, SEAD, suppression of enemy air defenses. Now, very briefly, for those who don't know what I'm referring to here, I'm going to summarize this quickly. And yes, I'm aware that I'm oversimplifying things a bit, but this is the basic gist of what a SEAD mission is. Basically, one pilot flies out and he uses himself as bait to attract enemy air defenses. Those air defenses fire at the first pilot, and in doing so, they reveal their location. With their location thus revealed, a second pilot can fly in and destroy those enemy air defenses while the first pilot attempts to avoid them and not get blown out of the sky. Now, look, I'm not going to minimize this at all. To do a SEAD mission, to be that first pilot who baits himself, you need to have balls of steel. I acknowledge this. That is extremely difficult to do. They are extremely difficult maneuvers. You need to be highly skilled to pull them off. But here's the thing. If you've got an Air Force that's at least purportedly on the level of the United States, or at least near its level, you should have some pilots who are able to pull this off. You should have some pilots that are able to meet this standard. Well, Russian pilots aren't doing this. They aren't performing SEAD missions. Now, part of the explanation for this could be the fact that the Soviet Union, in its attempts to counter NATO air power in the event of a hypothetical future war, decided to focus on rocketry and thereby developed a comparative advantage in rocketry and developed all sorts of anti-aircraft systems and really focused a lot of attention on that. So it could be that these systems like Buks and Tors and S-300s and so forth are just making the skies so dangerous that there's no reasonable amount of skill level that could be expected of any pilot, such that he would be able to avoid these things to any significant extent. Maybe that's true. I mean, I would certainly grant that that's probably true now, that Ukraine's air defenses have been beefed up. But again, I point you to the fact that in March, Ukraine's air defenses weren't particularly impressive. And even then, you didn't hear many stories of Russians performing SEAD missions and doing these things. Even in many of the cases where we have visual confirmation of Ukrainian air defenses being destroyed, they're often not destroyed by fighter jets. They're destroyed by ground forces. Like, this is bizarre. Like, it's weird. Like, this stuff shouldn't be happening. So yes, I mean, yeah, I think it's clear that the Russian Air Force has underperformed relative to what it says about itself and relative to what it says about its own capabilities. it may be way too difficult for it to do anything now, but in March, I don't know. I mean, I think you should have expected better from Russia there, and I think this is good evidence that the Russians are lying about their capabilities, that they're exaggerating them. Again, like a Bayraktar drone just flying directly above a book system and just dropping bombs on them with ease, like that shouldn't happen. You know, it's very odd. It's all very odd. But anyway, that's all I have to say about that. Let's go on.
In Afghanistan in the 1980s, there can be no doubt they developed a military doctrine and protocols to deal with this as best they can. If anyone is wondering why there's a certain shit they're not doing, well, that's why. Because doing it would be stupid. If Ivan thinks this means Russia is no longer a great power, again, in a general sense, like being among the top three, then I'd ask him whether back when Russia was indisputably a recognized superpower, back in the 1980s, before the Soviet Union broke up, back when they couldn't establish air superiority over goat herders and bandits in Afghanistan, because the US had given the Mujahideen a bunch of the same Stinger missiles, did it mean that they weren't a great power back then? Back when they definitely were still a great power and called a superpower? Inquiring minds want to know.
The answer to that question is yes. Yes, that is the answer to that question. The answer to that question is yes. The Soviet Air Force, just like the Russian Air Force today, exaggerated its power. I was not aware that this was a controversial claim. I thought this was fairly obvious. Yeah, they made claims about themselves and their abilities that were in excess of what they could deliver. Now, as far as, well, the Soviet Union was indisputably called a superpower by everyone, why was that the case? Was the Soviet Union called a military superpower because that's what its military performance, its objective military performance indicated? Is it because the Soviet Union's military abilities earned and merited that designation objectively? Or was the Soviet Union called a military superpower because that's just what everyone said? You know, the Russians and the Soviets before them lied about their military capabilities. Yeah, this isn't shocking. This shouldn't be shocking.
Well, Russia isn't exactly fighting NATO and Ukraine. They're certainly fighting. They're certainly fighting far more than just Ukraine. I suppose we could say they're not fighting NATO. NATO provides break-heaping mountains of cash, large numbers of weapons from a variety of countries, training, planning, logistical support, intelligence support, and command and control, at least to some extent. And that's at the bare minimum. We're not talking about the U.S. knocking out the Iraqi Air Force in a few days or a few hours. When all this is taken into account, it's easy to see we're talking about peer or near-peer conflict, at least at this stage. So it's easy to explain. First,
well, again, it's easy to explain now, after NATO has given enormous amounts of weapons to Ukraine. And I of course, I don't deny that NATO is giving assistance to Ukraine. Obviously, it is. No one denies this. But in the beginning, in March, Ukraine was at a severe disadvantage. And in fact, even now, there are some significant holes in Ukraine's air defense. I mean, look at these Iranian Shahid drones. They're slow. They're easily detectable. They make easily recognizable sounds. When they fly through the air, they make a sound like a motorcycle engine. And a lot of them are getting through, and they're attacking targets in Kiev. And you now have members of the Territorial Defense Force. There are videos of them shooting these things out of the sky with assault rifles. Like there are no missile systems around to blow these things out of the sky. So obviously there are still holes even now in Ukraine's air defenses. So the Russian Air Force, if it were truly as powerful as it claims to be, should be able to dominate the sky. It really should be. It has an enormous advantage over Ukraine. Again, just here's another very simple statistic. The budget of the Russian Air Force alone, just the Air Force, is greater than the budget of the entire Ukrainian army. I mean, with something like that, with differences in capabilities that exist on paper like that, you would assume that Russia would quite easily take control of the sky. Sure, they'd lose some jets. That's inevitable. But their victory would similarly be inevitable. And that's not what we're seeing. That wasn't what we saw in March either. And that's the truly surprising thing.
Well, as I said, everyone knows Russia hasn't been a superpower for a long time. As for whether they're still a great power, the answer is yes. But they're engaged in something more like a peer-to-peer conflict. They haven't been able to deploy conscripts to the Ukraine until now. They haven't done a public mobilization of any kind until now, while Ukraine has done 7 and closed its borders, preventing men under 60 or whatever it is, I can't remember, from leaving. And that's assuming that what we've heard can be trusted, which is always dangerous. Furthermore, there's all the NATO support I mentioned, and there's probably much more to that, which we're never going to hear about ever. Should we be surprised that Russia would struggle to achieve victory or even air superiority in a place that's been preparing for this war for years, with the staggering wealth of the EU and the US behind it, with all of the
Are you implying that Ukraine has been preparing for a war with Russia for? No, no, that's flat out false. Certainly not since Zelensky became president. I mean, we'll get into this in more detail when we get to the section where Semiogogue responds to Taras Chornovil's accusations and the things that he points out. But no, Ukraine has not been preparing for this war. Yes, there's been an ongoing conflict in Donbass since 2014. But in general, on the question of the possibility of a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Zelensky government hasn't done a damn thing to prepare. In fact, they've been cutting the military budget. They've been ending. They've been closing down weapons programs. I'll get into this in more detail. They haven't been preparing. They've been doing the opposite of preparing. Now, again, if we're talking about NATO assistance, that's a different thing. That's a very different thing. I don't deny that, obviously, that NATO is giving enormous assistance to Ukraine, but Ukraine itself has not been preparing for this war. Certainly, the civilian government hasn't, and this is despite the fact that pretty much every general of any importance in the Ukrainian army has known for years before this war happened that Russia's decision to escalate the war and launch a full-scale invasion, just like it has done, was inevitable. Even Alexei Arestovich, who is a bit of an oddball, I have questions about him, but he's at least connected with the military, and he is a military advisor to Zelensky. There's a very famous, what's now become a very famous interview with him from 2019, where he basically says, I expect Russia to carry out a full-scale invasion of Ukraine either in 2021 or 2022. That's what he said. And that proved startlingly accurate. Now, of course, there are now all sorts of questions floating around various parts of Ukraine. How the hell did Arestovich know that? How was he able to predict it so accurately? But however he got a hold of this information, however he knew it, the point is he knew it, and he wasn't the only one. So it's not like the military wasn't aware of this. It's not like they weren't caught by surprise. They knew that Russia would escalate. And despite this, the Zelensky government, at least, went out of its way to shut down weapons programs and cut the budget. And this is while a war is already going on in Donbass. It's just, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, but the issue of NATO support is something different. I'm just making the point that Ukraine itself was not preparing for this war for years. That's false.
military support of other kinds I already talked about. I don't know. I don't find any of it surprising in the slightest. And from my perspective, none of that, none of this business about a supposed lack of air superiority indicates that they're no longer a superpower. Great power with all the previous caveats that provides it.
Again, a basic counter argument: you can't reduce Ukrainian anti-air defenses to Stingers. They have many more different kinds of systems, and in any event, the Stinger is a short-range system. So if your jets are vulnerable to getting blown out of the sky by Stingers, that means that you haven't established control over the higher reaches of the sky. And by the way, I decided, and I should have mentioned this earlier, I suppose, I decided to just look at what weapons the Mujahideen had in the Soviet-Afghan war. Now we go here to heavy weapons. I looked through some of these. Now over here we've got man pads, and of course we got Stingers. So I'm ignoring the man pads, and I'm looking at like what mid-range and long-range anti-aircraft weapons did they have? Okay, well, they've got anti-aircraft guns. Now, I've looked at all of these, and they're basically short-range weapons as well. And in fact, it's more likely that they'll be used on something like an armored car, an armored truck, than a plane. And then the other thing is, let's see, where is it? This Type 63 multiple rocket launcher that was supplied to Afghanistan by China. It says here about 500 launchers supplied. That's a lot, I will admit, but I don't know much about like the accuracy of this system or like how good it is. But other than this, I don't see anything that's long range or even mid range. And so, if the Soviet Air Force was flying within the range of Stingers, yeah, I think that reflects poorly on the Soviet Air Force's ability. Anyway, let's continue.
as I just provided about that relative to great power, superpower, unipolar, etc. The other thing that Ivan gets into is territorial gains. He demands an explanation for why Ukraine has taken back a lot of territory in recent weeks, if Russia is really a superpower. Again, here, this has to do with the relative strengths of the forces involved. Russia can still be a great power and yet suffer setbacks when facing the combined wealth and expertise, not to mention equipment and logistical support of NATO. And they don't have to just be setbacks. You could be
Well, again, it's not that simple. Remember, what was Russia saying about itself before this war, and to a large extent still is saying about itself? It was positioning itself as a peer competitor, or at least near peer competitor, to NATO. Now, that means it could lose a fight with NATO. And this, again, we're not talking about Ukraine supplied by NATO. We're talking about NATO. It might lose a direct conventional conflict with NATO, but not by much, or at least it would give NATO a very hard fight if Russian claims about themselves are to be believed. So to be losing territory to Ukraine, even if it is being armed by NATO, is inexcusable. It does not fit with the picture of itself that the Russian military has been presenting. That's all I was trying to say. That the Russians are not as strong as they tell you they are. They are lying about themselves. That's it. Now, as far as, great power, superpower, all that terminology, I'll accept that I use that improperly, but I think my meaning is clear.
superpower and suffer humiliations. I mean, take a look at the United States in Afghanistan or Vietnam.
True, but the Russians do fight differently from the United States. And again, still, I mean, these are people who are saying that they are peers or near peers of NATO. This is a humiliation. Yes, Afghanistan was a humiliation for the U.S. Vietnam was a humiliation, and Ukraine is looking like a humiliation for Russia. I mean, I think this is pretty clear.
So even if
And if it suffers these humiliations, even if a country like the United States suffers such military humiliations, isn't this also an indicator that the U.S. military is exaggerating its powers? I mean, shouldn't it be interpreted that way? Wouldn't it be right to interpret this that way? And if it is right, and surely it is, then you should make the corresponding point with respect to Russia and Ukraine as well.
if Russia were only fighting Ukraine, this would still be possible. It would still be possible they could suffer setbacks or even humiliations.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, in a kind of abstract sense, but I'm telling you, given what the actual state the Ukrainian military was like, thanks to Zelensky and everything that he did to dismantle the military, I, I don't see Ukraine lasting for against Russia if it fought Russia alone. I don't see them lasting for more than a couple of months. I got to be honest with you, I really don't. So the only reason Ukraine hasn't been completely swallowed up is because of NATO assistance. After everything that Zelensky did to dismantle the army, yeah, Russia would not have had too difficult a time of it. Put it that way. Now, I guess another sort of general point about the Ukrainian military and its evolution. In 2014, the Ukrainian army, and I'll be coming back to this point later, but I'll just say it now. The Ukrainian army barely even existed. Barely. It was like 7,000 men who could fight, and then maybe a few dozen tanks. And like that was it. I'm not even exaggerating by much. It was that pitiful. It was that bad. It was that weak. That's what it was in 2014. That's why these Russian separatist groups were able to just storm in and take Donbass, and Russians were able to just come in and take Crimea without a fight. There was no one to fight them. The Ukrainian military barely existed, and this is in part due to the actions of people like Yanukovych, who also went out of their way, much like Zelensky had done later, to dismantle and weaken the Ukrainian military and make it so that it wouldn't be able to resist Russia in case of an attack. I take a drink here, but yeah, I mean, without NATO support, yeah, Ukraine would be finished. No argument for me there. Absolutely none. I don't think I've ever said otherwise or even implied otherwise. If it ever seemed like I said that, well, that wasn't my intention. That's not my view. But about the Ukrainian military specifically. As I said, in 2014, it barely existed. And then Poroshenko came to power, and he realized, okay, there's this war in Donbass. We need to get our shit together. We need to start, building up an army because there's a serious threat of a Russian incursion, and there's a serious probability that that incursion will extend far beyond just the east of Ukraine. And so Poroshenko, for all his problems, for all his corruption, which was egregious, I don't deny this for a second, but for all his problems, he worked a miracle on the Ukrainian military. He took it from nothing, which is what it was essentially in 2014, to a respectable fighting force by 2019. I mean, it went from 7,000 men to 250,000 men in that period. Now, any way you slice it, that is extraordinary. That is miraculous. So, yeah, he definitely improved things. And then when Zelensky came to power after him, he set about trying to undo that. And so we wound up where we wound up. But anyway, let's continue.
I don't know what to say here, really. Maybe there are people on the right who thought that Russia was going to just roll over Ukraine the way the U.S. rolled over Iraq when it invaded in 2003, but I'm not one of them. And I don't take seriously anyone who does think that. The real problem here, I think, is the overall line of thinking. What Ivan is saying is that if Russia were really a great power, if it were really up there with the U.S. and China, as most people imagine, then Russians would utterly dominate events in Ukraine. Ukrainians wouldn't be able to fire on them in Russia, wouldn't be able to cross the border to do raids, wouldn't be able to shoot down their jets, and certainly wouldn't be able to retake territory. I don't want to be an asshole, but all of this is just harebrained thinking. Even if Ukraine weren't backed by the NATO alliance, this would be a childish line of thought. But it,
well, wait. Why would it be a childish line of thought? As I've said, the Soviets and after them the Russians have always had comparative advantages in the area of air defense. This is something they've specialized in. This is something, they've designed a lot of rocket systems meant to blow planes and helicopters out of the sky. And so when early on in the war, I don't quite remember when this was. I believe this was in about April or so. There was a story about a Ukrainian attack helicopter that flew across the border into Russia, into Belgorod, and attacked a Russian ammunition depot there. And people were so surprised at this. They were so astonished at this that in the immediate aftermath of this event, they assumed, and I include myself here, I was one of the people who also assumed this in the beginning. They assumed that this had been a Russian false flag. There's no way Ukraine could have done this. I mean, surely, with all the missile systems, with the enormous profusion and quantity of books and S-300s and everything else that Russia has, not only should they be able to establish formidable air defenses in Ukraine, but the air defenses on the territory of Russia proper should be even stronger. They should be even more difficult to bypass. And so the fact that an attack helicopter just casually flew in and fired missiles into an ammunition depot. I mean, again, that's something that shouldn't happen. That's something that shouldn't happen considering the comparative advantage in air defense that Russia has always had. Yes, that is surprising. You're simply wrong to try and dismiss this as irrelevant or inconsequential. No, this is a surprising fact. This is not what we would have expected.
Is backed by NATO. And that's leaving aside the question of mercenary involvement, about which, in the absence of reliable evidence one way or another, I have to ask whether, one, do countries use mercenaries? They do. Two, I have to ask whether the U.S. uses mercenaries, and they have used them, and they do use them, and extensively, it seems. I also have to ask whether the U.S., EU, and NATO would have any motivation to use mercenaries here. The answer is they do. And the fourth question would be whether the U.S., EU, and NATO would have any need to do so here. And it's possible, and I would say likely even, that they do. This being the case, I'd say the likelihood there are significant numbers of Western mercenaries operating in Ukraine is high, and the numbers of them doing so, if present, are likely to be high. In this second video, Ivan explicitly takes issue with my view that large numbers of mercenaries are operating in Ukraine. Then he himself states that he's heard as many as 25,000 foreign volunteers are fighting in the country, as if that doesn't amount to a confirmation of what I was saying. I can remember back in the days of Soldier of Fortune magazine when it was pretty well known that if any American left the United States and took up arms in the cause of another country, they were considered mercenary and there could be issues with their citizenship. Now, I guess because we live in the current year and we're surrounded by slobbering nonsense, we just sort of gloss over that fact. They're just foreign volunteers. They're not mercenaries. No. I wonder if they get paid as foreign volunteers. As foreign volunteers, if they get paid, what does that make them? Mercenaries. Sorry, there's something wrong with my chest. So basically, what he's saying about 25,000 foreign volunteers amounts to a confirmation of what I was saying. And that's leaving aside the fact that countries often go to considerable pains, very, very considerable pains, to keep their use of mercenaries quiet. I expect that there are more than just those foreign volunteers operating. It's perfectly reasonable to imagine there are, if all of history, including recent history, is any indication at all. Ivan goes on to.
Okay, now about this claim of mercenaries and foreign volunteers. First, someone in your comment section has already pointed this out to you, Semiogogue, but you have no evidence that these people are being paid. You have none. You've presented none. You've simply vaguely insinuated that they might be. This is not an argument. In fact, in cases that we do know about, in cases that we do have access to, um, we know that a lot of these foreign volunteers, Americans specifically, are going into debt so that they can fly over to Ukraine and fight there. Now, from the stories I've heard, I've listened to a few guys that have fought there, and this is what they say. The distribution of volunteers runs roughly as follows. About 20% of them are what you'd call war tourists. These are people who are just there because they want to have cool stories to tell people after they get back. And the other 80% are there because they genuinely believe in what they're doing. Now, if we have stories about guys going into debt and selling off their stuff and asking for their families to send them money to support them while they're over in Ukraine, yeah, they're probably not getting paid. Yeah, they're probably doing this at their own expense. And again, even if you want to discount that evidence, even if you want to throw up more dust and issue more invidious rhetoric to cast shade on this and say that it's probably fake or it's a lie or it's propaganda or what have you, the fact of the matter is you haven't presented any positive evidence that they're being paid. You haven't. So again, this is just an assertion. This is just an argument. Now, as far as the quantity of mercenaries goes, well, as I said, what I've heard indicates that there are about 25,000 or so present. Now, are there exactly 25,000? Am I committed to death to holding on to this figure? No, it might be something higher. It might be 30,000. It might be 35,000. Who knows? It's probably not exactly 25,000. Yes, but, and we have to remember the context here. You are insinuating that the success which Ukraine is having in fighting against the Russian army is due, at least to a significant extent, to the fact that they're being assisted by these foreign volunteers. Now, when I asked what reason the US or other countries might have to send NATO fighters or large numbers of mercenaries into the US, I assumed, and forgive me for my presumptuousness here, but I assumed that everyone who was listening to me first knew what the numbers of troops were like on the battlefield, knew that there were, first of all, approximately 200,000 Russians on the battlefield. This includes the original force of about 200,000 that was sent in, and then the roughly 137 or 138,000 or so that was sort of covertly deployed. And these largely just replaced the deaths and the injuries and so forth. And if you don't believe that they did, then this would actually raise the number of soldiers present on the Russian side. So we have something on the order of 200,000 on the Russian side. And then after mobilization, the Ukrainians themselves say that they have about 700,000 men that they can use to fight. Now, not all of them are fighting. In fact, the majority of them probably aren't fighting at this moment. The majority of them are still training, and they probably won't be actually fighting for a number of months. But even after their training is complete and they're ready to fight, it's still probably the case that all or most of them are not going to be, fighting everywhere, simultaneously. But still, we're looking at troop concentrations on the order of hundreds of thousands. And so in order for these foreign fighters to make a significant difference in the Ukrainian war, in Ukraine's favor, there would have to be extremely large numbers of them. Something on the order of 100,000 or perhaps 200,000, something on the order of that. Now, why do I not think that the numbers of these foreign fighters are that high? Well, simply because if they were, we'd have some evidence of them. We'd see a significant proportion of the videos that come out from the war featuring soldiers who are able to speak English and who speak English without a Ukrainian accent, who speak English and sound like Americans when they speak English. And we don't see that. I mean, yeah, we see a few of them trickle out. We get a few of these videos that come out. But the point is that if the foreign fighters numbered in the hundreds of thousands, videos like that would comprise a significant proportion of the total videos that come out from the war, and they just don't. So no, we have some evidence that something approximately on the order of that 25,000 figure is probably accurate. Now, of course, I can already see your counter argument. You'll say, well, but the US and NATO, they have a reason to hide the numbers of mercenaries. So of course they're not going to allow video evidence like this to be released. Now, in response to this, and I'm going to be harping on this theme many more times as we go through this response, but in response to this, I'm going to say, listen, um, when we're analyzing a situation and when we're attempting to get to the truth of an event, we have to make do with the evidence that we have access to. We can't just like manufacture hypothetical evidence. Okay. That we can't do that. All right. We need to work with the evidence that we have. And if you insist on just casting doubt on everything and being like skeptical about every piece of evidence that comes up, eventually this gets to a point where you're sort of using these insinuations and this kind of invidious rhetoric as an excuse to ignore evidence. You're using this as an excuse to ignore evidence that contradicts your position. That's really all I see in this tactic. It's not an honest form of argumentation. And the reason I say it's not an honest form of argumentation, and again I'll get to this later, is that this level of skepticism that Semiogogue applies to anything that might cast the Russian army in a bad light or the Ukrainian army in a good light, this is not applied to things which might support his own position. The skepticism that he advocates is completely one-sided. So again, to me, once you examine all of this in its totality, it sounds like he's just making excuses to ignore evidence. That's what it looks like. Now, I acknowledge that there might be problems with the evidence that we have. Obviously, not everything that happens on the battlefield has videos or pictures associated with it, and we'll get to that in particular. We'll get to that, believe me. Obviously, not everything is going to be caught on video, but again, we have to go with the evidence that we have. We can't just make up hypotheticals and engage in like totally unrestrained speculation because we don't like where the evidence that actually is available to us leads us. And so we're desperate to sort of scramble around and discount it. That's not a legitimate move. Okay, you can't do that. That's not intellectually honest, especially if it's not applied consistently to everything, which Semiogogue does not do.
Ask what reasons there would be for mercenaries to be there.
Another. I didn't mention this. Yes, I asked what reasons there are for mercenaries to be there. This again, I asked this because I assumed that those who were watching my video, again, I apologize for my presumptuousness, but I thought this was obvious and well known and everybody knew it. But I assumed that it was clear to everyone that after Ukraine had mobilized and gotten 700,000 men into the ranks of its army, that it didn't have a manpower problem anymore. Okay, the Ukrainian army has a great many problems. It doesn't have enough equipment. It doesn't have enough weapons, which makes complete sense. I mean, if you triple the size of your army basically overnight, then you need to triple the amount of equipment that you have just to break even. So yes, it has a great many problems on all levels. But a problem that it most certainly does not have, at least not anymore, and as far as I can tell, just about everyone, be they pro-Ukrainian or pro-Russian sources, are in agreement about this. Ukraine does not have a manpower problem. And so when Semiogogue makes his argument that, well, first, various countries have lied about sending mercenaries, and there's a need for manpower, and therefore it's likely that there are significant amounts of foreign mercenaries in Ukraine, as he puts it. This is reasonable to presume. Well, I reject the premise of this argument. The manpower is not needed. It's clearly not needed. So yeah. I mean, if this isn't clear, and I'm really bending over backwards to try and explain this as clearly as I can, because there's there's been an enormous amount of misunderstandings. And as I said, we'll get to a few examples in the future where Semiogogue is just like evidently not able to follow me, not able to follow what I'm saying. So we'll get into this in more detail as we go on. But like, let me give you an example to try and illustrate the point. Okay. Suppose you come across a man who is lying on the floor, passed out. He's unconscious. And then, seeing this, Semiogogue, you say, "Oh, I bet he just drank himself into unconsciousness." And then I come along and I say, "Well, no, that can't be the reason why he's unconscious, because he only ever had one drink." And then I give you some reason to think that this person only ever had one drink. Now imagine if in reply to me, you say, "Oh, so you admit that he had alcohol in his system. So you admit that he drank." That amounts to a confirmation of my views. Now, if you said that, that would be extremely fatuous. At that point, I would have to wonder whether you were really that stupid or whether you were just fucking with me on purpose. And that's sort of my reaction to your comments on this whole thing about foreign mercenaries. Of course, I don't deny that there's some quantity of foreign fighters in Ukraine. What I deny is that that quantity is large enough to make a significant difference all on its own. Most of the fighting here, the vast majority of the fighting, the vast majority of the victories, the vast majority of everything on the Ukrainian side is being done by Ukrainians. And all of the evidence that we have, not hypothetical evidence that you want to say might exist because all the people that you disagree with just lie about everything, and so we have license, according to you, to ignore the evidence that we have and engage in unbridled hypothetical speculation. But the actual evidence that's there doesn't indicate this, right? So what you're saying is just like completely fatuous here. Let's continue my example with the passed out person lying on the floor, who I say only drank one shot of whiskey or whatever. Now, if you wanted to contradict my claim that he had only one drink, you would look around. You would look around for things like empty whiskey bottles lying around, or even half-empty ones. You look for some evidence that someone in this area had been drinking large amounts of alcohol. Now, suppose none of that's present, and I point out to you, I say, "Well, look, all I see is that one shot glass. There are no empty bottles scattered around. No, there's some other reason why this person's unconscious. It can't be because of the alcohol in his system." And you say, "Well, no, it really is. It really is about the alcohol. He was just so sneaky that he hid all of the bottles, and now we can't find them." But that really is the answer. It's just that the evidence happens not to be there because he took care to hide all this before he passed out. Well, yeah, maybe, I suppose. But if that's what you want to argue, if that's what you want to contend, the onus is on you to provide direct evidence that that is so. To make vague insinuations of the kind that you're making here is not legitimate. It's not an argument. We have to go with the direct evidence that we have. That's the best we can do when we try to figure out what's going on in the world. It's not always adequate, to be sure. It's not always complete, but we have to work with what we have, and we can't just use hypotheticals about the inadequacy of our evidence or the unreliability of our evidence to just reject everything that we come across when it points to a conclusion that we don't like. That's not an honest way to operate.
Happily, that's simple to explain. The West wants fighters in there, but can't officially send in Western armies. But Western countries have shown that they have no problem sending in vast amounts of your money and mine. If you add shit cans full of money to a need for men and an inability to send in your own, the result is mercenaries. If that chain of reasoning is beyond anyone's powers, I recommend they stop watching this right now.
Well, no, the chain of reasoning is not beyond my powers. The problem with the chain of reasoning is that it's unsound. One of the premises is false. That premise being that Ukraine needs the additional manpower. All the available evidence indicates that it doesn't. So Hell, the number of foreign fighters is probably something like 25,000. Can that later turn out to be wrong? Is it possible that decades from now we'll discover documents that indicate that maybe there was, like, I don't know, 250,000 foreign fighters in Ukraine? Sure, it's possible. But based on the available evidence that we have now, that conclusion is not warranted. All right, that's all I have to say about that. Okay, because again, we would see more videos coming out of Ukraine with soldiers who speak English with American accents, or even, even British accents. We would see soldiers speaking languages other than Ukrainian or Russian in far greater proportions than we actually see them. And if you're going to allege that, well, the U.S. or NATO or whoever is just not going to allow these people to have cell phones. Look, here's the thing. Um, Very often these foreign fighters are mixed in with Ukrainian combat units. Sometimes they go on their own, but often they're mixed in with everyone, especially if they come from countries that have only sent in a few fighters and you can't reasonably make a functional unit of that small of a size, and so you have to mix them in with others. And plus, I mean, there are a decent number of Ukrainians who speak English competently, so it's not like they wouldn't be able to communicate with Americans. There's a decent amount of them that would be able to do so. So you're going to mix them in, and those Ukrainians are going to have cell phones, and yeah, they're going to take video, and we're going to see certain things. So if these foreign fighters were everywhere, we'd see more video of people speaking English or speaking languages other than Ukrainian or Russian than we in fact see. I mean, they can't keep drugs and cell phones and things of that nature out of prisons. I don't think it's plausible that they would uh, be so effective in restricting cell phones in an effort to hide this that all evidence would disappear. But again, I mean, you're just engaging in hypotheticals here. This is like my example of the passed out person who you allege, got rid of all the evidence of his drinking before we arrived, except for the one shot glass. Um, Maybe, but it's like, you're appealing to hypothetical evidence here instead of real evidence.
For some reason, Ivan speaks at one point as if I said NATO forces were fighting on the ground in Ukraine, which I never said. I don't know why he misrepresents me this way, but all he has to do is actually listen to what I said, and nowhere did I say NATO troops were fighting Russians. I said that.
I may have said this, or I may have just said that it's a common claim in Russian propaganda circles that NATO troops are fighting Russians, which it is. There are Russian propaganda circles that is openly claimed on Russian state TV, like multiple times. So it's possible that I may have conflated this and just kind of flubbed this. If I did so, I apologize. But that's probably what was in my head at the time that I said it.
That Russia was fighting Ukraine and NATO, and that's not the same thing. Now, if you want to quibble about the business of mercenaries, well, I mean, you have something there in the sense that that's just a sub rosa, or at least a way with plausible deniability to introduce foreign fighters into the territory. But in any case, I acknowledge the presence of foreign volunteers, and I don't feel like this going further into this kind of hair splitting, I think.
Well, again, it's not a question about the presence or absence of foreign volunteers. It's a question about their quantity and whether they exist in sufficiently high quantities to make a difference for Ukraine on the battlefield, or whether it's Ukrainians themselves that are doing the bulk of the fighting and, most importantly, the winning against the Russians. That's the issue.
I think for any person who is paying attention and is, listening reasonably to what both sides are saying, I don't think it's hard to understand my point, and I don't think that there's anything controversial about it, especially since I'm talking about a likelihood, not a certainty. And there's a real reason that we have to focus on likelihoods rather than certainties in all of this. But I'm going to get into the details of that in a bit.
Yes, that is true. We do have to focus on likelihoods instead of certainties. I mean, in daily life, certainties are few. Okay, I mean, outside of like pure mathematics or things of that nature, or like direct logical theorems and things of that sort, you're not going to get certainty. So yes, you do focus on likelihoods, you do make inductive arguments, and you focus on probabilities and so on. I don't disagree with this, and in fact, this is precisely what I'm trying to do. That's precisely the sort of argument that I'm making. In no way am I saying, well, I read somewhere that there are 25,000 foreign volunteers, and so by definition, there must be only 25,000 volunteers. I mean, that's fatuous. Of course, I'm not saying that.
So that's all I'll say about mercenaries for the moment, as I've got a lot of shit to get through here. Now I want to turn to Ivan's views on how corrupt and incompetent the Russian army is, which he discussed in his second video. These considerations fit under the general heading of Russia no longer being a serious military power or superpower. So I'll address them here, even though up till now I've been responding to points he made in his first video. So let's look at corruption. Ivan says, get the shit out of my ear, I don't need headphones anymore. Ivan says that the Russian army is even more corrupt than I can imagine. And the Perun channel backs this up. So that's how you know that their military superiority relative to Ukraine.
Okay, I mean, this is. I should probably let this go because this is just kind of a rhetorical flourish. It's just kind of a barb that he's throwing, which is fine. I mean, I threw those at him, but just for the sake of making it clear, I'm not saying X is true because Perun says it's true. Right? Like that's fatuous. I'm pointing to Perun because he gives arguments for X, and I think they're good, and you should evaluate them, and I agree with them largely. Like that's what I'm saying. It's not X is true because Perun says so. X is true because there's a good argument for X, and Perun gave it, and here it is. You can listen to it from him. Again, I think he understands this difference. I don't think Semiogogue or really anyone could possibly be dumb enough not to. This is probably just like a barb that he's throwing out, and that's fine, whatever. But, you know.
Superiority, which Ivan feels is really mostly on paper, doesn't matter when we're assessing which country is most likely to be victorious. The corruption he cites is pretty standard. Soldiers doing manual labor for high-ranking officers. Never happens anywhere. Soldiers stealing and selling equipment, people not doing their jobs, soldiers being crooked, playing angles, that sort of thing. None of it sounds at all shocking to me. My only reaction to his list of putatively shocking corruption is a sense that Ivan doesn't know much about the US military, or any military for that matter. I get the sense that he ought to spend some time drinking and talking with, say, some former Marines. They might be able to shed some light on his apparent belief that Western militaries don't suffer from all the same sorts of things. Though I will grant, of course, in Russia, with the Russian army, corruption will be more widespread and it will be more egregious on balance, and so must indeed have a more significant impact on function.
Okay. The shocking thing about the corruption in the Russian military is not its mere existence. Okay. It's not just that it exists. It is its scope. It is its scale. It is its all pervasive quality. Okay. I'm sure if you sit down with a bunch of Marines over drinks and, I'm sure they can tell you stories about that one guy at the base who stole a bunch of stuff from the military storehouses, or that one officer who like threw his weight around and maybe even like raped a female cadet or something. I'm sure you'll hear stories like that. But the difference here is the scale. Okay? When you might hear a story from a guy who was in the Marines about some other guy he knew that did some skeevy stuff, that guy's the exception. Okay. In Russia, it's the opposite. In Russia, it's harder to find someone who's honest than who's dishonest. It's harder to find someone who doesn't steal than who does. In fact, it's virtually impossible to find someone who doesn't steal. You'd be crushed. You'd be destroyed if you were stupid enough to live honestly. And this is the thing about people who served in the Russian or the Soviet military. And I've had this experience myself. When they tell you about the kind of corruption that they've experienced, I've had family members and acquaintances tell me about this. And, I'm sitting here because I grew up in the United States. Okay. I'm acculturated in the West. I'm used to sort of Western civilizational standards, Western moral standards, Western mores, Western ways of behaving. And so when I hear things like, soldiers constantly bribing their commanding officers to get them out of training, to get, things that by and large you wouldn't be able to get away with for the most part. This isn't like a few cases here and there. Everyone does this in Russia. And, I would hear these stories, and in the beginning, I would react with genuine shock, like, wow, these people weren't punished. And when you do this to someone who served in the Russian or the Soviet military, they look at you like you're an idiot. They say, well, of course, everyone's a criminal. Absolutely everyone steals. Absolutely everyone lies and falsifies documents and refuses to do maintenance. Like, you can hardly find anyone who doesn't do this. So the shocking thing about Russian military corruption I want to make this clear, is not that it exists. Obviously, corruption exists in every military on earth. No shit, Sherlock. That has never been denied. But Russia has a lot more of it. We're not talking about a difference of a few percentage points between, say, the US military's level of corruption and the Russian military's. We are talking about a difference in orders of magnitude. Orders of magnitude. And this is made all the more significant by the fact that the US military budget is what? Something like 16 times larger than the Russian military budget, which already indicates, just on a general level, that the US military is much better able to deal with the corruption which does exist in its ranks simply because its budget is so much larger and is therefore able to absorb the negative effects of corruption. The Russian budget is smaller, corruption is more pervasive. And so the impact on function, the impact on military effectiveness that corruption is going to have in the Russian army is going to be significantly greater than anything we see. This is not a minor difference. This is not something trivial or inconsequential. It's a massive thing. You could fairly say that the Ukrainian army's greatest weapon in this war is Russian corruption. It would not be much of an exaggeration or even an exaggeration at all to say that. I mean, it's that serious.
But not to the point that it would render inconsequential their advantages I mentioned.
Oh, I disagree. It is to that point. That's what you don't appreciate.
And that, my friends, is what matters here. Ivan shows, in support of his assertions, a video supposedly of Russian conscripts being told they're missing critical gear. Seems kind of odd that an officer is bitching at her men while one of them just stands there calmly filming it all with a cell phone.
Okay, first thing, it's just to be clear, it's not an officer. He's referring to the clip of the combat nurse that I showed, in which she yells at a bunch of Russian conscripts and tells them that there are no tourniquets at the base, and so if they want to, if they get wounded while they're out fighting, they should ask their mothers or their girlfriends or whoever for tampons that they can use to plug their bullet holes. It's that clip. Now, remember when I said earlier that Semiogogue would go to absurd lengths to defend like stupid, ridiculous things that shouldn't be defended? And that he's only defending them because I made fun of him earlier and this pissed him off. And so now he's in a mode where he has to reject everything that I say, no matter how obviously reasonable it is, because he wants to get one over on me and score points against me. This is Exhibit A right here. He's actually going to defend this. He's actually going to defend this this thing with the tampons. But yeah, to clarify, this is a combat nurse, not an officer. And, you know, they're just asking questions. Like one guy piped up sheepishly and just said, well, we don't have tourniquets. I checked and they weren't in the area where everyone told me they would be. So what do we do? Like that's all it was.
New conscripts is what Ivan tells us they are, mind you. The ones that get barked at for looking at things the wrong way and thereby lose meal privileges if their eyes are literally pointed in the wrong direction. The ones who are constantly put in their place as part of their initial training to establish hierarchy. The ones who are yelled at because they exist as a matter of fucking standard practice. And the officer does nothing, as whoever this is just stands there filming her. Right. But even if we assume it is genuine.
All right. You see what I mean? Once again, just invidious rhetoric, just vague accusations without anything concrete behind them, designed to discredit and enable you to ignore whatever evidence is presented. You can do this to dismantle and reject literally any proposition for or against anything. You can engage in this kind of rhetoric to undermine literally anything. But it doesn't constitute a counter argument. No, these are just vague accusations. This is vague rhetoric with nothing concrete behind it. This is not an argument. This is not an argument. And in fact, I'll make it simple for Semiogogue. And there's going to be a whole section where he discusses the various videos I showed. So what I'm about to say here is going to be generally applicable to all of his comments on all of them. Here's how you would go about constructing a serious counter argument to the position that I attempted to showcase with those videos that I played. What you would do is you would find not necessarily many, let's say 10, let's say a dozen videos, something like that, showing Russian conscripts, showing their barracks, showing the Russian military's weapons warehouses and so forth, and basically depicting these things as being in at least decent working order, depicting them as being basically functional, showing Russian troops that are well supplied, that sleep in barracks that are at least serviceable, that look decent. That's what you'd have to do. And you'd say, no, no, look, I mean, look, here's all this other stuff from the Russian army, and they look like they're in decent shape. See, that would be a counter argument. That's how you make a counter argument, Semiogogue. Vague accusations like this are not a counter argument. It's not an argument. It's just not an argument.
So what? In a clip that they don't have kit, and the soldiers, the officer or NCO or whomever it is basically telling the soldiers that they should try to get everything they can, under their own efforts, and that they should, get their hands on some tampons as a part of, I guess, preparation for, an IFAC or something. They don't have tourniquets or whatever. Again, anyone who's been in the military knows from personal experience that all kinds of fuck ups happen where people end up without the things they need. I've heard many stories from soldiers being asked to qualify with rifles where the sight isn't fixed in place. It's literally like rattling around on the rifle, or shit getting stolen. I've heard many stories of this, sleeping under trucks in order to avoid their duty, of rapes and murders. I have a friend who was in the JAG Corps for years. I've heard stories of people being sent on exercises in cold weather and not having proper winter gear. And here I'm talking about stories I've heard from soldiers who served in the US military. Yeah, it's probably worse in Russia. But so what? As for plugging bullet wounds with tampons, again, so what? Even if the video is genuine, we can still observe that while tampons aren't sterile, they're relatively clean. It's still in their packaging. Yes, a lot of tampons isn't ideal for making a pressure dressing, and they're arguably useless or worse for wound packing. And yes, the short video makes great anti-Russian propaganda if it wasn't designed and enacted to be anti-Russian propaganda from inception. But look at how widespread misunderstandings about tampons are, even among former servicemen in Western militaries. You think this somehow invalidates my point about the size of the Russian army?
Okay. I think that's enough for now. This should really speak for itself. He's defending this tampon thing. He's actually defending this. Do you hear this? All right. Semiogogue, if you were honest, if you were even minimally honest about this, your reaction to the tampon video would be to say, look, I agree. This is fucked. This is pretty bad. The Russian army does not look good here, but I think you're presenting a skewed picture. I don't think that this is indicative of the state of the Russian army as a whole. And here's a bunch of other videos that I've gathered which show the Russian army basically, with its conscripts, with its new conscripts, its newly mobilized men, basically looking like everything's in good shape. That's what you would do. But instead, you're not doing this. You're just throwing out more invidious rhetoric meant to like fling shit and fling mud at any assertion you don't like, without actually having to go through the effort of providing a reasonable counterargument and engaging in like actual intellectual discourse here. You're just saying, well, this could be propaganda. Yeah, it could be. Do you have evidence that it is? Do you have direct evidence that it is? Can you show me additional videos that present a different picture? Like, that's what you should be doing. Vague rhetoric like this is not a counterargument. You can, as I've already said repeatedly, you can undermine literally anything this way. You can come up with an excuse to reject literally any proposition for or against anything in this way if you frame your rhetoric properly. So this is not an argument. It's just not an argument.
You think Russians even had tampons to stuff into their wounds in World War II? Even so, they still won.
Okay, this is an egregious indicator of dishonesty. Okay, the Russians in World War II didn't have tampons to stuff into their wounds. You know what they did have, though? Okay, everyone. I'm thinking of two words, and they both start with the letter L. Do you know what they are? I think you do. Say them along with me now. Lend, lease. Yes, the Russians had lend-lease from the United States, which basically means they received a whole shit ton of weapons. Who's getting that now? Who has the advantage that affords now? Hint, it's not Russia. And this is not an obscure historical fact. I refuse to believe for a moment that Semiogogue's not mentioning Lend-Lease as a contributing factor to the Russian victory in World War II. Yeah, the Russians won World War II. Okay, well, I'll discuss that in a bit, I guess. But even if we accept the framing that the Russians won in some meaningful and non-Pyrrhic sense, still, Lend-Lease was an enormous contributor to that. And even with Lend-Lease, they lost, something on the order of tens of millions of men, something absolutely absurd like that. Can you imagine what their losses would have been without the assistance of Lend-Lease? I mean, even with it, the war resulted in a demographic catastrophe for the Soviet Union. Can you imagine how much worse it would have been? But the broader point is here. He's saying that, he's implying, at least I should say, that no matter how poorly equipped the Russian army is, it's still going to win, that this is not going to make a difference because the Soviet army was quite possibly even more poorly equipped in certain instances, and it still pulled off a victory. Yeah, I mean, again, just like ignoring every other factor, ignoring the presence of Lend-Lease and assisting the Russians, which is not here. And again, this is not because Semiogogue doesn't know what Lend-Lease is. I refuse to believe that. Of course, he knows what it is. He's leaving this out of the discussion because he wants to frame things in a certain way, in a certain dishonest way, frankly. Again, this is not an honest way to operate. This is, yeah. So you've got invidious rhetoric, you've got mudslinging without the presentation of any direct evidence, and then you've got a dishonest framing of historical examples. This is not good. This is not good. This is not how you make a well-reasoned response. This is not how you engage in intellectual discourse. What is this? Come on.
Ivan also shows beds put in a forest. He's since left a comment on his channel saying that he learned this wasn't related to the Russian military, so he retracted that aspect. Fair enough. I get caught by this sort of thing often. Everyone does if you're dealing with stuff online. But I will note here, and I think Ivan understands this, that this underscores the fact that we have to be very skeptical of everything that we're shown. I'll talk more about that in a few minutes, but for now, let's assume it really was a clip showing Russian soldiers. The clip, for those who haven't yet seen Ivan's material, shows a bunch of beds being set up in the middle of the forest, like literally in the woods. They just put the beds down on either side of a path in the middle of the forest, and they've got blankets and all this other stuff. Well, so what?
Well, okay. I'll play a bit more of his comments on this particular video in a moment, but I just want to note here now that yes, I did in my stream, my original stream, the one before this on the war, responding to Semiogogue, show a video purporting to depict, and now I emphasize purporting to depict because this is not in fact what the video depicted, beds placed in a forest for Russian conscripts to sleep in. Now, what it said on the video, the information that was given about the video, was that these beds were placed in a forest on the territory of Russia. Okay, not in Ukraine, not on the front lines. These guys who were to sleep in these beds hadn't been deployed yet. They were still in Russia, and they were being trained in Russia. Now, all the stuff that he'd said earlier about soldiers in the U.S. military sleeping in a hole in the ground or under a truck and so forth. Now, I do not doubt, certainly I do not doubt, and I would have to be an idiot to doubt, that once a soldier has been deployed to some godforsaken desert or some jungle somewhere, that the exigencies and difficulties of warfare will force him to do things that are incommodious, such as sleeping in a hole in the ground. Yes, war is hard. War is hell. It forces you to do these things. But when we're talking about soldiers in the U.S. military who are on U.S. territory, who are on a military base on U.S. territory, who have not yet been deployed to the battlefield, who are still being trained, do they sleep in holes in the ground? Do they sleep in underneath trucks, or do they sleep in barracks that at least look decent and serviceable and that don't look like cockroaches have eaten through them? That's the difference. Okay, I think what he did here is he interpreted this video with the beds and probably most of the other videos that I showed as well as depicting the situation of newly mobilized Russian conscripts after they had been sent to the front. That's a misapprehension. What the videos are purporting to show is what things are like on the territory of Russia before those men had been deployed. But again, this, with respect to the video with the beds, this is moot. Because the video doesn't show anything about Russian mobilization at all. In fact, what it does show, and I thank one of my subscribers, a guy named Mist, If you see this, again, I'm grateful to you for pointing this out to me. Actually, what that video depicts is the reaction by Russian firefighters to a forest fire that had broken out in Russia in an area called Ryazan, and they were sent to quell that forest fire. And as part of their work, they had to sleep in this forest, which is why the beds were set up for them. That's what the video in fact depicts. It's not connected to the Russian mobilization. But and this is the important thing that I want to highlight here when discussing this this video. I was convinced, I was persuaded that this video was a fake because counter evidence was shown to me. Mist linked me, or well, he didn't link me. I think technically what he did is he suggested a term that I would put into Google. It was something in Russian. I don't remember precisely what it was, but if I did so, this would turn up an article which was written before the mobilization was announced, and it had that video embedded in it, and it was about the forest fire in Vietnam. Okay, see that? That's an argument. That's how you present evidence to substantiate the claim that one or another video is fake. And in response to that evidence, I retracted the video. Okay, you don't, however, make vague accusations, and you don't say, "Oh, this would serve as excellent anti-Russian propaganda, and so because of that vague accusation, I'm going to just choose to ignore the evidence presented here." And if Mist had done that, frankly, I would have ignored him. But he didn't do that. He actually presented an argument with some heft. And in response to that argument, I did the proper thing. I retracted the video. And so now, in many ways, I'm happy that this has happened because it's shown to everyone that I am not unreasonable on the question of whether certain videos might be fake. If you can show me evidence, real evidence, not vague rhetoric, not accusations, not the kind of casting shade that you're doing, but actual evidence that a certain video is fake, I will retract it. I will say so. I'm not unreasonable about this, but you have to actually provide an argument. And these kinds of accusations, this kind of thing that you're doing, these are not arguments. It's not arguments.
I know several of my friends who had to sleep in forests during their service. It's pretty common for soldiers to have to sleep in the woods, and they
during their service, not while they're on U.S. territory training, though. But again, the video is fake, so it doesn't matter.
Would have much
or the video doesn't refer to the mobilization, so it doesn't matter.
Preferred to have beds, I'm sure. Spoiler alert: soldiers have to sleep under trucks, in holes in the ground filled with mud, in basements, in barns, in foxholes, sometimes with their very own corpses next to them.
As I've already said, not while they're training, not before they've been deployed.
Very often in forests, in winter even, believe it or not. But it's a rare treat for them to have beds, and those beds even look clean. If anyone is surprised that soldiers have to sleep outside, they have a lot of work to do in terms of their education. Ditto, if they think it's a shocking thing for soldiers to be issued weapons with rust.
Again, this is just you misunderstanding it, misunderstanding the context of the video. I've already explained this, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, on to the rusty rifles now. Let's go on to that.
As Ivan goes on to show us in another video, in an attitude of self-righteous shock. You know, we see a guy who gets issued an AK-47 or AKM or whatever it is. I don't remember if it was 7.60 by 39 or the one that's more like 5.56. Doesn't matter. Don't care. It's a rusty weapon turned out of some arsenal. So what? It's just like, man, acquaint yourself with the real world.
Why are you defending this? Like, why is it so hard for you to admit that, like, that weapon is shit and probably won't fire? I don't get it. Like, why are you having trouble with this? Why do you feel the need to defend this? Again, you could say, if you wanted to argue against me, you could say, look, yeah, that's bad. That's probably a weakness of the Russian army, but like this doesn't reflect its behavior or its functioning in general. And look, here are all these videos of them being issued good weapons that are clean, that have been oiled, that have been properly maintained. You could do that. Like, you don't have to sit here defending this. And you just look ridiculous when you do. Like, yeah, of course, in other militaries, they might issue shitty weapons to you every so often. Guess what? I would say, and every other reasonable person would also say, that would in turn reflect poorly on that other military as well. The question, though, is about scale. It's about extent. What I'm alleging is that this sort of thing happens a lot more in the Russian army. No one denies that there isn't corruption in other armies. Like, come on, like you're what is this? You're not even trying.
After this, there follow a number of videos showing that the lot of the Russian soldier most certainly sucks, that they're expected to operate in appalling conditions. Ivan seems to be a particularly credulous person, in that it doesn't seem to occur to him that here we're engaged in a digital discourse that's deeply vitiated, because the spaces in which it takes place via various platforms and networks are themselves fronts in this very war. As I've said to a number of my friends online, we're inside the weapon. Now, I'm someone who believes that the plural of anecdote can be evidence, but it shouldn't be accepted as such at face value in a time of war, when we know, as I said, that the information space is absolutely and unquestionably one of its battlegrounds. Ivan shows us a clip with women handing food over a fence to soldiers.
All right, before I get into that clip. Okay, now this is going to become more significant as his stream goes on, but make note of this comment. I agree that there's a fog of war, that fakes exist, but he says something significantly more radical than this. He says everything is vitiated. Well, this is going to raise certain problems for him going forward. If everything is vitiated, if every piece of information that we're presented with is to be treated with frankly knee-jerk skepticism, which if he thinks that it's justifiable to just reject things outright on the basis of a mere suggestion that they might be distorted, and to use the kind of invidious rhetoric that he's using, if he thinks that's acceptable, well, that's going to pose problems for his own position. I mean, if, as Semiogogue put it, if we're in the weapon, and therefore everything around us and our perception of everything around us, our perception of reality, our understanding of reality itself is vitiated and distorted, presumably by some powerful group. If our understanding of reality and our understanding of truth is just a political construct, if it's just a construct of power, then one really wonders how it is that Semiogogue ever came reliably to the conclusion that we are in the weapon. If we are in the weapon, how would you ever find out that we're in the weapon? And if you came to the conclusion that we're in the weapon while we're in the weapon, how could you rely on that conclusion? How could you rely on the things that brought you that information? Wouldn't those also be distorted? The obvious answer is yes, but this is just elided. This is just ignored. But again, we'll get into this in more detail as he discusses this point in more detail. Let's go on to the next video that he talks about, the one about the Russian women handing food to Russian conscripts who are on a military base. They're sort of handing them over a fence or through a fence. This is what he's talking about here.
Well, who's to say that the clip he shows depicts events that actually took place in the context of soldiers who have no food? And that's assuming, of course, that the entire thing wasn't just faked, and it's incredibly easy to fake such things.
Again, this is more just everything I don't agree with is a fake. I'm not going to present you with evidence that it's a fake, like Mist did for me. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to vaguely cast aspersions on everything if I don't agree with it. Yes, not an argument. That's the first point. Second point. In isolation, if you watch that video about the Russian women bringing those men food in isolation, you might draw the conclusion that he's about to draw when I, play his comments further, that these women are just bringing food to the men in their lives as a way of showing affection for them. That's possible. You could draw that conclusion if you watched that video in isolation. But here's the thing. I'm not showing that video in isolation. I'm showing it within the context of other videos depicting shitty conditions at Russian military bases. And so, yeah, it is entirely plausible that these women are bringing them food because they called them and asked them to bring them food, because there's either no food on the base or whatever food they initially arrived at has been stolen by higher ups. Yeah, that's possible if viewed within context. He's taking the video out of that context.
If you have, an information warfare department tasked with such things, and who can doubt that they do, both on the civilian side of things as well as the military. But let's just go ahead and assume that it wasn't made from scratch.
I am willing to accept the possibility that there are fake videos, but if you want to allege this, you need to give evidence. It is not enough to just vaguely cast aspersions. I don't accept this. This is not intellectually serious. You need to do better than that.
so to speak, as propaganda. Who's to say the clip that he shows actually took place in the context of soldiers who have no food? If there's audio where you can hear people saying that's the issue, that would be one thing, although not conclusive. And if it were corroborated elsewhere, great. I'd add it to the consideration set, though of course I want to know what kind of special circumstances might have created that situation. And maybe that's the case with this clip. But if not, who's to say that this doesn't just show women handing food in through the fence to their sons and husbands and fathers who aren't allowed to leave the base? I can completely see that easily happening. There are other ways to explain what we see in this video that are much more plausible than fenced-in soldiers being starved to death. Like, as I said, women loving these men and wanting to send them off with something good to show their affection and support, but not being allowed on base to do so at the time.
Possible. Again, I've already said this. That is possible if you view the video in isolation. Obviously, it's not intended to be presented in isolation, though. I'm painting a general picture of shitty conditions on a Russian base, and given that general picture, the interpretation of that particular video of one of the women handing the men food, as those men simply not having enough food, that becomes plausible within that context.
Who the fuck knows? I'm not saying that's the case, but to me, it looks like Ivan is showing clips that could have come from anywhere, and clips which are oddly, very often accompanied by remarks made by the people who posted these clips. Very often accompanied by remarks which are, how shall we say, not very pro-Russian.
Okay, not an argument. Okay, again, this is what he's saying. Evidence is to be ignored if it is presented by people who make comments that I don't like, or that comments that are anti-Russian. Not an argument. Not an argument. That's an ad hominem. Not an argument.
The point is, again, that we are inside the weapon. Social media is a major battle space. Anyone who thinks both sides don't have rooms full of people whose actual job is to produce and disseminate just this sort of content needs to have his head checked.
Again, I don't doubt this. I don't doubt that there are information warfare departments, but if you want to allege that some particular production, some particular piece of evidence emerged from that, you need to give evidence that that is so. And if you do that, I will accept the claim, as I did with the example of that video of the beds in the forest. Again, I'm not unreasonable about this, but you need to give me an argument. And these are not arguments.
They're out there on both sides, and they're working 24/7. But however that may be, even if every single clip is genuine, I still don't see how this stuff about corruption and incompetence invalidates my point about Russia having more people and having a bigger army.
Well, I never denied that Russia has more people and has a bigger army. What I said, if you listened closely to my remarks in the last stream, and evidently you didn't listen closely to them, and we will get to many more things that you didn't listen closely to either. We'll get to that. What I said was that despite their manpower advantage, the manpower advantage that they have, I think that manpower advantage exists on paper largely because of the way that the Russian populace has been primed to behave by Russian propaganda. That propaganda, the propaganda emitted by the Putin regime, has strived to mold a population which is, shall we say, politically demobilized, extremely apathetic, and which desires nothing so much as to simply be allowed to go about their daily lives and not worry about politics. They're happy to just leave politics to Putin and his inner circle. And this is why you so often get a situation where when you try to talk to Russians, not just about the war in Ukraine, but about any political subject of any significance, really, they're indifferent. They're either indifferent to it, or they bury their heads in the sand and they tell you they don't want to talk about it. This is how they are. This is the situation that the Putin regime has created. Putin wants a demobilized, apathetic populace because such a populace will simply step back and allow him to do whatever he pleases, provided he doesn't cross a few major lines. And I'll get to what those lines are in a second. But he wants this apathetic populace so that he can essentially have free reign to do almost anything he likes. One of the lines that he can't cross, for example, however, is mobilization, is forcing the population to go to a war, to fight, and to die for Putin's regime. Now, war is something that you can certainly get the Russian population to cheer for. They certainly cheer for it with great fervor, but only because they're not involved, only because it's something that they can sit on a couch and watch on TV. But when you actually begin throwing them into the fire, well, things change. That's when you're going to start getting a reaction. And we're starting to see that, which is why, despite flaring up mobilization recently, Putin is already trying to walk back these comments. Now, how honest are his attempts to walk things back? How honest is he when he says that mobilization is essentially complete and he won't need to do anymore? I don't believe him, but the point is that he's walking this back. And the fact that he's walking this back at all is an indicator that he understands on some level that he's crossed a line. And now he needs to backpedal in order to keep his populace in the state that he wants it to remain. And given that extreme demobilization, the extreme depoliticization. Sorry, misspoke there. The extreme depoliticization of the Russian populace. I don't think he has the resources or the ability to conscript something on the order of 1 million or 2 million or more people. I think that advantage exists for Russia purely on paper. I explained this. You did not respond to this, so that's where we are.
My other points about how they're immediately adjacent to the territory. They don't have to send troops across the Atlantic. Ivan can show me as many scandalous videos as he likes, and real or not, they won't change the fact that Russia still has a bigger army and more resources than Ukraine.
I never denied that they had a bigger army. What I denied was that their army isn't as big as they say it is, and that they don't have the ability to conscript as many people as they claim that they have the ability to conscript. That is still consistent with the suggestion that the Russian army is bigger than the Ukrainian army overall, but that's just, again, it's just not an accurate representation of my view.
And that army, as I said, is adjacent to the battle space. Ivan talks about how weapons warehouses have been stripped bare. It's a very common talking point. But you know what's strange? The shells keep falling on Ukrainians, and bullets keep flying towards them. Has there been a day when the Russian guns fell silent? Has there been a situation where some squad of Ukrainians charged a Russian position and all the orcs had was rocks and curses to throw at them? If so, I haven't seen it.
Well, sorry. Look, I've said this earlier, but Russia has an enormous advantage in terms of rocketry, in terms of missiles, and they've had a comparative advantage in this area going back well into the Soviet period. Yeah, they have a shit ton of bombs and missiles and rockets and so forth. I don't even know how many tens of thousands they have. It's an enormous quantity. And as enormous as the quantity is, they have, they fired an enormous amount already, and they still have an enormous amount. And no doubt there's a further enormous amount that has been stripped of its parts and that doesn't work. And this is why you're seeing things like, Russia going to Iran to buy missiles. Like that's a clue, that's a clue that they're probably running short.
Basically, I just hear a bunch of words, always the same refrain. A bunch of
well, that's also what I hear when it comes to you, just vague rhetoric undermining things. But let's continue.
Words about how weak Russia is and how they can't do anything, how it's surprising they have shoelaces, how there's literally nothing they can't fuck up, how they're the most incompetent people on the face of the earth, how it's surprising they don't choke to death when they drink water.
Well, okay, obviously this is an exaggeration made for rhetorical effect. But no, the general point that the strength of the Russian army falls far below what it claims for itself is obviously true. And there's abundant evidence for this. So, okay, it's not as extreme as he paints it, but this is an exaggeration for rhetorical effect. The point is here that the Russians portray themselves as a top-tier military. The Ukrainian military has never said this about itself. And so, yeah, there are going to be different standards for how we evaluate them.
If nothing else, I would suggest to Ivan and everyone else, because this isn't just to him, I would suggest that the mature path is to take one's enemy seriously and always assume the worst as regards his capabilities. But Ivan knows better. Ivan knows better. The timeless wisdom about never underestimating your enemy in this case only applies to Ukraine, not to Russia.
I mean, do you seriously think that I don't understand that Russia has the ability to do damage? There have been hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian civilians who've been killed. Mariupol doesn't exist anymore. It's been completely leveled. It's gone. You think I don't understand this? You think I don't know? The Russian military has the capability to do some pretty awful things? Of course I do. Of course I know that this war is going to be difficult for Ukraine and that they're going to take losses and they're going to have to go through hell if they want to win this. But nevertheless, yeah, if they push through it, they can win. That's what I'm saying. Again, I don't think this is unreasonable.
Trust item. He knows these things. And anyway, Russia's always been. Russia has always been fucked up in the way it currently is. If Biden thinks it was more efficient and better organized in World War I or World War II or during the Cold War, I'd have to say that if it was so, it wasn't by much.
No, I don't think this. Why on earth would I think this? I mean, that's absurd. Why would you even suggest that I'd think such a thing? Of course, I know that Russia's always been fucked up and corrupt, which, by the way, goes a long way to explaining much of the underperformance that we see from the Russian army and have seen from it historically. Like, Japan beat the Russian army in 1904. Who the fuck was Japan in 1904? The or 1905, the Russo-Japanese War. That was a surprise to everyone. Russia's extreme underperformance during World War I. Yes, and even World War II, I would consider as underperformance. I mean, yeah, they quote unquote won with the help of Lend-Lease, but look at the losses they suffered. Look at the devastation they suffered. Even something like the Winter War against Finland. And Finland, by the way, was not getting help from the international community. Finland was fighting the Soviets on its own. And still, despite this, over the course of a war that lasted about 105 days, I think, the Finns were able to kill anywhere between 150,000 to 200,000 Soviets. Now, yes, the Soviet Union did finally overwhelm Finland with sheer bulk, and was able to take about, I think it was 11% of Finnish territory. So this technically counts as a victory for the Soviet Union. But still, considering the disparity in the size of their respective forces, they took losses that they had no business taking. And this is a Pyrrhic victory, the Winter War. I'd certainly call it that. So yeah, the Russian army has a history of underperformance. Russia's always been fucked up. And one of the reasons why the Russian army has this history of underperformance is that Russia's always been fucked up. I know this. This is, in fact, a central part of the argument I'm making. So, no, I understand this perfectly well. I'm not alleging the things that he thinks I'm alleging. I don't know where this is coming from.
And anyway, many of these things can be dealt with as the whole beast comes online with mobilization, as the war machine limbers up.
I've sort of explained this. I mean, I'll continue playing this further, but I've explained why, we shouldn't expect too much from, the beast waking up and the war machine coming online. We have this problem with the depoliticization of the Russian populace, and that's going to significantly diminish the amount of resources, the amount of human resources, at least, that Russia will be able to bring to the front. And then, of course, we have the general corruption and the crappiness of the equipment and all the rest of that. So again, I think you're just vastly exaggerating the power here. And we already have significant amounts of evidence to indicate that this power, this ability that will be brought online by mobilizations has been exaggerated.
And it begins to move again at a large scale after so many decades of not having done so. When he's talking about all of this, Ivan shows an article about how just recently somebody figured out a shitload of military uniforms weren't where they were supposed to be, which illustrates my point. He thinks that this indicates, oh my God, they're so corrupt, they can never do anything. Forget about the fact that they can, make cruise missiles and put men into space. They can't chew gum and walk, right? But it actually illustrates my point. They're paying much more attention now. This stuff is going into headlines. People's asses will be on the line, and the degree in ways in which their asses were not on the line in the past.
Okay. Those uniforms are gone, though. Okay. Putting people's asses on the line now that they're gone is not going to magically conjure those uniforms back into existence. Now, yes, Russia may have the capacity to produce another 1.5 million uniforms. But if those uniforms were where they should be, then that productive capacity would not have had to have been used for that purpose and could have been used for something else. And that diminishes their effectiveness in war to at least that extent. So, yeah, I mean, it's true. Maybe people's asses will be more on the line. Maybe they will hold people's feet to the fire to a greater extent than before. But the fact remains, those uniforms are gone. They're gone and they're not coming back. That is a problem. That is one aspect of what I had said about Russian corruption and its effect on the effectiveness of their military. It's death by a million paper cuts. And this is one of those paper cuts.
And the degree of attention that is paid to this will increase as things proceed and everyone gets the memo that they're under an increased level of scrutiny. And it makes perfect sense. In wartime, it's very different. Talk to any old soldier about the difference between a wartime army and a peacetime army. They're going to be able to talk to you for hours about it. So, forgive me if I'm
again, I don't deny that. The point, though, is that the uniforms are gone.
Dismissive of these points of evidence, but they sound pathetic, ridiculous. Anyone who thinks that the assertion that things are going to tighten up as this gets more and more serious, anyone who thinks that assertion is unrealistic is, how does one put it? Not smart.
Okay. Anyone who thinks that what I said was that things wouldn't tighten up as the Russian army mobilizes is definitely not smart, is sure as shit not smart, and is sure as shit incapable of listening closely. But let's proceed.
The cherry on top here is that Ivan says I should really look beyond what a military says about itself or the widely accepted assumptions about it, and that instead I should dig deeper. He says I should imagine doing just that in the case of the U.S. military, and describes overpriced equipment and theft or embezzlement or whatever going on in the U.S. military establishment or among defense contractors, all the while oblivious to the irony in the fact that all he's illustrating thereby is that the U.S. military is deeply corrupt too.
Have I ever denied this? Again, I think I've already explained these points. U.S. military budget is larger; they're better able to absorb corruption, and so even if we assume a constant level of corruption between a constant amount of corruption, an equal amount of corruption in both the U.S. and the Russian militaries, it's going to have a bigger impact on the Russian military. But the amount isn't equal anyway. Like I didn't deny that the U.S. military was corrupt. Like holy shit! Like you're not listening. What is this?
And yet we know it too can still field formidable armies. Then there's an odd bit where Ivan scolds me for not having fully discussed U.S. failings in Afghanistan when I was talking about the Russian military during a short portion of the video where I listed some bullet points for where I thought I was going to win. And because I didn't go into a long-winded discussion, and I'm prone to be long-winded, but because I didn't go into a long-winded discussion about U.S. failings in Afghanistan while I was talking about Russia, Ivan somehow arrives at the conclusion that I only show skepticism towards the West and not towards Russia, which is also kind of stupid when you bear in mind that he's also saying that all the dissident right ever does is show skepticism towards the U.S. Maybe I didn't understand it. It's entirely possible. I was unable to make any sense of it, so it came across to me as tedious and inexplicable. So if anyone goes and watches it and sees that portion and wants to support him and explain to me what it is he was talking about there, if I misunderstood, good luck.
Oh, you definitely misunderstood. You definitely did. Now, when I watched this portion of the stream, Jesus Christ. I did not know what he was referring to. I couldn't remember what my remarks were exactly, but I knew that when I recorded that first stream, the quality of it was bad. So maybe the audio cut out and you couldn't clearly hear what I was saying. There could be all sorts of reasons to explain why he wasn't able to understand me. Or it could be that I had just flubbed something. So I went back to my original stream and I watched it again to find the portion where I made the remarks that he was referring to. No, you can hear the audio and it's perfectly clear and it's perfectly understandable. And no, you're just dumb and you can't follow me. Here's what I said. And this wasn't hard to understand. It was this. Corruption exists in the US military. That corruption takes various forms that we've already gone through and that I won't repeat here again. That corruption affects the performance of the US military. And therefore, when we see the US military underperforming in Afghanistan, we can attribute at least part of that underperformance to the existence of corruption. And so we understand that corruption can cripple armies. Now, if I were to make this point with respect to the US military and its performance in Afghanistan to a member of the dissident right, I don't expect to meet any resistance in doing this. I fully expect that they would agree with me. However, when we attempt to shift things and go into a discussion of the Russian army and its corruption and the effect that that corruption may have on its military performance, this is not acknowledged or not emphasized or not understood or appreciated to the requisite extent. What I'm trying to say here is that this is an aspect of a one-sided presentation, that it's anti-US, anti-NATO reflexively, and then the same problems on the Russian side, even if they exist objectively to a far greater extent, are simply ignored or not mentioned or not talked about. And that this then leads the dissident right to produce a distorted narrative of events. That's what I was saying. I don't think that was hard to understand. I don't understand why you don't understand. But I'm making the comparison here. I'm making a comparison. The comparison is obvious. And despite the fact that the comparison is obvious, it's nevertheless not made by most people in the distant right. Now, maybe you would assent to this comparison. Maybe you would agree with it. Maybe you would think that it constituted a fair point. Fine. Then that remark doesn't apply to you. But the remark itself is not difficult to understand. It's genuinely strange to me why you couldn't follow it. But as I say, there are many other instances throughout his response where he shows that he can't follow me. This is tip of the iceberg here.
Before we move on to his other points, I'll add one further observation. The military capability of a country is more than just what they have on hand. It's what they can develop, what they can muster, what they can field over time when pressed to do so. It also has to do with skills, capabilities, and resources. The Soviet Union arguably was a great power at the time it was attacked by Germany, but they didn't go on the offensive in many places for a long time, and then only with extensive preparations and adaptations. But let's move on. We'll turn again to his first video.
I obviously agree that part of a nation's military capability is tied in with its productive capacity. I mean, do you think that Russia's productive capacity is anything close to that of the US and the EU combined? Do you think they're even in the same league, like even close to each other? If you do, you're getting some horrendously bad information. Now, I've actually seen the argument made, and this is not an argument that Semiogogue makes, but it is an argument that I've heard. I think I saw someone in his comments section on this video making this argument, and I've also explicitly heard Gonzalo Lira make this argument. The argument is this. Over the last few decades, manufacturing employment in the United States has collapsed. And therefore, the US will just not be able to manufacture as many weapons as would be necessary to reliably outpace Russia and allow Ukraine to win the war. That's the argument. It's complete nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense, and here is why. That argument conflates manufacturing employment with manufacturing output. They are two different things. And what is important in determining the US's continued ability to supply Ukraine with weapons is not manufacturing employment, it's manufacturing output. Now, again, you can look up statistics on this yourself, but it's clear, it's obvious that over the last few decades, manufacturing employment in the US is way up, despite the fact that fewer people are employed in manufacturing jobs. So, so this is just a bad argument. I mean, but again, of course, I acknowledge that productive capacity has, an effect on a nation's ability to wage war. But like the U.S.'s productive capacity is like orders of magnitude superior to Russia's. Plus, we've got the issue with sanctions and with the fact that in many of its more advanced and more recent weapons, Russia has had to use Western components in building them, and now they no longer have access to those components. That's going to have an effect on productive capacity. But I don't at all discount the truth of that general point. Like, it's obvious. Why are you criticizing me for things I never said? Like, you're not listening. Again.
So I can respond to some further points he made in it. This brings us to how, as Ivan claims, analysis by the dissident right is stupid, and the people doing it are not smart. Ivan's belief that dissident right analysis is stupid is apparently founded on two of his observations. Excuse me. The first of these is that dissident right people just listen to Western news and think the opposite in knee-jerk fashion. Well, I've already addressed this in my previous video. I have reasons for thinking what I think, agree or disagree, but don't claim I think what I do simply because of some predilection for mechanical narrative inversions, like kids on the playground saying it's opposite day.
No, I insist you do have this. Nothing you have shown me up to this point has caused me in any significant way to doubt this suspicion that I have about you. I call your attention again back to all of the invidious rhetoric that he used about all the videos. Oh, maybe this is a fake, and oh, this would be great anti-Russian propaganda. Not making actual arguments to try and rebut the point made by a video with counter evidence, and not presenting any direct evidence for why this or that video is a fake, but just making sort of vague accusations in an effort to undermine something. Yeah, I think that's an indication of a predilection for believing the opposite of whatever the West says in a knee-jerk fashion. Yeah, I think that's exactly what that shows.
And you can go back and look at my previous video to see what I had to say about that. Ivan's next observation is that dissident right people think the U.S. and NATO, the cathedral or whatever, he brings up the cathedral in this respect. I'm not saying that on my own behalf. The dissident right people think that the cathedral of U.S. or NATO or whatever, that the things that the U.S. and NATO is or are the only actors on the world stage with agency. So basically, he seems to be going after the way in which, and this is legitimate, the dissident right gets all, let's say, monocausal, right? Ivan's idea seems to be that for the dissident right, explanations are always monocausal. Against this, Ivan argues instead that the various countries of the world have their own internal politics, their own motivations, their own histories, their own pressing concerns, and that many armchair analysts don't grasp this. I agree with him here. Amen. The problem is he goes on to link this notion to the idea that NATO and the US were the ones who started this. He characterizes the idea that it's NATO which started the Ukraine war as a kind of byproduct of thinking the cathedral controls everything, does everything, initiates everything. But surely one can see that many powers exist in the world, that all world events don't have a single cause, and still acknowledge the obvious signs that NATO has been pushing Russia towards this for a long time. I mean, I certainly do. Anyway, I already talked about why I think NATO is the most immediate cause of all this misery in my last video on Russia. Though, of course, as I said in that last video, the deeper cause for all of this lies in Russia's security concerns, in its geography and its history. But I'll have more to say about all of this in a bit. If you feel, excuse me, that I haven't defended my position thoroughly enough here, hang in there, because I'll go into the subject of causes and so-called blame at greater length a bit.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I did respond to this argument, and I'll wait for him to give his response, and we'll get into this in full detail
further on. But first, I need to address the hypothesis that set all of this off when Charlemagne, in a Substack post, brought to my attention Ivan's video, and, a video entitled Taras Chornovil and the Secret of the Ukrainian War. And do, by the way, go check out friend Charlemagne's Substack. He's posting stuff frequently. Throw him a bone. So yeah, Ivan's video, the thing that kicked all of this off, is entitled Taras Chornovil and the Secret of the Ukrainian War. Now, the basic idea, the basic hypothesis, as I understand it, is that Zelensky is or was in Putin's pocket, and he agreed to turn Ukraine over to the Russians without them having to fire a shot. According to this view, the Kiev offensive was kind of, I don't know, safari outing, with the Russians gullibly thinking they just drive on into Kiev without a shot being fired, and the pro-Western government would collapse immediately. That's the quick version, but don't take my word for it. Excuse me. When you're done here, go watch the video on Ivan's channel and allow him to set forth his arguments at greater length in his own words. But I think the best way for me to summarize my reaction to this way of looking at things is just to ask a few questions about what's more and what's less implausible.
Okay, fair enough. Let's hear them. Before I allow him to begin his remarks, however, I need to say something in general about that interview segment with Taras Chornovil. I am not deathly committed to the Chornovil hypothesis. I am willing to change my mind on this view. However, if I am to change my mind on it, it will only happen if the person endeavoring to change my mind is able to provide me with explanations for the anomalies that Chornovil brings up, which are equally, well, I don't want to say plausible. Let's put it this way: come up with some account of the anomalies that Chornovil points to that has equal or greater explanatory power to his thesis. That's what you need to do. If you're able to do that, I will change my mind. I'm serious. This is not something that I'm digging my heels into. It's just that at the moment, I haven't encountered anything that has quite the explanatory power that this hypothesis has. But maybe Semiogogue has something better. So let's see what he has to say.
What's more implausible? The idea that the president of Ukraine was in Russia's pockets more than in Western pockets, and he actively tried to sabotage Ukrainian war efforts on behalf of his Russian masters, or his failure to prepare instead came down to dramatic levels of greed and corruption of a much less extraordinary and a much more thoroughly documented kind, whereby tax money and aid money intended for military development got pocketed by corrupt officials and their cronies. What seems to all of you to be implausible?
Okay, here's the thing about this. A couple things here. One, why does this seem less implausible to you? It seems less implausible to you because you have access to the information that discusses Western corruption in Ukraine. It's pretty well documented, and most of it is in English. The stuff about Russian corruption is not. That doesn't mean it isn't there. Okay, you don't have access to most of this evidence, or you haven't seen it. That's why it looks implausible to you. That's the first thing. The second thing is, again, we're seeing more invidious rhetoric. Again, just more of these kind of vague insinuations. So he says, well, what's more implausible, that Western corruption is driving Ukraine, or that Russian corruption is? Well, I, of course, acknowledge that the West and Russia have both been jostling with one another for control of Ukraine, but it doesn't follow that the West always wins every one of these conflicts. Again, you don't prove that this is the case. You're just assuming this. Like, yes, they're going to fight each other. Russia and the West are going to fight each other to try and influence Ukrainian politicians and the Ukrainian government. And at least some of the time, Russia is going to win. Like, yeah. The other thing is that, let's put it this way. Western corruption in Ukraine, though it certainly exists and it's well documented, I know about the Biden family's connections to it. Western corruption in Ukraine, for all of that, is a relatively recent phenomenon. Russian corruption in Ukraine, however, has a far longer history that stretches much further back and that is much deeper and much more extensive. So no, this is not implausible at all. This is, again, you're not actually making an argument here. This is just more invidious rhetoric. This is not an argument. Secondly, there are specific anomalies that Chernobyl points to, specific things. I'll get into some of them. Okay. Prior to the Russian military's invasion on February 24th, there were areas on the outskirts of Kiev, specifically, various important roads and so forth that the Russian military would have to traverse in order to really make any serious attempt to capture the city. Those roads had mines placed all over them. Shortly before the Russian invasion, Zelensky ordered those mines to be removed. And my very simple question is, why? Why on earth did he do this? Do you have a plausible alternative explanation for this that does not conclude that he was likely a Russian quisling? If you do, I want to hear it. I want to hear your explanation. I don't want to hear these vague insinuations. Like, I want to hear an actual counter explanation. Can you do this, please? Can you provide me with this, please? The second point that he makes about corruption in the Ukrainian military establishment, or about corrupt military contractors. Okay, here's why that explanation doesn't work for why Ukraine was not properly prepared to really fight against Russia. Was Petro Poroshenko, Zelensky's predecessor, was he not corrupt? He certainly was. He was a billionaire oligarch. You bet your ass he was corrupt. He was extremely corrupt. But despite his corruption, despite the fact that his cronies were all over the government, Poroshenko still found a way to massively increase spending on the military in Ukraine, to massively increase Ukrainian armaments, to start and develop Ukrainian weapons indigenously. And, he did this effectively. He did this extraordinarily well, growing the Ukrainian army from 7,000 men to 250,000 men in 5 years. He did this despite the presence of all of that corruption. Now, when Zelensky came into office after him, there's no doubt the Zelensky government was also corrupt, but what was it? Was it so much more corrupt that it just wasn't able to continue that progress in the U.S. military? If it was, then increasing corruption to that extent, if you ask me, amounts to treason de facto, because you've already got a war going on in the East against Russia. And as I mentioned earlier, your military is just about unanimously agreed that Russia has plans to carry out a greater invasion of Ukraine at some point in the near future. And you're cutting military spending, you're ending weapons programs. I want to emphasize, because Semiogogue is not correctly understanding the accusation that's being made. He's not correctly understanding the point. It's not that some corrupt military contractor siphoned off money that was intended to be spent on weapons development. It's that certain weapons development programs were shut down completely. They were completely closed down. A few units were developed, like a few units of like Grim and anti-aircraft systems, or a few Neptune anti-ship missiles. And that's it. After that, the program was shut down and no more were built. That's not something that a military contractor has the authority to do. The authority to do that can only come from someone high up in the civilian government, someone like Zelensky. That's the point here. So he's not correctly addressing the actual argument that's being made.
Well, Zelensky doubtless is an utterly corrupt creature. And while Ukraine is doubtless an utterly corrupt place, though to be fair, almost every country is these days, what's more implausible? Tell me that Zelensky really was or is working for the Russians, and that his being an agent of the Russians is the main reason for Russian successes in the south and east of Ukraine, or that there really are significant pro-Russian factions and populations, even amounting to a majority, in some of the places where the cities do appear to have capitulated quickly, and political forces, if not military as well, do seem to have facilitated Russian advances, or at least not contested them.
No. No. All right, listen. When it comes to the local government, when it comes to local officials in places like Kherson and Zaporizhia, it's not even speculative that there were pro-Russian collaborators. We have direct evidence of this. On my original video showing the Chernovil interview segment, I pinned a comment where I included links to a great many videos and channels. And one of those links, or two of them rather, went to videos put up by a Ukrainian investigative journalism channel called Slidstvo.info, where they called up Russian collaborators in Kherson and found them and asked them. These were people in the local administration, local politicians, police captains, things like that. And they admitted in phone conversations that they were Russian collaborators. So at the local level, this is not even speculative. We have direct evidence of this. They admit it. The only point where things get speculative is when you go higher up, and that's when you sort of make the kind of more, indirect arguments that people like Chernovil make. But again, I am open to alternative explanations for the anomalies that he brings up, but you have to provide those alternative explanations. Vague insinuations are not good enough. Now, as for the question of whether there were, significant segments of the population that were pro-Russian, I'm not sure what he's referring to here. If you're referring to Donbass, yes, every poll that has been conducted that we have evidence of indicates that there's about a third of the population that are pro-Russian. And that is certainly not negligible. That's not nothing. That's a significant chunk. Now, you can dismiss the polls that I'm referencing. You can say that they're Western propaganda. You can say that they're fake. You can say whatever you want to say. But at the end of the day, you will have to then answer the question, what do you have that's better? What do you have that's better? Because we do have evidence that the referenda, the secession referenda or the independence referenda in Donbass were faked. I mean, there are calls between Russian nationalist leaders of nationalist organizations in Russia, and then leaders of the administration in Donbass about the referenda, where they just say to each other, oh, just say it was 89%. And then a few days later, the results come out, and guess what they are? 89%. Then in places like Kherson and Zaporizhia, where they held those more recent referenda, we have videos showing Russian poll workers counting ballots and counting votes either in favor of or against unification with Russia. And it's clearly visible that the ballots are blank and they're being counted as yes votes. We have this there directly. We also have videos of armed men coming to harass people in Kherson at their apartments and banging on their doors and trying to get them to force them to vote. And despite that, they still refuse to come out. You had, pitifully low turnout numbers in these places. Again, you can dismiss all this stuff as faked if you want to, but unless you have a counter argument, unless you have something better to present, then this is just more invidious rhetoric that you're using as an excuse to ignore evidence that you don't like. That, until you have something direct here, then that's all you've got.
I certainly know which story the pro-NATO, pro-EU, anti-Russian players in Ukraine would wish to see promoted.
Okay, so whatever story the pro-NATO, pro-EU, pro-US faction in Ukraine wants to see promoted is false. That's your argument. That's not a good argument.
And even if we accept the idea that Russia did believe, let's go ahead and accept that Russia did believe Ukraine would rapidly roll over. What's more implausible? The idea that Zelensky was working for the Russians and tried to give them what they wanted, all while under the surveillance of his US masters, only to be stopped by the heroic efforts of patriotic military factions who opposed him, or the idea that Ukraine and NATO faked this fake this receptivity to Russian manipulations behind the scenes in order to deceive the Russians and gain a number of advantages thereby in the early phases of the war. Mearsheimer, if I remember correctly, talked about how a war between Russia and Ukraine would be a great way to get Russia bogged down in such a fashion that the conflict would eventually cause Russia, or at least its current to collapse. According to this interpretation, NATO and Ukraine might have wished for Russia to be misled in this way. Not my preferred explanation, I'll be honest, but it's more plausible than the idea that Zelensky could get away with what Ivan suggests while constantly under the eye, the watchful eye, the very fucking watchful eye of his American handlers.
Once again, you're not proving this, you're just assuming this. I made this point earlier. Yes, I agree that Russia and the West are constantly jostling with one another and trying to influence the Ukrainian government, but you're just assuming that the West wins in all of these conflicts or even in a significant majority of them. That's by no means obvious. Okay, there are extensive networks of pro-Russian corruption and collaboration within various parts of the Ukrainian government that are associated with Russia. That's been the case going back decades. That's been the case going back to 1991, from day one, from the moment Ukraine declared independence and the Soviet Union broke up. That's been the case. So I mean, again, this is just more rhetoric. This is not an argument.
In short, it looks to me as though the Taras Chornovil narrative is most likely about explaining away the fact that a majority of the population in some regions of Ukraine does feel they'd be better off under Russia than the.
Again, there's no evidence of this. Again, every piece of evidence that we do have that people have been allowed to examine. I mean, yes, the Russians have their referenda, but look, you can literally see on video that they're counting blank ballots as yes votes. It's clearly visible. This is the other thing with certain aspects of Russian propaganda, where they will lie to you. They will blatantly lie to you. And they know they're lying. They know they're lying, and they don't care. But again, if you want to assert the contrary, you need to provide evidence. Vague insinuations like this are not evidence. They're not arguments. No one is under any obligation to accept this. This is, again, this kind of just knee-jerk skepticism of everything that's pro-Western. You may get mad at this. You may say, well, you're just dismissing that I'm just dismissing you as playing some stupid opposite day game. But if you weren't doing that, you would provide counter evidence. You wouldn't just insinuate something and think that that's sufficient.
U.S., NATO, and Zelensky. Bear in mind that this is a view supported and corroborated by centuries of history in the region, which has long been divided between pro-Russian and anti-Russian groups, literally for centuries. Also, consider what's likely to come out over time about Zelensky and his corruption. Is it so hard to imagine that certain parties with whom Zelensky and the Ukrainian government had extensive corrupt dealings would wish to set the stage for his corruption to be associated with Russia, rather than with a rather more obvious and extensively documented relationship?
Well, again, only more obvious and extensively documented because you have access to a selective sliver of information. It only seems that way to you. It is not that way, in fact. All right? This is why it's important to know the language when you're analyzing these things. Again, once again, I feel like a broken record here, and I apologize to anyone who's bored by this at this point, but this is just more vague insinuation. These are not arguments.
The one with the fucking United States.
Again, if you want to rebut the Chornovil thesis, you have to provide alternative explanations for the anomalies that he presents. Why were all the weapons programs shut down? Why are Generals Krivonos and Marchenko under criminal investigation, despite their actions in stopping the Russians from advancing at critical junctures? Why has Tatiana Chornovol, why is she under criminal investigation after she moved a warehouse of Stugnas, the Ukrainian anti-tank weapon? Why is it that she's under criminal investigation after taking these weapons and moving them away from a warehouse just before the Russians initiated an airstrike against it? So she saved these weapons, and the Zelensky government repays her by investigating her. Why had the areas around Kiev, which had been cluttered with mines, why did Zelensky order these mines to be removed just before the invasion, thus making it easier for Russia to invade? Why did he order the brigade stationed to defend Kharkiv to leave? What's your explanation for this? These are things that happened, and they need to be explained. Chornovil has one explanation. If you have another, please tell me what it is.
Again, it's not hard to imagine which narrative of corruption the pro-NATO, pro-EU, and anti-Russian players in Ukraine would wish to see promoted. And just to underscore how many ways one can look at this, I can also imagine a scenario where Russia itself would wish to push the narrative that Zelensky is corrupt and working with them. I therefore wouldn't rule out the possibility Russia could be behind this narrative, behind the idea that the Ukrainian government and military are at odds and the current civilian leadership can't be trusted. It would drive a serious wedge into things. Not the most likely scenario, not my favorite one, but another one that cannot be dismissed out of hand. In any case, it's impossible to determine anything with certainty. A lot of this is guesswork. It's guesswork based on guesswork. Nevertheless, in my view, it doesn't seem that the hypothesis, I can't fucking speak tonight, that the hypothesis of Zelensky's collusion with Russia as presented is the most likely scenario. It doesn't seem to me that the failure of the Ukrainian military to prepare properly can be best explained by Zelensky working with the Russians. That the failure to capture Wagner mercenaries, that the failure of some Ukrainian units to hold their positions against Russians, that the ease with which Russians entered some cities all comes down to Zelensky working with Putin or whatever.
Well, again, that's not an accurate representation of what the claims are. It's not that the Ukrainian military failed to capture some Wagner mercenaries. No. It's that at one point, the Ukrainian military was poised to launch a strike on Wagner mercenaries. And before it did so, Andriy Yermak, the head of the office of the president, the main villain in this narrative, really, I guess, second only to Zelensky himself, went to Belarus and leaked this information. The information then found its way into Russia. The Wagner Group mercenaries discovered what was coming for them, and they escaped, and the strike failed because they were tipped off, because Yermak tipped them off. There are other things. I mean, Yermak had a direct hand in shutting down a lot of these weapons programs that I've referred to. He was also directly going around just days before the invasion and telling everyone who would listen that there will be no invasion. Don't worry, nothing's going to happen. And Zelensky himself was also saying this. He was also denying this possibility. Again, why? Yermak also had a hand in preventing a major anti-corruption prosecutor from being installed. Why? Now, that could be explained by general corruption, but there's also specific things that person might have found if he had been allowed to carry out his investigation. Why is that? Then there's the story about Bucha, that Yermak, again, directly intervened to prevent the Ukrainian military from initiating the strike that they had planned to initiate on the Russians in Bucha, and delayed that plan by about 3 or 4 days, thus giving the Russians a window of opportunity to escape. Why? That's my question. Why? Do you have an explanation for this? I mean, so far, the only person I've seen that does is Chernobyl. So that's what I'm going with until I hear anything better.
Quite the contrary. It just doesn't strike me as the most plausible explanation. But in all fairness, this hypothesis too cannot be dismissed out of hand. Perhaps we'll discover one day that this is exactly what happened. And I'll happily grant that what's more likely or less implausible doesn't always reflect reality. But more often than not, it does. That's why we say it's more plausible. While there's no denying that sometimes the most unlikely thing is what actually happened in certain situations or circumstances, it's the exception rather than the rule. And in the complete absence of any certain knowledge, I'll go with what seems more likely upon careful consideration rather than what seems less likely. In summary, Ivan's hypothesis, perhaps Taras Chornobyl's hypothesis, really, it could be correct, just as it is certainly possible that Ukraine and NATO will emerge from the war victorious in every sense. It's just that I don't see that as the most likely trajectory for events. Now, this has taken me about an hour to get through what I wanted to cover here, so I'm thinking I will just keep going. I thought this was going to take me much longer to get through, so I was going to do this in 2 clips, but if everybody isn't burned out, then I will just keep going. If you guys want me to continue, fire off a number 1 in the chat if you want me to continue. If you don't want me to continue, just be silent. Don't put 2 if you want me to shut up, because hopefully the mods will then throw you out. So yeah, if you want me to keep going, if you're not burned out yet, I think this will run to 2 hours, maybe just a hair more, if you want to hear the rest of my points. All right, in which case I have to pull up my notes about propaganda as well, if I'm going to have time to cover that too. Where do I have those? Did I put them? All right, well, we'll see if we get the propaganda, because now that I don't have them up on screen and I don't want to spend any more time being a dumbass publicly in front of the people watching, though I do seem to make something of a habit of it. Okay, so let's keep going. The next thing that Ivan takes major issue with, and really in a scornful way, to be honest, is the idea that of the attack on Kiev being a feint. So what we're going to cover now is this idea of the attack on Kiev, feint or failure. And in the course of this, because Ivan uses the whole subject of Ivan uses what he believes is evidence of greater Russian losses as support for his belief that there's no way that the attack on Kiev could have been a feint. And so I'm going to discuss in the course of all of this, more broadly, I'm going to discuss the whole business of relative losses, Russian or Ukrainian, which one of them is more likely to have had greater losses. So Ivan defends his argument for why the move on Kiev couldn't have been a feint based on the following chain of reasoning. He claims feints are about exposing your troops to the fewest losses in order to distract the enemy. We'll get to that in a second. He then attempts to establish that Russian losses must have been high in the beginning of the conflict. Therefore, we know it wasn't a feint. As a further justification for dismissing the idea of a feint, he adds that there was a commitment of elite forces in the offensive action towards Kiev, which he again assumes rules out a feint. So there are several weak spots in this argument, which I'll get into in detail. But just to review them, just to review them quickly at the outset. Number one, do feints really have to entail the fewest losses? I believe the answer is no. Two is Ivan.
Again, he's misrepresented my argument at every stage, but I'll let him continue for a bit more to let him finish his point. But again, absolutely none of this is an accurate presentation of what I said.
Assuming Russian losses based on anything reliable. Again, I believe the answer is no. In fact, I go further and I'd say that he's looking at sources of information that are beyond highly questionable. Three, if indeed Russia did suffer high losses at the outset, as Ivan asserts by looking at all kinds of charts that I'm supposed to be impressed by, not produced by him to be fair, but by, again, these sources along the lines of Perun and Oryx, I think it's called, and some guy who works with downstream with Oryx data. So all these pro-Ukrainian people seem to be turning to the same sources, which in itself tells a story. But if indeed Russia did suffer high losses at the outset,
again, more vague insinuations, no arguments. It's the same pattern. Again, like I'm sorry I'm boring you with this if anyone's bored, but this is really what it is. Like, this is what we're seeing here.
The losses Russia incurred really occur in Kiev, those ones they suffered at the outset. It does not seem to me at all clear that this was the case. Number four, can we be sure that elite forces were in fact involved in the attack on Kiev? I think the answer here is perhaps, as we see with airborne troops at the airport. But Ivan's example of the First Guards tank army has a few problems. And then five, the fifth point here, even if we can establish elite unit involvement, is it reasonable to assume that involvement of elite units indicates it couldn't have been a feint? In my view, the answer is obviously no. So having sketched all this out, let's get into the details.
All right, a couple of things. He himself says, or at an earlier point in his stream, and you all heard this, that we have to be speaking in terms of likelihoods here and not certainties. So he understands this with regard to his own remarks, and yet does not understand this with regard to mine. I don't know why he doesn't understand this, but apparently he doesn't. I did not say that every feint, every military feint, always, every time, in every case, must involve the fewest losses possible while distracting the greatest number of enemy troops. What I said was that that was the ideal to shoot for. That does not imply that the ideal is always attained. Obviously, this is one of these things that, I can't believe I have to explain. Then the other things. Does the presence of elite units rule out the existence of a feint? No, it does not absolutely rule it out, but that's not what I said. What I said was that it makes it unlikely for the simple reason that if you are to send elite units somewhere, given that they are elite units and are the best fighters or among the best fighters in your armed forces, you would want them to be in the places where they could be of most use, i.e. in those places where you actually intend to do fighting. Again, this doesn't mean that it means by definition that in a feint there can never be elite units. That's not what I said. You're misrepresenting me here. I'm saying that the presence of elite units indicates that it's unlikely that it was a feint. That is what I said.
Ivan says, incomprehensibly, in my...
Oh, because, again, like a final point about this feint thing before I allow him to continue. Yes, ultimately only the Russians know whether the attack on Kiev was a feint or not. But there are things we can look at that would allow us to draw some reasonable conclusions as to whether that really was or was not the case, and that is what I attempted to do. So anyway, let's continue.
View that the purpose of a feint is to minimize losses while distracting the enemy. Well, yeah, sometimes, but even when this is the case, those losses don't necessarily have to be minimized in the place where the feint occurred. In order for the feint,
they don't necessarily have to end up being minimized, but you would strive to minimize them. And if you rather obviously failed to minimize them, that would raise questions as to what you were really doing. Okay, ultimately, this whole dispute here is really a question about the meaning of words, okay? And Semiogogue is going to make a few points about how it's entirely possible, for example, that some military maneuver that is initiated as a feint, that starts out as a feint, that starts out as an attempt to do more or less what I described, that is to distract enemy forces while putting your own men at the lowest risk possible of losses. It might be that in the course of doing this, you may discover some opportunity to exploit a weakness of enemy forces in the area where you were initiating the feint. And so you will change your plans and do something different. Yeah, that's possible. War is a fluid situation and it evolves. But if your plans change in that way, then what you're doing is not a feint anymore. It's something else. Okay, I don't understand why this is difficult to comprehend. At some point later in the stream, Semiogogue makes comments about Alexander Usyk and Vasily Lomachenko, who are Ukrainian boxers. So I take it you like boxing. Okay, here's an analogy from boxing that I'm going to give you. Imagine if a fighter starts throwing like massive, wild, looping punches and getting himself exposed, exposing his chin and getting clipped. And his coach tells him like, "Hey, what are you doing? Stop doing that. Relax." And he says, "Nah, man, it's all part of the plan. I'm just throwing a feint." No, no, that's not what a feint is. Okay, in boxing, a feint is basically a fake punch that you throw to distract your opponent with the hope of getting him to react to the fake punch in such a way that he exposes himself to another attack, which then becomes your real punch. Okay, this is like everyone understands this. This is the definition of what it is in boxing. Okay, now it might be that you might, for example, let's take another example. Let's say you have one boxer who's fighting another, and the first boxer believes himself to have a better chin than his opponent. And so the strategy he decides upon is that he's just going to rush right into his opponent, and the opponent's going to throw punches. And yeah, he's going to get hit. He's going to take some shots, but it's okay because he's got a better chin than his opponent, and he'll take 3 shots to land 2 and still win. Okay, that might be a legitimate strategy in a fight. You might even win a fight that way. You might even win a championship that way. But that's not what a feint is. Okay, that's something else. Look, this is the definition of a feint, and I'm using this again by analogy to go into the military realm. It might be that you decide that the best strategy in a given moment is to rush your enemy and to charge forward on them and attempt to break their lines, and that might work. It might work. There have been cases where that's been successful in military history. But that's not what a feint is. Okay. Again, this is like this pointless quibbling over a definition. Like it's fairly simple and fairly obvious. Okay. If it isn't obvious enough, I'm going to make it a bit more obvious. You want to know what a feint looks like in military terms? Look at what Belarus is doing right now. What is Belarus doing right now? Belarus is making all sorts of threatening moves and gestures against Ukraine. It's positioning its soldiers on the border. It's giving some of its military equipment away to Russia. It's making moves to make it look like it's going to attack. However, the Belarusian army is not attacking. Belarus is being very careful to keep its soldiers on its side of the border. They're not moving them in. They're not exposing them to attack. So they're distracting the enemy without exposing their own men. See, that's a feint. That's a feint. What Belarus is doing right now, that's a feint. And the question is whether the feint will work or not, whether Ukraine will bite on the feint. Same thing in boxing. Feint, fake punch, with the aim of getting your opponent to expose himself. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But to go in and say that, the boxer who throws wild looping punches and gets himself exposed and gets himself clipped, or just the one who rushes his opponent and is willing to take shots because he knows that his chin is stronger than his opponent and he'll just outmuscle him that way, while a legitimate strategy, it's not a feint. I don't think I have to prolong the agony on this any longer. It's fairly clear, but yeah, that's all I have to say about that. And we'll get to what he says about Oryx and the argument I made using that in a minute.
To be believable, it has to show commitment. It has to look real. This accounts for why you can't just send a pack of conscripts straight off the production line. At a minimum, you have to make your conscripts look like truly formidable units appropriate for whatever action you want to make the enemy believe you are taking. And furthermore, the losses that are minimized by the feint may well be, are even most likely to be, in an entirely different place.
Okay. Uh, so, yes, it's true. If you're initiating a feint, you have to make the feint look believable. However, what that means at best, and again, he's presenting my argument dishonestly here because he's acting like the only factor in organizing a feint is to make the feint appear believable, but there are other elements to it. That other element being, actually doing the fighting in the real place where you intend to do the fighting and not in the place where you're doing the feint. Okay, so like, yeah, a feint. So you have two competing interests that you need to balance when you organize a feint. On the one hand, there's how convincing is your feint, and on the other hand, there's how effective is your actual assault, the real attack. How effective is it? Now, yes, there's going to be some balance that you're going to have to strike between these two competing interests. That balance won't always be the same in every case, but what is the preeminent interest? Obviously, it's the latter. Obviously, it's on the side of the real attack. Why? Because a feint without some real attack behind it, a feint that's not meant to disguise or distract from a real attack, is not a feint. The definition of a feint is that it's a distraction for something else. That's what the word means. Okay, imagine a boxer who only threw feints and like didn't throw any real punches. He would lose every fight. Like unreal, unreal. All right, all right. That's enough of this. But yeah, this is, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yes, military plans can evolve, plans can change, they can be fluid. But if they change, then they become something else. If something changes from a feint to something else, then it's not a feint anymore. That's what it means for something to change. It's unbelievable to me. But yeah, the primary aim in a feint is to serve as a distraction for the real attack. Therefore, your primary focus, your primary interest is in making the real attack as effective as it can be. And the best way to make a real attack as effective as it can be is to have as high a concentration of elite units, i.e., your best fighters, in the place where you intend to initiate the real attack. Now, that doesn't mean that there won't be elite units present in the feint at all, but it's certainly reasonable to expect that the vast bulk of them would be present in the place where you intend to do the real attack. And so, therefore, if you have a situation where your elite units are present in your so-called feint, in the feint area, but not present in the area where you allegedly intend to do your real attack, then you're probably lying about saying that something or other was a feint and it wasn't a feint. This is not hard to understand.
I mean, think about a feint. I mean, it's just so.
Yeah, indeed. Think about a feint, as I've been belaboring ridiculously for these last few minutes, in a level of detail that should not be necessary, that should not be required, and yet here I am doing it.
Anyway, for those who are less challenged by the exercise of imagining how these things work, just think about it, and I think the point will be clear.
Yeah. Take your own advice, Semiogogue. Take your own advice. Think about the meanings of words and what it means for a military operation to change. And just, all right.
I can point to a website called Oryx, which appears to be run by some guy.
Oh, here we go. This is the best part. This is the best part of the stream here. This is the reason why I sat down to do this response. We're finally getting to it, folks, because I acknowledge fully that there's an enormous amount of hearsay on both sides of this war, that there are claims and counterclaims flying in all directions, and that therefore it's difficult to see past propaganda and to get a picture of the truth of what is really happening in this war. And therefore, in an effort to do that, we should strive to make as much reference as we can to hard data, to something objective, to something that is not or cannot be reasonably dismissed as propaganda or a narrative or a counter narrative or just some claim, or can't be thrown away with like invidious rhetoric, or something hard, real data, something meaningful. We should strive to do that. And that's why I appealed to Oryx. And that's why I made a very elaborate argument using it, which I don't think was difficult to understand if you paid attention closely. But Semiogogue didn't do this and didn't understand the argument at all. But we'll get to that. Let's let him speak for himself.
Who works for Bellingcat and IHS Janes, and the guy who also works for Bellingcat and who describes himself on his Twitter profile as a NATO EU supporter. He's got a pinned tweet from September 3rd. One of these guys from Oryx, this reliable site that I've been trying to do. He's got a pinned tweet from September 3rd in which he proclaims, our total count of visually documented Russian tank losses during their 2022 invasion of Ukraine reached 1,000! What an epic failure from a self-proclaimed military superpower. Neutral source.
Okay. I believe no shit is the proper response to this. The only person who thinks that this is a profound insight is you. I never denied the possibility that there might exist bias within the Oryx archive. In fact, not only did I not deny this, but I specifically acknowledged it. And that is why I specifically made an argument anticipating the objection that the archive might be biased. Now, if I made such an argument in anticipation of an allegation of bias, doesn't that mean that I was aware of the possibility of bias? Like what the fuck are you doing? You weren't listening at all. Why did you sit down to make this when you didn't listen to me? Why? What's the point of making a response under conditions like this? I don't get it.
Does this sound like a disinterested third party to you? Does this sound like someone who just might have an axe to grind in this respect? Does it sound to you like someone who might wish to, for example, inflate certain figures and suppress certain other figures and present a picture in such a fashion that it fits a whole bunch of people's pictures? Their existing hopes and fears about what could be happening or should be happening? Both of these guys, as I said, they work for Bellingcat. Go take a look at Bellingcat, which styles itself as a fact checker. And we all know that fact checkers are some of the most reliable resources to turn to, right? I mean, you and me and the guy down the road, all of us over all these many years now, if there's anything that we can be sure of, it's that we can rely on self-proclaimed fact checkers, right? Right? On what planet would anyone imagine that these guys don't have an editorial line to follow, that these guys don't have an axe to grind? And IHS Janes? Seriously? Who would imagine?
Ad hominem arguments? Seriously? When I specifically anticipated the exact thing that you're saying, and despite my anticipation of it, and despite the fact that I made an argument in an attempt to counter it, you're not replying at all, and in fact, not even demonstrating any ability to understand what I had originally said? Seriously? Really?
Imagine for any second, for even a moment, that these guys are in any sense a reliable source of information. IHS Janes? Now, bearing in mind that these guys clearly have a howling bias, I don't trust accumulations of photographs. Metadata can be strict.
Okay, let me pause here. Now, I'm obviously annoyed at this, but for the sake of everyone with an IQ above 3 who may be listening to this, I'm going to try to explain the counter argument against people like Semiogogue that I had made in the first stream, and that I'm going to repeat again, because as I emphasize, no response was given to this. None. Zero. Okay. Here it is. I acknowledge the possibility that bias might exist in the archive. And given that I acknowledge this, because I acknowledge this, I make primary reference in using the archive as a tool to help me construct at least a more or less reliable picture of what's going on. I use not the data themselves, but the structural relationships that hold between the data and which are invariant with respect to constant or evenly distributed biases that might exist in the data. Now, what do I mean by that? Let me break that down. Let me explain that slowly. Okay. Now, I'm going to go to another page here and hold on. Is this the one? Where is it? Ratio. Okay, right here. Let me open this up. Let me get this to load up. All right, there we go. So we've got here a graph indicating, and I showed this graph on my first screen. We got here a graph indicating the ratio between visually confirmed Russian losses and visually confirmed Ukrainian losses as shown on the Oryx archive. Now, let us assume that there is a bias present in this data. Specifically, let us assume that the amount of Ukrainian losses, that is, the amount of damage the Russians have inflicted upon the Ukrainian army in terms of vehicular losses, let's say that it is understated. Let's say that there's even a large understatement here. Let's say that it's some factor. It's not some mere percentage understatement, but it's something significant. Let's say it's like 2-1, 3-1, doesn't matter, something like that. Okay. Even if that's true, there are going to be structural features in this data that will be preserved despite that fact. Okay, so for example, here in the beginning, you see how this line rises. Okay, what this means is that at this time, Russian equipment losses were rising relative to Ukrainian equipment losses. Now, if Russian equipment losses were understated, let's say by a factor of 2, I'm using 2 as an example. You can use any number you want. I'm just using number 2 to illustrate the point. Then this slope would not be as steep as it is. Yes, there would be a smaller incline, but there would still be a positive slope. You would still see some increase, right? There's a very simple mathematical reason for this. Okay, this line has a positive slope, and if you multiply Ukrainian losses by a given bias factor like 2, you're going to divide that slope. But a positive number divided by another positive number is still a positive number. Okay, and therefore the upward incline, not the slope of it, not the rate of it, but the fact of the upward movement itself, will be invariant with respect to constant bias, with respect to evenly distributed bias. You're going to see that regardless, even if you assume that Russian losses are understated by some factor like 2-1 or 3-1. Now, it's true. Now, by the way, moving to the second point, that at moments where the Russians are advancing, the ratio of Russian to Ukrainian equipment losses decreases, and at moments where the Ukrainians are advancing, like over here, the ratio increases in favor of the Ukrainians, with some added time delay factored in because not all the data reaches the archive immediately. There's like some delay between submission, so there's obviously going to be some noise. But the basic pattern you see here, look, when the Russians were advancing in May, it goes down. Then the tide turns on, and then, this might even be explained as a bit of noise here. You get another downward slope here in July where Russia was also doing well. And then it's September when Ukraine begins its counteroffensives, it goes up. Now, if there was a bias in the data, if there was a constant and evenly distributed bias, these slopes would not be as steep as they are, but they would still be there. Now, granted, the greater the amount of bias that you assume, the less predictive power that this is going to have, but you're not going to diminish the predictive power of this to 0. It might be that the level of bias is so high that the predictive power is, while not 0, essentially negligible. But I don't think that that's the case. Why do I not think that that's the case? Well, because we have correlations here that are clearly visible in the data, which would be very difficult to explain if the amount of bias was that significant. Okay, look at what happens when we disaggregate various equipment classes. We don't have this for everything, but we have this in some areas. Okay, Ukraine is initiating its counteroffensive, taking territory in September. The lines diverge. Russian equipment losses rise relative to Ukrainian ones. That's exactly what you would expect to happen if Ukraine was attacking. On the other hand, in May, we can see this here. Ukraine. What do we got here? We got them converging in like May and June. This is it's messy. Obviously, it's not perfect. No one claims that this is perfect. There's going to be noise in the data, but you've got a bigger convergence. So in May and June, the lines are closer together than they are in March and September, which is exactly what you'd expect to see, which correlates with what's going on the battlefield. Ukraine was doing well in the early stages and is doing well now because it's advancing and initiating attacks. And Russia was doing well in the middle stages. Now, if the predictive power of this archive were negligible, that shouldn't be as clearly visible as it is. So while I can certainly acknowledge happily the existence of some bias, it is still obvious and clear that despite that fact, this archive does possess some non-negligible statistical power. And you cannot reject this by simply launching ad hominem attacks and complaining that the curator or one of the curators of the archive posted some tweets you don't like. That's not an argument. Okay? It's not an argument. So, yeah, I mean, now if you were to try to make a serious counter argument against this, what you should try to argue, and again, I'll be explicit about this, the assumption I'm making is that the bias against Russia in the archive, such as it is, whatever its magnitude, is non-evenly distributed. That is, there are no situations where, like, for example, Russia at one time taking a relatively high amount of photographs or videos of destroyed equipment, and then in another time a relatively low amount, and this just kind of switches and jumps around randomly with no correlation to what's going on the battlefield. My assumption is that over time, these fluctuations, although they exist, will smooth out. And so you'll get something that basically averages out to an even distribution. Now, that could be false. That assumption could be false. I acknowledge this openly. But if you believe that it is false, then it is your responsibility to provide an argument for why. If you believe that the bias in the archive is not only existent, which I acknowledge, but non-evenly distributed, and indeed the bias is such that it introduces so much noise into the archive that we can't really make heads or tails of it, well, then you have to explain why there are changes in equipment loss ratios that correlate with who is advancing or retreating on the battlefield and when. Like, is this an accident? It'd be a hell of a coincidence if it was. It'd be pretty amazing. And given that we do see those correlations, that is already an indicator that whatever the level of bias is, it's probably not anything enormous. It's probably not anything overwhelming. I mean, for example, just to go back for a bit to this graph. So these people who are the curators of the archive, if they were so biased, so horrendously and horrifically biased, that they just barely reported any visually confirmed Ukrainian equipment losses and only focused on the Russian ones, the pattern you'd expect to see is a steady increase in this line over time. It would steadily go up and up and up and up and up, however slowly. Is that what we see? No, it is not what we see. So the bias isn't systemic. The bias is probably evenly distributed. It doesn't introduce an incomprehensible and overwhelming amount of noise into the data, and the data is still able to retain some predictive power despite all of these things. This is what I said at the outset. Now, given that, if you still want to reject this, if you still want to discard this and say that it's useless, that it has no power, that it cannot help us to get at anything on the war that is of any value, then you have the responsibility to provide some other data set, something else which is of equal or at least approximately equal or even greater, if you can manage it, statistical power to this, and then show how that alternative compares. If you think this is biased to the point that it renders it utterly useless as a predictive device, then you have to tell us what you have that's better. And spoiler alert, Semiogogue doesn't do this. He has fuck all. All he does is he goes on the Twitter profiles of the curators and he says that, they make tweets he doesn't like. Okay, maybe they are biased. I acknowledge the presence of bias. I have counter arguments against this to show why, despite the existence of bias, the archive is still useful. You have no response to this. In fact, my impression is that you didn't even understand the argument. There's going to be a point in a few minutes as I play this stream where he's just going to be like, oh, and he shows some charts and like he waves his hands around like that. What the fuck are you doing? That's not an argument. Why have you bothered me about this? Like that's my ultimate question to you. Why did you go out onto the internet and say something this colossally dumb and make it so that now I have to take time out of my day to correct you? Why did you do this? All right, moving on.
And even if it exists, I have to wonder about a private website that claims to be checking the metadata for every photograph submitted. How do these guys, I mean, how many people do you know who just really get into the whole thing of tracking postings of damaged, captured, and destroyed war vehicles online and manage to make a living doing it?
Okay, on the issue of metadata, yes, I acknowledge metadata can be faked. It can be stripped. It can be manipulated. There are EXIF timestamp fields that can be manipulated. And although if the person attempting to manipulate the metadata is not sophisticated, he won't match up that manipulation to a corresponding manipulation on the last modified field of a photograph. But someone who is sophisticated and who really wants to craft a good fake can do this. So yes, metadata can be manipulated. I again acknowledge this. This is possible. I have never denied this. But there's a group of people who are trying to investigate this, and that's not utterly worthless, especially considering the fact that the archive does have predictive power. And that's the ultimate point here. That's the ultimate point of importance. Now, as for his further vague insinuation that how many websites do you know that are just staffed with people who take time out of their day to check metadata and make a living doing this? Well, first of all, this assumes that they're making a living doing this. You don't know this. You don't know that they're being paid. You have no evidence that they're being paid. Maybe they are, but I don't know that they are. And I can tell you that a significant amount of the greatest, most useful, most effective software that has ever been made has been made by programmers pro bono. It's open source. They weren't paid for it. They did it as a labor of love and not for money. Could that be what's going on here? Very possibly. I don't claim definitively that it is, but you have no right to just assert that these people are being paid. We don't know that they are. That doesn't mean that they're reliable. It doesn't mean that they're unreliable. It doesn't mean anything. This is why when I attempt to evaluate this archive and think about its predictive usefulness, its validity, its ability to help us to get at the ultimate reality of what is going on in this war, that's why I don't pay attention to people's tweets. I don't do this stupid crap when I look at, oh, what comments did they make? No, let me look at the data. Let me look at the structural relationships within this data and compare those structures to the kinds of structures that we would expect to see if systemic bias were present. And are those structures the same or are they not? Now, you can agree with that argument or you can disagree with it, but it's an argument. It is something serious. And number one, you have not responded to it. And number two, you have utterly and completely failed to demonstrate even a scintilla of understanding of what it entails. And so I am here now because of this, having to respond to you.
And what do you think, all things being equal, the likelihood would be that they don't glow at all? I have to wonder about a private website, as I said, that's checking all of this metadata or claiming they're checking. If it's really a grassroots thing, how on earth do they have the resources to do this with any thoroughness? Then there's the whole subject of intentional release and intentional suppression of data, designed from the outset to paint a particular picture through propaganda outlets such as the ones these guys appear to be running. On what planet and on what basis would a chronological order be reliable in any way?
On the point of the chronological order, what I can tell you is I've checked this for myself, and I welcome anyone who wants to do the same to do it also. You can do this very easily. You just log on to those pages at various times, and you scroll to whatever equipment category interests you, and you look at the photos and you look at what order they're in, and then you do this some other day and you check that order and compare it to the order that you witnessed the previous day and see whether they changed them around or whether they switch photographs around. Was the seventh photograph that you saw on one day still the seventh photograph on another day? I've done this a couple of times. It checks out. They don't play around with the information. They don't switch it around. So the order that they're placed in the archive in the order that they're received. Anyone who doesn't believe me when I say this, you're welcome to verify it for yourself. The archive is continuously updated, so you will have opportunities to do this. You don't have to take my word for that. Now, that doesn't mean that every photograph was, or every video was taken when it says it was taken. There are obviously delays in submitting the data, and that introduces noise into the data. But like, there are ways to correct for this, and I've already given an argument to explain why the noise, whatever its ratio may be, whatever its extent, whatever its magnitude may be, is probably not something that's overwhelming, because if it was overwhelming, this thing wouldn't have any predictive power. That's the key point here.
Who's to say someone didn't upload a photo from 6 years ago? Even if there were metadata, and I call bullshit on this based on what some of my friends who know more about this I've said, most of these social media companies, most of these platforms that would be posting the clips and photographs in question, they strip metadata. They strip it when it's posted, or a portion of it, and it certainly doesn't come downstream to whomever downloads the photo. If any of it does, it's not all of it.
Okay, sure, yeah. All of that stuff about the possibility of manipulating metadata is true. That doesn't answer the serious point, the one about the structural relationships between the data that are invariant with respect to evenly distributed bias. That's the serious argument. That's what you need to respond to. That's what you haven't responded to.
And what do we do in cases where it's just a screenshot of another monitor on which the picture is displayed or where the video is playing?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's bound to happen sometimes. I mean, you have Ukrainians blowing up Russian tanks with Stugnas, and those work with monitors. You have Russians piloting drones, and those have monitors attached to their controllers. Like, what do you want? You want everyone to be like physically there where the drone drops the bomb? Like, just because it's displaying a destroyed tank or a destroyed vehicle on a monitor, which is hooked up to a camera on either a drone or a Stugna missile or what have you, like, yeah, that's granted there are problems with that, but that's, again, just more vague insinuation. I do not claim, and have never claimed, that the archive is perfect, that it is utterly free of bias, that it has no noise present in it. I simply say that despite all of these things, we can look at its structural features and determine quite clearly that it nevertheless possesses some predictive power.
There are many of these. So take a look at their data, and you'll see there are lots of these sorts of issues. And okay, where's the chain of custody? There's literally none. If you think these guys and others like them are not intentionally amplifying and suppressing things in order to paint a picture that midwits can confidently slobber about, I suggest you take a deep breath and consider entering the real world.
Okay, if your only arguments are these kind of ad hominems and they don't even touch upon the serious point about the structure of the data, what can I say to you, Semiogogue? What can I say to you at this point? You haven't even risen to the level of a midwit, if that's what you're going with and if that's what you're sticking with.
And that's leaving aside the preposterous, utterly fucking ridiculous notion that any necessary relationship exists between the number of photos that happen to have been taken, to say nothing of the number that happen to have been uploaded, and the actual number of things that have been destroyed.
Once again, the proper response to this is no shit. The only person who thinks that this is a profound insight is you. It is not something I've ever claimed. Obviously, not everything that happens on the battlefield is going to have a picture or a video associated with it. No shit. But what we can see is that, there's some non-negligible relationship between what we can observe, what we do have visually confirmed evidence of, and the claims. The claims of Russian losses by the Ukrainians are shown by the white line, and the actual visually confirmed ratio is the green line. They don't correlate perfectly, but there's some relationship. Like, they follow each other pretty closely here. It diverges somewhat here. It gets pretty wild. So it's not perfect, but it's not like, completely going in the opposite direction or anything like that. So there's some correlation here. That's all I'm saying. Like, this is not hard to understand. Everybody does understand that obviously not everything that happens is going to have picture or video associated with it. Like, no shit. No one ever made this claim. You're just not listening. You're not understanding this. You're not following this. And now I have to take time out of my day to deal with this crap.
Fuck's sake. And how are we to determine whether a photo of a burned out vehicle used by both Russia and Ukraine is either Russian or Ukrainian? Oh, they had insignia on it. Oh, Russians and Ukrainians can't walk around with burned out vehicles and spray a little bit of green or brown paint down on them and then walk by with a stencil to spray a big Z on it or some other unit number. John, please.
The same point here applies to everything that I said about all your sort of vague, invidious comments about the videos. If you have direct evidence that something was faked, that something was staged, provide it. If you don't, then this is just an insinuation. And if you did have evidence that it was staged, I would reject it as staged. And in addition to that, I'm willing to make an adjustment to the predictive validity of the various aspects of the archive, given the problems with sampling, given the fact that in some cases the data don't arrive in a constant stream. So you might have a situation like this where, well, this is actually what's going on right now in the Kherson region. The Ukrainians have, for the sake of preserving their operational security, decided to put a damper on issuing videos of what they're doing, because they don't want information to be leaked out to the Russians. And so that's going to result in a decrease that's at least temporary in the number of destroyed Russian vehicles. Now, that doesn't mean that there is a real decrease of destroyed Russian vehicles on the battlefield. But over time, after the Ukrainians complete their operation and it becomes safe for them to release this data to the public, it will find its way into the archive. And so it'll correct. And so over the long run, these fluctuations will smooth out. And as enough time passes, you begin to see a discernible pattern. Now, this brings us back to my initial proposal to you to have a bet on this. This is why I insisted on having, a long period of time, or a reasonably long period of time to go by as concerns the bet. This is why I insist on something like 6 months or longer, because we need time for the fluctuations to be smoothed out, the noise to be dealt with, and for a general long-run pattern to emerge. If we constrict the amount of time that's acceptable, then the probability that what we're seeing within that interval is just noise and is random and is not correlated with reality increases massively. But as we stretch the interval out, that smooths out, that probability decreases. It should be clear, though, also why you should not be loath to accept my proposal for a bet on changes in the ratio of destroyed Russian to Ukrainian equipment going forward. Now, if the Ukrainians are really advancing, if they're really making progress against the Russians, then it stands to reason that they're going to destroy more Russian equipment relative to what the Russians destroy of Ukrainian equipment. And I emphasize here again, relative to what the Russians destroy of Ukrainian equipment, not necessarily in absolute terms. And so, relatively speaking, if that is true, you're going to see a gradual movement up in the level of the ratio. They might fall down temporarily because of the kind of OPSEC concerns that I mentioned, but over time, this will smooth out. So really, I mean, this does have some predictive power. It's not negligible. I've gone through this in exhaustive detail, and I'm not going to do it again. So, with regard to that, that's basically what I have to say with regard to why you should accept my bet. Now, ultimately, the decision is with you. You can accept my offer, you can reject it, and for those of you who are watching now or who came in later and you don't know what that offer was, I explained it in the beginning of the stream, and I'm not going to go over it again, but all the details are there. I'm flexible on some aspects of it. We can have a discussion, but you should accept this proposal with regard to the changes in the Oryx ratio. Anyway, let's move on.
Right. This is not a minor question. It bears very directly on all of this. Now, Ivan is probably hopeless, insofar as he gullibly swallowed all of this in the first place. But for those of you who...
No, you just didn't understand the argument and didn't respond to it. Like I made an argument and you made no response. Not a bad response, no response. Okay? Not a bad response. Not a shit response, not an awful response, not a retarded response. That would have been an improvement over what you actually did. In fact, you made no response at all.
Who are out there and who care, it's important to understand that the whole information space is vitiated. Not only is media a polymorphous weapon in and of itself, one which is aimed at us, so to speak, it's also a weapon which we are within. We are inside the weapon, as I keep saying. We are its essential articulating elements. Insofar as we interact with social media, we're not only inside the weapon, we are the weapon. We ourselves are weaponized, and there's no necessity that we even know it. It works just fine. That's why people who laugh at me about saying everyone's a Fed, just imagine if you're an operative charged with signals intelligence and you're tracking somebody who seems to know a bunch of interesting people and talk to all of them. There are all kinds of ways where you could basically take that person and elevate them behind the scenes without them knowing anything about it and create a framework that leads to the set of circumstances that you want. That person wouldn't even have to know they're a Fed and they're a Fed. I mean, there's so many different angles you can approach this with. I found out when I was a young man, if I wanted to try to encourage a threesome.
All right, I'm gonna pause it here right before he starts, humble bragging. But okay, on this point about the information space being vitiated and how we live in the weapon. Now, I've already made some comments on this, but as I said near the beginning of the stream, this really points to an important philosophical difference between between myself and Semiogogue and our view of the world. I've been at this for a while and I'm starting to get tired. So forgive me if my sharpness diminishes as this moves forward. But this all points to a significant philosophical difference between myself and Semiogogue and how we view the world. He thinks that the information space is vitiated. Now, what I take this to mean is that really any bit of information that's presented to us in essentially whatever way, any bit of information that we might use to construct a picture of reality has been constructed by someone else with particular political interests in an effort to influence us to believe a certain thing, right? And so therefore, what we take to be knowledge and what we think we know is essentially just a political construct. It's a construct of power. And that this is pervasive and deep and touches everything. As he puts it, we are in the weapon. Now, what I take that to mean is that this manipulation is so pervasive that we can't really step outside of it. Well, here's the problem. If we can't step outside of it, and I mentioned this already, how do you know that we live in the weapon? How have you figured this out? Now, in a moment, Semiogogue is going to get to a point where he gives his own counter argument for why he thinks it's likely that Ukrainian losses thus far have been higher than Russian losses, and he's going to make a reference to certain historical figures and statistics about the efficacy of artillery systems in destroying equipment over the course of various wars. Okay, here's the thing. I'm sort of jumping the gun here, but let me just respond to it as I go. If we are in the weapon, if everything is vitiated, doesn't that include our knowledge of history? Doesn't that include what we found in history textbooks? Doesn't that include statistics about the past? I mean, just ask yourself a very simple question. Those statistics about how much equipment or what proportion of total destroyed equipment was destroyed by artillery systems in various wars over the course of history, how do you think those statistics were gathered? How do you think that they were compiled? How do you think that people assembled that data? Now, if you're going to answer that question honestly, there's only one way to answer it. It is this. The data were assembled in some low-tech version, some pre-internet version of the Oryx archive. In other words, the compilers of the data did something similar to what the compilers of the Oryx archive are doing now. Only they did it without the benefit of the kind of technology that we have now and without the benefit of the internet. Were those people the ones who assembled that data in the past? Were they not prone to biases? Did they not perhaps have an axe to grind? Did they not perhaps want to make one particular military look stronger relative to another than it perhaps might really have been? And did they not also honestly make a few mistakes? Did they not have to make judgment calls in some areas? Were there not certain things that were unclear? Were those data not vitiated? Yes, they clearly were. And if that data is vitiated, and if you believe that everything is vitiated and that we cannot step outside of this weapon, then you have no ground to conclude that there are even these kind of ultimate, grounded, consistent, historically kind of universal facts from which to make further conclusions. You have no grounds to even make such a point, because your own statements about how everything in the information space is vitiated applies also to that. And this kind of gets to how I would want to conclude this response. But again, I'm going to allow Semiogogue to speak for himself. So let us continue.
With two women, one of the best ways to do it would be to walk up to one of them alone and talk to her about how much the other woman was, going on and on and on about how beautiful she was. And then I go to the other woman and I tell her that the other woman was saying how beautiful she was and how attracted to each other they are. And then within short order, either it would work or it wouldn't. People don't even have to know the shit's being done to them. We are inside the weapon. By the way, I'm much older now. And I don't indulge in such things, but I'm trying to make my point, and hopefully I have made my point here. We are inside the weapon. This is
okay. I don't care about your humble bragging. Who cares about this? But again, my point stands. If we're inside the weapon, then obviously all the information that comes to us that may lead us to the conclusion that we are inside the weapon also comes from the weapon, and therefore is similarly distorted. And so we can't trust the conclusion that we're inside the weapon. All right. So this gets to like the basic metaphysical difference between myself and Semiogogue as has emerged in this discussion. The ability of the mind to access reality is just a datum of metaphysics. I mean, I take it to be like a basic thing that on at least some level, in at least some sense, it must be the case that the structure of reality and the structure of the human mind are in tune, that there's some meaningful isomorphism, some meaningful connection between them that allows them to interact, to interplay. And that is what enables us to perceive truth. Now, if you believe that everything is vitiated, then there's no reason to believe in any kind of systematic or definite relation between the mind and reality. And so therefore, all perceptions about reality, all purported truths, become constructs of power. There is no truth at that point. There is no truth. There is only narrative. And if there is no truth but only narrative, then it immediately follows that anyone can construct a narrative. Anyone can construct whatever narrative they want about anything they want, for or against anything they want, according to any auspices that they want. There are no rules they have to follow. There are no like rules of thought, no patterns of intellectual discipline that have to be adhered to, no rules of evidence about what is admissible and what isn't, and when it's admissible or under what circumstances. None of that. It's a complete, open free play, because everything is a product of power. Everything is a product of the will. Of course, you'll notice Semiogogue doesn't believe this consistently. In actual fact, what he appears to believe is that we're all inside the weapon, except when we want to make claims that are favorable to the Russian side. Then, magically, we have the ability somehow to temporarily step outside of the weapon and access reality and access these things that he alleges are historical universals. But then, as soon as we're done doing that, we go back into the weapon and everything's vitiated again. Now, to be clear, I don't believe that there are no historical universals of the type that he points to. What he says about artillery, what he's about to say about artillery being responsible for the vast majority of all equipment destruction during various wars is interesting, and I accept it, and I feel no need to cast vague suspicion upon it and reject it. Okay. I accept that as something to consider and something important. What I don't understand, what I genuinely am mystified about, is why Semiogogue does so, given the rest of his worldview. Like he shouldn't believe this. This is obviously inconsistent with the rest of his worldview. How can you believe that everything is vitiated, and then you believe that there are these ultimate, final historical facts that are universal and that hold across time? How are those things consistent with each other? Answer: they aren't. But again, this skepticism is only selectively applied, which goes back to my original accusation that a lot of this distant right analysis of the Ukrainian war is just knee-jerk anti-Westernism. It's just a knee-jerk desire to think the opposite of whatever the West is saying. On we go.
What weaponized social media is all about. It's a mechanism to shape opinion. Anyone who doesn't thoroughly understand this should unsubscribe from this channel right now. Go elsewhere. Be gone. Go away. Depart. Make yourself scarce. This is why I try to look for timeless, or at least long-standing features of whatever subject is under consideration. This is why I pay little or no attention to dubious clips of people setting up beds in forests.
Well, I already responded to this. How do you know that there are timeless aspects of historical reality? How do you know that there are such patterns if everything is vitiated? Isn't the information that led you to conclude that these patterns exist also vitiated? If not, why not?
There's a lot of information out there, and because of the problems with signal-to-noise ratio and the integrated weaponization of various mediums integrated, I choose to give most of my attention to long-standing themes, geographic constants, resource issues, historical ethnic conflicts, and things like that. And to be fair, I also look at maps of Ukraine produced by pro-Russian and pro-Ukrainian sources. I do so simply because they're being produced by both sides, and they can be compared to determine very rough dispositions, of course with a time delay in almost all cases. Anyway, there's nothing at all to link the estimated casualties in a given period with a given region, even if the estimates were reliable, which they are not. Literally nothing at all. At the same time,
again, you're ignoring the actual argument I made for why there is some reliability and some predictability to this. I went through this. I'm not going to go through it again. Anyone who wants to hear me talk about it again can listen to the portion of the stream where I describe this again. But again, I feel like a broken record here, but these are not arguments. These are not arguments.
References a spike in losses, which he rather incomprehensibly elects to associate with Ukraine. No. Sorry. I think he incomprehensibly elected to associate them with Russia. Otherwise, what I'm saying here wouldn't make sense, and I have to go back and look into his video again. But he was pointing to spikes at the beginning of this, at the outset of the Russian offensive, and he shows how different lines, they go up and they go down. And look at the lines, believe me.
See, this is argument. Different lines go up and go down. You're a genius, man. You're an absolute genius. I'm in awe of your brilliance. What a masterful, what an amazing counter argument. Wow, you literally understood everything that I said, and you effortlessly dispatched it. I feel utterly bitch slapped right now. Wow, I could never compare to your scintillating genius. I abhor myself and repent in dust and ashes for ever saying anything bad about you. Dear God, how awful of me, how stupid I am. I crumble in the fetal position, in awe of your genius. Wow, different lines, they go up and they go down. Fuck.
But he shows how there is a correspondence sometimes between reports of casualties and the number of damaged weapons that we see, right? At the same time, he references a spike in those kind of losses, which he associates with Russia. Pardon me, I shouldn't have said Ukraine. We know that Russia was taking over much of Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. Would a large-scale offensive across all of these regions correlate with a spike in casualties? You think? Maybe? So again, for those who haven't been following this, I'm sorry, in this section I'm a little bit disjointed. What Ivan's basically been saying is that there's no way.
No, see, you misunderstand the point again. They were taking over areas of Donetsk and Luhansk at the times when the ratio was shrinking, and when the different reports, the disparities of the various equipment losses were shrinking, not growing, shrinking. What you're responding to is literally the opposite of what I said. Awesome freeze frame, by the way. Love it. But yeah, what you're responding to is literally, it's not only not what I said, it's the opposite of what I said. There's no comprehension of the actual point being displayed here. I've said this a billion times now, but I can't hammer this home enough. My God. Ugh.
Way it could have been a feint, because a feint is something that you do in order not to lose men.
No, you don't do it in order not to lose men. You do it in order to distract the enemy while trying not to lose men. Difference.
So they lost a bunch of men because, look, these Bellingcat IHS Janes guys have posted a bunch of photographs, which they've decided there are more of them of damaged Russian equipment than there are of damaged Ukrainian equipment. So that's how we know.
Not an argument. Explain why the archive has predictive validity. If you can't explain it, shut the fuck up. That's it. Period. The end.
And so basically he's trying to say, look, there was a big spike in losses. So they must have been serious about Ukraine because they lost men there and it couldn't have been a feint. But what I'm saying is, how do we know that the casualties in question came from the Ukraine region? Literally, they were invading Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson at the same time and trying to push against heavy fortifications in Donetsk. So you think there might have been a spike in casualties at the moment that somebody launches an offensive for the first time in the first couple of weeks? And anyway, why on earth are we to imagine that a feint can entail losses?
No one is imagining that. What I am saying is that there should be an effort done. There should be an effort made to minimize losses. And what you certainly shouldn't see is the Russian army just blatantly exposing its men to getting BTFO'd, which is what we saw in the Kiev offensive.
And are these equipment losses associated strictly with the Kiev operation, whatever it was? Well, we've got geolocation in some cases, and we've got dates. Go look at the photos. anyone who has any doubt about it, go look at the photos. Yeah, I'm sure that there are some cases where they can be associated with a specific terrain feature, but there's no way to be sure that they're not duplicates for all their blathering about metadata. There's no way to be sure that it couldn't be Russian equipment painted to look like Ukrainian, or Ukrainian equipment painted to look like Russian. There's,
Again, if you have evidence of this in any specific case, provide it. And this still does not constitute an answer to the general point of the predictive validity of the archive.
There are many serious problems with it, though, of course, as I'm acknowledging here, some of those photos are doubtless real, but they don't provide us with a basis for making determinations about relative losses. There's no reliable way to establish this.
Well, no, I allege that it is reliable because the archive has predictive validity. It's correlated with the advances or retreats of one side or another at about the time that you would expect those things to be reflected. Like, things roughly match up. They do. This is just, I'm repeating myself here because, dear God.
Ivan's self-important data kabuki, it's all over the place. Showing lines and charts is all well and good, but I've seen all kinds of lines and charts relating to the COOF.
I've seen all kinds of charts relating to the COOF. Therefore, no chart is valid, and we can't extrapolate anything from data. What? Okay. I'm reminded of,
and the same thing applies.
Oh, sorry. I'm reminded of videos that Ryan Falk had once made in the past, where he would respond to arguments against race realism, which went basically as follows: that most experts in the field, biological anthropologists, for example, or even cultural anthropologists, rejected the existence of race as a meaningful biological category. And although he went on to respond to that argument and showed various expert surveys and so on, he made a much more important point before ever doing that, which is that, look, if you actually understand the arguments relating to genetics and to why, race is a meaningful biological category, why you can separate human groups into meaningful genetic clusters, and why those happen to correspond to the various colloquially recognized racial groups, and that you can do this by looking at multiple genetic loci and their interrelations and how clustered together they are. If you understand this, then you don't need to care. You don't need to even pay attention to what the experts are saying. If you understand the topic, if you understand the information, then it's not even important what one person or another says. You just look at the information and you come to an evaluation yourself. And that's the instance here. Like, to be perfectly honest with you, it didn't even occur to me to look at the Twitter posts of the people who compiled the Oryx archive, because who gives a shit about their Twitter posts? What I care about is, are their data, are the data good? Are they reliable? Does it have predictive validity? The answer is yes. I don't care about the Twitter posts. And you're here talking about what they posted on Twitter?
Your charts are only as good as your data. So yeah, the Russians probably took high losses in the early days. They invaded a country. So what? Your
charts are only as good as your data. Well, that's why I'm making reference to structural relationships between the data rather than just the data themselves. That's a different type of property. That's on a different level. That's a structural invariant, at least with respect to evenly distributed bias. I explained all of this.
He talks about a video that shows Russian corpses and is said to include the playing of intercepted calls where you can hear phone calls of Russians calling their family members and talking about the death toll. That totally sounds grassroots to me, because we all know that just about anyone can listen in on cell phone communications and record it whenever they want, right? Intercepting cell phone calls, that common thing that we all do. Yeah.
Okay, this is colossally retarded. This is more invidious rhetoric, not an argument. Secondly, it's never even been alleged that this is something that anyone can do. These videos were released by the SBU, the video that I was referring to that I couldn't show on screen because they showed corpses of Russian soldiers. These phone calls are being intercepted by the SBU, Служба безпеки України, the security service of Ukraine, basically like the Ukrainian equivalent to the FBI. Yeah, they have the ability to do this. Now, you can dismiss these things as fakes if you want to, but the earlier points that I've made repeatedly now about, actually having to provide evidence in order to warrant rejecting something rather than just making, vague threats and casting vague aspersions, all of that applies.
Whenever we feel like it, right? Totally doesn't suggest at all that this is a work product from an information warfare department. Totally doesn't raise any red flags. Not one. Ivan seems shockingly naive.
And Semiogogue seems shockingly unable to understand what I've actually been saying, but this is abundantly clear now.
Again, we are inside the weapon. All of our discourse takes place inside the weapon. I imagine that at this point, some of you are thinking, okay, Oliver, you just made a strong case for why we can't trust any of the figures coming out from either side. So how is it that you can claim that thus far Ukrainian losses have been higher than Russian losses, which I've said in the past?
Wow. Wow, everyone, did you see that? Did you hear? Look at that. Look, he's so close. Oh, he's so close. He's like almost there. He's almost having a thought. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if he makes it all the way. Let's see.
Well, I don't need to look at charts from glowing exploded equipment photo collection enthusiasts to figure out which side is likely to have suffered more losses. The statements from pro-Russian and pro-Ukrainian sources consistently, with almost perfect consistency, discuss the strong advantage Russia has in artillery and in ammunition for that artillery. Given that artillery is well known to produce the most casualties in war, more than any other weapons by far, it stands to reason that Ukraine is suffering more casualties. It's that simple. I've not seen one single source claim that Ukraine has the advantage in artillery. I haven't seen one single source claim that Russia doesn't have the advantage in artillery. And that's taking into account both pro-Russian and pro-Ukrainian sources. As I said, in fact, Russia's artillery advantage seems to be one of the very few things that both sides can manage to agree on. And a quick review of online sources show that as many as 60% of all the battlefield casualties in World War I were caused by artillery. It's been estimated that World War I artillery casualties amounted to 2/3 of all the deaths and injuries. For World War II, artillery and mortar fire together accounted for 65% of the total casualties in the European and Mediterranean theaters. And in that paper, I found they broke out into 64% for the European theater and just over 69% for the Mediterranean. Even in a recent 1995 study of post-World War II urban combat, and bear in mind that in urban environments, artillery is usually less effective as there's more cover and things like tall buildings and the rest that get in the way, block the path of the shell as it proceeds to its target. Even in urban combat, artillery casualties make up 53% of the total. And that's before smart munitions, or before they were heavily out there. There were very few countries using them. If we look at figures for the entire 20th century, estimates of the total number of casualties inflicted by artillery range between 50 and 80%. 50 and 80%. And given that airburst fuses, and here, as with all of this stuff about artillery, I'm very much in debt to Jimmy Thomas. I recommend you go check out his channel. It's Jimmy Thomas, Thomist. He's got a military background, and he's got some great videos on the Ukraine war. Go check out his channel. Please subscribe. But here, I'm very much in his debt for pointing this out. Airburst fuses make artillery much more deadly than the old-fashioned kind. So there can be very little doubt that it's more lethal today than it was in the past. So as much as 80% of all casualties. And when we look at some of these old figures from World War I and World War II, how much of that was airburst artillery? I don't know, but definitely the proportion of artillery that has those kind of fuses has increased. So yeah, in reaching my conclusions, I try to focus on timeless facts and on things that are fairly easy to verify, or at least I try to do so where this is possible. Everybody agrees Russia has a very clear and distinct advantage when it comes to artillery. And artillery accounts for the most casualties in war by far. Nothing else even comes close. So it seems most likely that Ukraine, being at a distinct disadvantage when it comes to artillery, it seems perfectly reasonable to assume that they're suffering more casualties than Russia. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. So let's turn now to Ivan's claims about how elite units were involved.
Okay, this is actually a decent argument. No, I'm going to be serious. This is actually a fairly decent argument, but I have two quibbles here. Number one, and this I already mentioned, given that we are in the weapon, as you like to say, how can you trust any of the figures that you found that led you to this conclusion? That's not clear to me how you can believe any of those things, how you can even believe in quote unquote timeless facts at all. And the second problem I have is that while this is certainly an interesting point, certainly something to take into consideration, the fact of the matter is you are basing a conclusion on a massive complex event. You are basing a conclusion on how a massive complex event will turn out on the basis of one data point. One data point. That's what you're using. Now, that's not wise in general. It just isn't. What you should do, and what I have tried to do in reaching my conclusions, is to take various data points and try to triangulate them together to see if combined they can produce a coherent picture of the world, if any of these things point in a particular direction. So one of these is the Oryx archive. Then we've got the videos of how crappy everything looks in Russian military installations and all we know about their levels of corruption and all these other things. Then there are other pieces of data. For example, after the announcement of mobilization, the price of tickets to fly out of Russia, plane tickets, exploded. They skyrocketed. You also had data from Google that Google searches to the effect of like how to leave Russia and things of that sort all skyrocketed, indicating a massive exodus of people from the country in the wake of the announcement of mobilization. Now, again, you can just make the same vague comments that you always make about every counter argument to your position and say, well, it's Google. How do we know it wasn't faked? But again, like, until you provide evidence to indicate that it was faked, until you provide some good reason to believe that this was, and some reason to reject this, this just becomes an excuse to like reject every piece of evidence that you don't like, to reject everything that reaches any conclusion other than the one you want to reach. So when I look at these things, like the Oryx data, like all of these videos from Russia showing the crappy equipment, like the information that we're getting about Russia's foreign exchange reserves dwindling, like the economic data that's coming out of Russia, or rather, I should say, not coming out of Russia, but no longer coming out of Russia. What I mean specifically is that there are certain key economic statistics which Russia is no longer publishing. Things like imports and exports. Well, a country that's doing well economically is not just going to suddenly cease publishing certain critical economic statistics. And in fact, in order to compile these statistics, to the extent it's possible, you actually have to go around to other countries and sort of ask them. So, for example, when Russia decides to stop publishing its import statistics, well, then to figure out what Russia's importing, you have to go to other countries and ask them, what are you exporting to Russia? And then you have to combine that together, and then you get the answer. And the same goes correspondingly for imports or anything else that can be reached via this method. And in every case where it's possible to do this, the data show that things aren't looking good. So I look at things like that. I look at various indicators like that, and they all cohere together to form a reasonably coherent picture, which is that things aren't going well for Russia. I look at things like them buying missiles from Iran, and Iran is not known for producing top quality weaponry exactly, or getting weapons from North Korea, which certainly isn't known for doing this. I look at all these things, and together I combine them, I triangulate these data points, and in triangulating these things and seeing whether they form a coherent picture of reality, I minimize the possibility of error, because the more of these different things all intercorrelate with one another, the less likely it is that any one of them is biased, at least to any significant or systemic extent. So when you construct arguments like this, you should try to look at multiple data points, you should coordinate them, and see what happens. You're not doing that. You're focusing on one data point. Now, again, I acknowledge that what you've said here could be the beginning of a good argument. I'll admit that. But there should be more. You should throw more into it. You should coordinate it with other things. You should try to triangulate it with other things. So that's what I have to say about that. Let's go on.
Involved in the Kiev offensive. Now, I've already discussed the fact that it's entirely plausible that elite units can be used in a feint. Ivan, of course, thinks that if elite units are present, it couldn't be a real feint.
No, I think it's unlikely.
As if the whole thing isn't to like trick the other side. As if everybody isn't looking as closely as they can. As if there are whole ranks of staff officers scratching their heads until late into the night trying to figure out if they're being tricked.
And as if when tricking someone, you aren't intending to carry out a fight somewhere else. Like, again, imagine trying to trick someone and then not having anything that you want to do that's connected with the trick. Like, if you want to trick someone into thinking you're attacked, imagine trying to trick someone that you're going to attack area A when you really want to attack area B. And then you don't attack area B. Like, what would that mean? The trick in itself is meaningless. The trick has meaning only with reference to the real thing that you intend to do. I explained this.
And no, what they do is they just send little bunny foo-foo and a bunch of people wearing like scrubs and waving butterfly nets and rainbow banners, because that's the thing. It has to be believable, right?
Yeah, there also has to be a real attack somewhere, in the area that it's at least claimed the real attack was meant to happen.
But let's look more closely at this idea of
and when there's a real attack, you should use the soldiers that are best capable in order to maximize the success of the real attack. Because again, the real attack is the ultimate purpose here.
Where he arrives at the conclusion that there had to have been elite units involved. He claims that we know this because we saw T-80U tanks. And that if you see T-80U tanks, that means that the 1st Guards Tank Army was involved, that they're somehow especially associated with T-80U tanks. Well, is this true really? Maybe. but I don't think so.
Yeah, it is. All right, I'll let him finish, and then I'll describe why it is.
Did a quick search on the T-80U, and it seems that the base model of this tank entered service in 1976. And not only were they originally manufactured in Ukraine back in the day, Ukraine itself operates 271 of the fucking things, or did up until recently. The information I referenced here was posted in March of 2022, so it's not ancient. If you go look at the Wikipedia article on these tanks, it says the T-80U is more common in Ukrainian service than it is in Russian, for fuck's sake.
Really? Okay, let's look at the Wikipedia article. Number one, what do we got here? The T-80U was last produced in 2001 in a factory in Omsk, Russia. That's number one. Okay, then they say the Ukrainian T-80UD diesel engine variant continued to be produced in Ukraine. Okay, so the T-80UD is, as I just said, a diesel version of the original T-80U. Now, I tried to find information on how many of these were made, and I can't find anything definite. I can't find any hard data on this at all. I don't know where he's getting this from, but here's what I was able to find. In 1995 or 1996, the Ukrainian made a deal with Pakistan to provide the Pakistani army with a group of about 320 T-80UD tanks. The fulfillment of this contract was delayed. It was meant to be fulfilled by 1997, and it was not fulfilled until 1999. So the order was 2 years late, and Ukraine only barely accomplished it even then. The factory that produced those tanks at the time, let's get the name of it exactly right. The Malishev factory. It was delayed, and there were production delays of all kinds, and not only with respect to the T-80U, but apparently with respect to virtually every tank that it made. The productive capacity of that factory appears to basically be shit, as far as I can tell. Ukraine then tried to produce T-84s, which was meant to be an improvement on the T-80UD, and that factory was barely able to crank out any of them. We're talking about unit numbers in like the single digits per year. I was able to find another article written in 2021 saying that that factory, the Malishev factory, no longer produces the T-80U. So at some point between 1999 and 2021, Ukraine stopped production on these things. I don't know when, and I haven't been able to determine when, so I simply don't know. But what we know about the production problems faced by the factory. Oh, and by the way, another thing that I point out here, if you listen to what Semiogogue said, he said that the tank was produced originally in Kharkiv. This is false. It was designed in Kharkiv. The plans were drawn up in Kharkiv, but it was originally produced at the LKZ plant in Omsk. You can see this if you read the Wikipedia article clearly, and I don't want anybody giving me shit for using Wikipedia. This is what Semiogogue himself referred to, so if he's allowed to use it, then so am I. But basically, I was not able to find anything about how many functional T-80U tanks the Ukrainian military even possesses. All the information that I could find, and I looked at this, not just in English. I looked around. I couldn't find anything. All the information I was able to find about what kind of tanks Ukraine produces said that they were mainly like T-72s or certain variants on the T-72 because they're cheaper. They're easier to produce. They're easier to crank out. The T-80U is expensive to produce, and it's difficult to produce, which probably explains at least part of the way why that factory in Kharkiv was having such difficulty cranking out units of the thing. But yeah, we have no evidence that Ukraine has more of these tanks. In fact, if we go by the Oryx archive, that claims that at least up to now, Ukraine has captured, I believe, 37 Russian T-80Us. It's entirely possible, given the shitty production standards at that plant, and also given the fact that Zelensky made all these massive cuts in military spending, that Ukraine probably has more functional T-80Us now than it did before February 24th. I mean, I've seen no evidence to suggest otherwise. Now, as for whether T-80Us are associated with the First Guards Tank Army, yes, they are. No one disagrees on this. Russia does not have many of these tanks. Granted, they're relatively advanced models, and they haven't produced many of them. But that's precisely why they restrict which units are allowed to use them. That's precisely why they assign them to their better, more elite units like the First Guards Tank Army. So yeah, if we see T-80Us, it was probably the First Guards Tank Army. Now, with respect to the question of whether the First Guards Tank Army was really present in places like Chernihiv and Sumy, on the lead up to the attack on Kiev, or whether it was instead present in Donbass. Well, I wasn't able to find anything on this one way or the other. Here's what I do have, and admittedly, it's weak and it can be contradicted by other sources, but again, or other bits of information. But if you want me to revise this conclusion, you have to provide countervailing evidence. So here's what I've got. Ukraine itself and NATO both claim that members of the First Guards Tank Army were present in Sumy and Chernihiv. Later, after the attack on Kiev, the Ukrainian army claims to have gotten a hold of Russian military documents showing losses incurred by the First Guards Tank Army in Sumy and Chernihiv. And this is the crucial bit, I'm aware of no Russian source that contradicts this. And I looked. I looked. And by the way, I can look because I'm not under the limitation that I can understand the language. I can read Russian. I can look directly at things that were written in Russian. And what I looked for is claims either from major Russian mill bloggers like Boyevik Murs or Igor Girkin or Alexander Khodakovsky, who was the former head of the military administration in Donetsk, who, by the way, would be someone who would be in a position to know if the First Guards Tank Army was indeed present in Donetsk in large numbers in March. And I have not been able to find even a statement, even a declaration, even a claim by any of these people, by any member of the Russian military to this effect. Another thing we know is that prior to the war, and in particular after the reconstitution of the First Guards Tank Army in 2014 or 15, I believe it is, I'm going off the top of my head here, it was normal for the First Guards Tank Army to travel to Belarus and conduct military operations near the Ukraine-Belarus border. So this is where they normally went to conduct their exercises. Could they have gone there again as part of the attack? Yes, it's entirely possible. And again, I'm aware of no one that contradicts this. And it would certainly be in the interest of Russian sources to contradict this because, remember, the claim is that the First Guards Tank Army got completely BTFO'd around Sumy and Chernihiv. One of their elite units has been embarrassed. The reputation of that unit is in tatters. Wouldn't it be in the interest of pro-Russian commentators to at least say something to try to salvage the reputation of this unit? Well, they're not saying anything. And now, when I say, claims as to whether, I want to be clear about what I'm asking for here. I'm looking for claims by any Russian government official or major mill blogger, Strelkov, Khodorkovsky, Boyevik Murs, any sort of important major Russian mill blogger who would be in a position to know. I'm looking for claims that the First Guards Tank Army was present in Donbass in March, specifically in March, not later. Okay, I am aware of claims that the First Guards Tank Army was present in Izium, around Kharkiv, in the Kharkiv Oblast, around there, in April. Everyone is agreed on that. Pro-Ukrainian sources agree on that. Pro-Russian sources agree on that. I am aware of no claims to this effect. And if we have no evidence one way or the other, and no one issues a countervailing claim, then that's what I'm going with, at least for the time being, until someone can provide me with something better. Now, if you think that's weak, I acknowledge that it is. The argument from authority is the weakest form of argument, and it is a form of argument which can be overcome by literally any other form of argument, but it is a form of argument. It is something. So yeah, if anyone can provide me with direct evidence or even a claim that in March the First Guards Tank Army was present, in the East, then yeah, I'm going to look at what we have on balance, which is no Russian source claims that it was. We have evidence of T-80Us being destroyed. And also, and I forgot to mention this, the former commander, now former commander of the First Guards Tank Army, was demoted and stripped of his command. I think his name was Sergei Kisel or something like that. Yeah, that was his name. The commander was stripped of his position. He was demoted. Well, generally when someone is stripped of their command and demoted, it's not because they did a good job. Now, granted, this happened later. This happened in September. But there are also claims that later in September, the First Guards Tank Army was further BTFO'd in Kharkiv. So it could be that they suffered both of these losses. Again, we don't have anyone even claiming to contradict this. So on balance, and again, I acknowledge that this could be overcome, but on balance, yeah, it is reasonable to conclude on the basis of the evidence that we actually have, not hypotheticals, not vague aspersions, but the actual evidence that we have, it is reasonable to conclude that the First Guards Tank Army was present in Sumy and in Chernihiv and was involved in the attack on Kiev. So that's what I have to say about that.
Furthermore, Russian armored units also use the T-72B-3, a modernized T-72. There's also
not the First Guards Tank Army, though. Again, nobody disagrees that the First Guards Tank Army uses T-80Us. The Russians have said this. Everyone says this. If you don't like that they're being given that tank, if you would prefer for them to use some other tank, take it up with the Russian high command. Like, dude, I don't make these decisions. This is, I didn't decide to give them this kind of tank. This is what they have. And the crucial thing is that they're about the only unit that does use this tank, because there aren't many units of that tank available. It's a rare tank.
So T-90s out there, but as best I can tell, they didn't begin to be seen in Ukraine until the spring. Now, that's, of course, if any of the reporting is reliable, and we don't really have any reason to believe it is. Everything is vitiated. Even so, Ivan's claim that the First Guards Tank Army was involved because we've seen photos of blown up T-80Us seems dubious at best. I mean, especially given the fact that they're manufactured in Ukraine, and the Ukrainians are said to have more of them than the Russians are.
By whom are they said? I again, maybe he found this somewhere, but I looked and I couldn't find anything like this. T-80Us were manufactured in Russia up until 2001. They were apparently diesel versions of the T-80U were apparently manufactured in Ukraine for some while after that, but by everything that I can determine, they were manufactured in extremely small quantities. And again, when we factor in Zelensky's moves to cut military spending, you have to ask, like, how many of these T-80Us that were there were actually like in working condition. Also, we have to factor in the information that when Ukraine sold its T-80Us to Pakistan, when it fulfilled that order for the 320 T-80Us, the Pakistani military complained that the tanks were substandard. So they weren't even built well. So again, like, how many of these are functional? I don't know, but again, the picture that Semiogogue is trying to paint here, the suggestion here is that it's just obvious that Ukraine has like way more of these tanks. And so if you believe that any of these destroyed T-80Us were Russian, you're like retarded. No, there's reasonably good evidence to believe that this is the case. Evidence that could be contradicted by something stronger, I acknowledge that, but until you present something stronger, that's what I'm going with, and that's what it's reasonable to go with.
What could be easier than taking pictures of your own blown up equipment, maybe stenciling some new shit on it, and claiming it's Russian? I'm not saying that accounts for all the images and photos. I'm just trying to point out the basic theme here, which is that he's basing his claims not only on data that's very easy to manipulate, it's data that's coming from people who have shown that they are utterly biased. It's like this Perrin guy. He has it's a very smooth delivery. It's usually in context and framing. He's actually a little more gentle in being a very strong pro-NATO shill. He's a little bit more sly about it even than Alexander Mercouris is about being a pro-Russia shill. And I'll watch both guys to see what information they have. And Perrin shares some interesting information. But I mean, he's got interviews with high-ranking brats who used to command American forces in Europe. And the guy comes on his channel and just immediately begins to talk about how I can't understand why more weapons aren't being given to them. We really need to give them weapons. There's a lot of these weapons that we're not even really going to use. They're just going to sit there in our stockpiles, and it's really going to, it's going to have maintenance costs and all the rest. So it's really just cheaper for us to go ahead and give the weapons and inflame this war further, and have your tax dollars and mine get poured into the toilet of Ukrainian corruption. Just outrageously biased parties, and everyone's like, oh yeah. I mean, listen to he sounds like a snotty little staff officer dude from Australia, but listen to him as he talks. He's always talking about what are we going to do? What's the best way we can do anything about it? And he hedges that a little bit, when he goes through an effort to make himself sound as though he's neutral. But these sources are not neutral. That's my point. So, yeah.
Not an argument. Also, this complaining about neutral sources. I mean, do you really think that a so-called neutral source, quote unquote, exists? I mean, I'm not sure what that even means. You have sources of information, you have claims and counterclaims, and they have various probabilities, and you have to weigh them, and there's going to be some procedure by which you determine what to give more or less weight to. For example, you would give more weight to direct evidence than vague insinuations, for example. uh, and then you reach your conclusions that way. I mean, look, it's possible to want the war to end in a certain way, and yet at the same time to analyze events relating to that war as honestly as you can to try and discern the truth. Like there's no inherent contradiction here. So again, it's like this is not an argument. It's like, oh, everything that Perun says is bad, and he's a shill, and you shouldn't listen to him because I don't like his accent, and because he invited a general on one of his videos at one point. This is not an argument. This is not an argument. This is an ad hominem. It's a blatant ad hominem. Why are you doing this? Come on, what is this?
This claim about having seen photos of T-80Us and thereby knowing the elite forces were involved, well, it doesn't matter elite forces were involved. Elite forces can be used because you use them to convince the enemy that you're actually committed in that area. But never mind, elite forces were involved, and we know that because they're T-80U tanks. Okay, what do we actually know, Ivan? Ivan also takes issue with my statement that I'm aware of no big groups of Russian paratroopers who were captured. Speaking off the cuff, I pull a number out of my ass, saying maybe 5 or 10 paratroopers got captured or something to express my point, which was that I hadn't seen any large groups of paratroopers being cut off and captured. As I said, maybe a few here and there, maybe 5 or 10, but if there had been a huge debacle of a failed offensive, you'd expect to see Ukrainians parading around large numbers of captured Russians. The propaganda value would have been too high. They couldn't have done otherwise. They would have had to. They would have loved to. The Ukrainians would have been highly motivated to show these captured forces and to gloat about them. And as I said, I haven't seen anything like that.
Well, I'm not sure they would have been highly motivated to show them. Remember, what is Ukraine's whole shtick here? What is the PR narrative that they want to present to the broader world? And this is, again, distinct from whether you agree with this narrative or whether you accept it. I'm just asking the question of what the narrative is. Basically, it comes down to this. Ukraine wants to become a civilized country. We want to join Europe. We aspire to reach a Western European level of civilization and of behavior. And to do this, we have to have a clean break with the Russian past. And that means that we can't, just torture large numbers of torture POWs or mutilate them or ritualistically humiliate them for the hell of it. We can't kill a bunch of civilians. Like, we have to basically try our best to adhere to the rules of war. Now, that doesn't mean that Ukraine always does this, and it doesn't mean that they've never tortured POWs. I've seen videos where they have. I know it's happened. I'm simply making the point that it's not to their advantage to do so, and it's certainly not to their advantage to do so to a large extent. So if they captured some contingent of members of the VDV, no, they're not going to parade them around and ritualistically humiliate them. That wouldn't be good for them. No, that's just false. Now in Russia, different story. But that's because Russian propaganda plays for a different audience. Russian propaganda is meant for the domestic audience in Russia. And when the Russians captured, for example, the leaders of the Azov battalion, and then went on to say that they would hold, war crimes trials against these people, and then we would execute them. And there was this whole ritualistic societal kind of enacting of a vengeance, like a vengeance ritual, basically. This whole massive, elaborate, ritualized thing. They were doing this in response to what they had made their populace behave like. This was done in response to previous propaganda about the Azov battalion, that they were Nazis, that they were fascists, and all this kind of stuff. So despite all those facts, the Russians were willing to trade away the leaders of the Azov battalion. Now, it's utterly mysterious to me why that happened. I don't know the details of the deal at all. I don't know what Erdogan did to make that happen, but it happened. So now, if you were to look at this event beforehand, and I would ask you, would it be likely that Russia would trade away members of the leaders, not just members, but leaders of the Azov battalion in a POW exchange? You'd probably say hell no, and yet they did it. So No, I mean, I don't think it's obvious that Ukraine would have an interest in parading these paratroopers around. Probably just be in their interest to keep whatever they have, under wraps, treat them as humanely as they can, and then trade them for their own prisoners when a good opportunity arises to do so.
Because I haven't. And here's what I said. This is my quote verbatim. I didn't characterize this as me having said that maybe 5 or 10 paratroopers got deployed, which is just harebrained. Here's the exact quote verbatim. And I'll be giving you the time code too. Quote, here's what I said. Charlemagne points out bizarre Russian paratrooper operations. I don't know that they were really bizarre, because everything that could be described as a total debacle of trying to march towards Kiev and everything else and having it not work could just as easily be described as a feint. If anybody else has heard differently about this, let me know. But I'm aware of no Russian ... significant Russian paratrooper concentrations. Maybe 5, maybe 10 or something. Even that I haven't heard of. But I haven't heard anything about large numbers of Russian paratroopers being cut off and captured.
Okay. Now he's going to go into a whole thing about how I mischaracterized him here. Okay, I admit I was making fun of you here. I was being snarky. I've never denied this. Yeah, I was doing that. Guilty. But can we acknowledge one thing here, which is in your own quote that you just read out, you said you weren't aware of any significant paratrooper concentrations. Now, I don't mean to say by this that you meant that only 5 or 10 paratroopers were deployed to the whole of Ukraine, but at least to the Kiev region, at least there. That's what you meant by significant paratrooper concentrations, and the context of the conversation was the assault on Kiev. So, yeah, it stands to reason that that's what you meant there. Can we acknowledge, quite apart from the question of how many paratroopers may or may not have been captured, can we acknowledge that at least that portion was wrong and that I conclusively showed that it was? I hope we can do that.
The point is that while there were apparently paratroopers involved, I don't know of any large groups that were cut off and captured. Maybe 5 or 10 got captured here and there or something, but even that I haven't heard anything about, as I explicitly said. So if it was some massive failure and these forces were utterly blown out, as Charlemagne said, and remember, I was responding to Charlemagne's point, then why haven't we seen large numbers cut off and captured, or imagery of large numbers of them dead? If I was really talking about only 5 to 10 paratroopers being deployed as opposed to captured, then why would I go on to say that I haven't heard of even 5 or 10 being deployed, and then go on to explain why the paratroopers not doing well and not being supported could have been part of a feint? Why would I explain that the paratroopers that I don't think were even there, because I explicitly say I never saw 5 or 10 of them because I was talking about them being captured? Why would I then go on to talk about the ones that were deployed when I said that it's just stupid?
Okay, there's a whole tangled mess here. So initially, you believed that paratroopers weren't even deployed because you believed the assault on Kiev to be a feint. That is the logical thing to believe. Congratulations. It may be false in fact, but internally, it makes sense. Okay? Because if you believed that Kiev was a feint, it would follow that there wouldn't be large numbers of paratroopers. But then when I pointed out, no, wait, there probably were, and therefore this can't plausibly be described as a feint, suddenly you get all indignant and you turn around and you say, well, no, you can have elite units because the point is to make it look convincing. You didn't say that at the time. I noticed that you only alleged this after I made the counter to you that I made. Why? You were not troubled by the suggestion that if Kiev had been a feint, then there very likely would not have been large paratrooper concentrations there. And then suddenly you changed your mind on this. So what is this? What's going on here? Now, with regard to how many paratroopers were captured, I don't know. I have no idea. But there is abundant evidence to show that the number that were deployed is at least in the hundreds, probably something on the order of 1,000. And we have direct evidence of quite a few of them being killed. Not an insignificant number, at least something in like the low hundreds, something around that. And if we have direct evidence of that many being killed, and again, it's reasonable to assume that that's probably an underestimate, then yeah, we can make some reasonable extrapolations about how many were captured. How many was that? I don't know. I don't claim to know, but I really doubt it was just 5 or 10. It was almost certainly more than that. That's all I'll say about that. Now, as far as me like making fun of him, yeah, I made fun of him. I don't have a problem with someone making fun of someone else in the context of a response video. I'm doing that here. I have been doing it quite a bit. But I just say that you should give arguments in addition to making fun of someone, not like blatant ad hominems like Semiogogue has issued more than once throughout this.
After all, if I meant that none had been deployed, why would I go on to explain their unsupported deployment as part of a feint? For some reason, Ivan interprets what I said as an assertion that there weren't large numbers of paratroopers involved in any of the operations. Because, probably he cut off what I was saying in mid-sentence and didn't listen to the whole statement. Go watch him as he speaks. You'll see he waits for me to say 5 or 10 and then cuts it off and doesn't listen to the rest and proceeds to howl with victory about how I said that there were only 5 or 10 paratroopers deployed, which I didn't say. And he shows me a video of paratroopers going into the airport, I believe, at Hostel in order to prove that I was an idiot for saying 5 or 10 when it's not what I said. Anyway, be clear.
Well, no, you did say that you weren't aware of large numbers of paratroopers being deployed and also weren't aware of large numbers of them being captured. That was the part of even that I haven't heard of. That is, even them being deployed, you haven't heard of. Okay, but we went through this, so.
And again, I wasn't saying, nor have I ever said, that small or large numbers of Russian paratroopers weren't involved. I've never had any idea how many were or were not involved. Indeed, who on earth would imagine that only 5 or 10 paratroopers, a squad or two, would ever be deployed anywhere in an offensive like the one we're talking about?
Well, you didn't have trouble imagining this when you drew the correct conclusion from what would follow if Kiev was a feint, i.e. that large numbers of them wouldn't be deployed or likely wouldn't be deployed. You drew the correct conclusion the first time.
It probably wouldn't be worth the risks and logistical demands of flying them in through enemy airspace where a bunch of people have Stinger missiles, for fuck's sake. Unless we're talking about, I don't know, counter-terrorism work or something. If Ivan or anyone else doubts this, go back and watch what I said in my last video on Russia. It's right at the 1 hour and 55-minute mark. It's quite clear if one actually pays attention. But let's come back to feints. I also want to make it clear for the record that I said it could have been a feint. And the only reason I brought up the subject of a feint at all was because I was responding to Charlemagne asking why paratroopers were deployed in places where they were outgunned without sufficient support to carry the offensive on to the next step. I didn't say it certainly was a feint. I said it could have been. And remember the context. The context was thinking about what's more plausible or what's more implausible. And whether you like the idea of feint or not, ask yourself what's more plausible here. The idea of a feint, or the idea that Zelensky works for the Russians, who didn't think this was going to be a real war because they paid Zelensky off, and he was a mastermind able to deliver a victory to them without firing a shot, all while under the close observation of his NATO handlers.
I went into this already, and this just assumes that the West always wins in its conflicts against Russia when they jostle over control of Ukraine. Doesn't prove this, ignores the extensive documentation of pro-Russian corruption that we have in Ukraine, and then utterly fails to address the specific anomalies that Chernobyl points to. So I responded to this already. This is kind of pro forma. Yeah.
John, please. If you don't like the idea of a feint, then call it a serious operation that failed. It certainly could have been. But I was talking about whether a feint was more plausible than the idea that the guy who's clearly in America's pocket, Zelensky, is actually in Russia's pocket, and he's scuttling around behind the scenes telling the Ukrainian army to go to the wrong places or whatever, like some dastardly man who has a woman tied to railroad tracks.
Well, he did. He did move a battalion that was meant to guard Kharkiv, and he told them to leave. That did happen. Luckily, Zaluzhny countermanded the order, but that order was given. Like, that's a thing that happened. So, yeah.
And tricking the Russians and unrealistically deploying their forces because they think it's just going to be like a summer drive to Kiev. As for the whole idea of a feint, nobody gave me this idea. Sorry, this isn't it right? People are just repeating this. I've been talking about feint since way early in the war, before anyone had it as a narrative or, before I saw it anywhere being discussed. And people who follow me on Twitter can support me in this. They can go back through my tweets and find it. Nobody gave me the idea. I didn't hear it from anyone else. I arrived at the conclusion on my own. I mentioned it because it is one of the possibilities, and it doesn't require as big a stretch of slobbering credulity as assuming that paratroopers got sent in without enough support because Zelensky works for the Russians.
Again, I explained this. This is, if you want to deal with this seriously, then you have to actually deal with it seriously. You have to actually respond to the actual points made in the argument, and you're not doing that.
After misrepresenting what I said and the entire context for it, whether he did this intentionally or not, Ivan goes on to say that this is proof that, in fact, the dissident right are a bunch of idiots who just believe the opposite of whatever Western sources say.
Oh, I insist that this is true for about 95% of them, just as it's true for about 95% of the left, that they just believe, they blindly affirm whatever Western sources tell them. That's true of 95% of the reaction of both sides to this war. One side is like, I support the current thing, and the other side, in an equally knee-jerk fashion, says, I oppose the current thing. And yeah, that annoyed me. That was one of the major reasons why I came out with the video that I came out with. This does describe the vast majority of reactions to this war. It does. And you've not given me anything to revise that judgment.
I'd say he was kind of being a dick, but all things considered, I guess he could have been more of a dick.
Yeah. I mean, I've probably been more of a dick in this stream. I have been a dick. Again, don't deny being a dick. But in addition to being a dick, I've made arguments. You can be a dick. It's fine. No problem with being a dick. You want to be a dick? Be a dick. But make arguments in addition to being a dick. That's all I ask.
At least at some points, he seemed to be restraining himself and trying to approach things constructively. However that may be, I think it is fair to say that a scenario wherein Russia seriously intended to take Kiev, if they could, is more likely than one where they did not seriously intend to take it. It's the idea that they went in like suckers because they had all their hopes hanging on Zelensky that I find entirely unconvincing.
Well, again, that's either because you don't know all of the many anomalies surrounding the Kiev offensive, or you're just ignoring them, or you haven't listened carefully to me, or something. But yeah, like I said, I would like someone to explain this. I would like someone to give another explanation, and if you can give one, I will reject Chornovyl's thesis. I'll do it. But I need an argument here.
We should seriously consider whether it's likely it could have been a serious attempt that, even if unsuccessful, would still serve to distract and rivet attention on the area. In the sense of a distraction, it can serve as a feint. Remember, it's not as though a serious attack and a feint are. If you're just attacking to fix forces, and you don't yet know whether or not you might have success with that, how do you distinguish a fix from a feint?
You distinguish it by whether you in fact end up having success or not. That's how. Okay, I'll give the example again. What Belarus is doing now, i.e., serving as a distraction to Ukraine but not actually attacking, that's a feint. That's a feint. I'm perfectly happy to characterize that as a feint. But what happened in Kiev? No. And there are not any genuinely good reasons to believe this. Like that's complete propaganda, and it's something that the Russians only started pushing after the offensive failed.
I mean, this gets into semantics, but I mean, hopefully I've illustrated the point. It's dumb. It's slow-witted. It's dull-witted to imagine that you're dealing with a binary either or. That it's either a serious attack or a feint. It could be that they attempted, they wanted to see what might work, and then if it didn't work out, it would still serve to fix and be a feint, depending on how you want to define it. But under this scenario.
Well, all right. Go back to my earlier example. With the boxer charging in to his opponent because he knows he has a better chin, and so he's not afraid to take shots. Now, compare this to the example of the Russians sending in their military in an attempt to fix certain Ukrainian soldiers in Kiev while they carried on their truly intended offensive. Let's say it worked out for them, right? Let's say Russia made advances. Well, at that point, when they saw that things were working, their primary aim wouldn't be to distract those soldiers. It would be to attack them. It would be to take territory. Hence, the aims change. Hence, the nature of the operation changes. Hence, it becomes something else. That's not a feint. I don't deny that operations can change fluidly from one type to another in the midst of a war. But I also insist that, look, words have definitions. Words have meanings. You can't just willy-nilly play around with this stuff. All right?
Scenario, like I said, you could say, let's try, but we don't have sufficient forces to pull it off. If we meet real resistance, if we get lucky, great. If we don't, it'll serve as a distraction that creates panic in the civilian population and diverts military resources.
Well, again, if you were trying to divert military resources and you didn't know if you had success, you would take precautions to safeguard your men. You're not going to just throw them into the fire and sacrifice them for no good reason. Right? That wouldn't be a feint. That would be a sacrifice. Now, that might be a legitimate move in war in some cases, tactically or even strategically, like the boxer who was willing to charge in and take shots to land shots. But that's not a feint. All right.
And like I said, feints and distractions don't just involve getting the enemy to move forces around. They can also involve using up bandwidth as regards communications, media attention, satellite surveillance, contingency planning, allocation of medical care, where you've got resources stockpiled, and about 10,000 other things.
Yeah, that's true. I acknowledge that. But still, I don't think that makes a significant difference to the other points I made. Also, a further thing, the defenses around Kiev tend to be fixed around Kiev. They're specific to Kiev. Kiev has its own territorial defense force that is, again, specific to it, and that is not easy to move around. It's not like you could have easily taken the guys in the TDF and moved them to Donbass if Kiev wasn't being attacked. You couldn't. It wasn't designed for that. So if you expect me to believe that Russia's aim was to distract forces around Kiev so that they couldn't help out an attack on Donbass, well, they couldn't easily do that anyway. So, what was the point of expending resources to manufacture the distraction? And I pointed this out too in the earlier stream. This also was ignored.
So given what I've said here, is a feint something that sounds so implausible that anyone who mentions it should be scorned as an idiot who simply has an opposite day reaction to anything that's reported in the news, that such a person would have to be a shill for Putin?
Well, on balance of the evidence, yeah, I think that is something that deserves to be scorned. As for whether you're a shill for Putin, I don't know. I don't care. I don't know if you're shilling for anyone, and it doesn't matter. Also, I'm not in the habit of like throwing out accusations about people that I don't know anything about and accusing them of taking money from people just because they disagree with me when I don't actually have any evidence that they are. So I wouldn't dare to say something like, oh, he's a shill for Putin. I don't know that. I would never say that.
Doesn't sound implausible to me. Then again, maybe I'm just a big Russian shill. What's more plausible? What's less? That the Russians sent forces toward Kiev, which were entirely insufficient to take the city because they've been told the capital of the country, its military forces, and the government as well, no less, would simply roll over and capitulate? Or is it more plausible that they sent insufficient forces in order to create alarm during the opening of their offensive, allowing them to achieve significant successes elsewhere? I mean, and in terms of pulling that guy out, Gherkin, Pickle Dude, I don't remember what his fucking name is, but Pickle Dude gets paraded by everybody because he basically has contrary takes to everything. So Ivan likes to talk about how Gherkin said that it was actually a distraction for something else, so it couldn't have been for there. Like Gherkin is rating on everything. Fuck Gherkin. And even if we...
That's not an argument. That's not an argument.
We still don't think it was a feint, and it was a serious strike. Can't the insufficient number of forces moving forward rapidly as a flying column be explained as an attempt to cut off the head of the adversary quickly? Would this not also explain the fastest elements of the offensive force getting ahead of their support units?
Well, yeah, if you thought there was realistic success that could be achieved through that move, but you would only think that there was a realistic probability of success in such a move if you didn't expect to meet significant resistance. If you did expect to meet significant resistance, then by doing that, you would be exposing large numbers of your men to being annihilated to no purpose. So, yeah, I'm not seeing a problem here.
I don't know. Didn't we see some of that when the Germans went through the Ardennes? Might be that we've seen that kind of thing in the past. Just might be. It could be something other than having been tricked by Zelensky. Furthermore, even if we accept that the Russians did believe that the government would capitulate, what's more likely? That there were really parties willing to roll over after years of purges and heavy counterintelligence activity by NATO-backed Ukrainian intelligence services, or that this was part of a disinformation campaign waged by Ukraine and NATO to flatly trick the Russians?
Again, this is just more insinuation. Look, there are anomalies. There are definite things that need to be explained. Come up with an explanation for them or shut the hell up. That's it. That's all I've got to say.
Well, I'll grant again, as I've said earlier, that none of us at this point are able to say for sure what happened. There are a number of alternative takes. And it's not obvious to me that the story about a government that was ready to capitulate because Zelensky had been bought off is the most reasonable of these various takes. Anyway, so much for the subject of feints and relative losses. And we're getting closer to the end now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's turn to the question of blame, the question of the causes of the conflict.
Okay, this before I let him begin on this portion is just bizarre. This is just weird. And we're getting close to the end. Thank goodness. Yeah, this is just weird. I'm gonna let this play out. Watch.
As I said earlier, Ivan takes issue with my notion that geostrategic concerns are central to Russia's current attempt to push back at NATO expansion. He holds that all the things I pointed out in this regard in my previous video, you can go watch. He holds that all those things I pointed out are irrelevant. To refute me, he recommends a thought experiment. I love thought experiments, so let's go through this together. Ivan suggests that if NATO disbanded, Russia would still be likely to make war on Ukraine if it attempts to pull out of Russia's orbit of control. The very nature of the way he frames this indicates he's missed my point. We're actually in agreement. In some respects, we're saying the same thing. In the course of...
Interesting strategy. Let's see if it works out for him.
Setting forth my view, I made it very clear that the issues are geostrategic, that they have to do with the operational level of war. Again, Jimmy Thomas' recent clips on this are great. As a country, Russia must exert influence on those countries that control the major points of ingress into Russian territory from the west. Because once you cross the border into Russia, and even before that in many areas between Russia and Europe, there are few major terrain features that really lend themselves to defense. It's mostly, not all, but mostly just wide open spaces, as Russia learned with Napoleon and with two recent world wars fought in close succession. So basically, Ivan's thing is, well, if you're saying that it's NATO's fault, that Russia's going after Ukraine. Well, let me do this thought experiment with you. If NATO just disappeared tomorrow, would Ukraine be able to do whatever it wanted? I'm like, please, man. Whether NATO does or doesn't exist makes not the slightest bit of difference to anything I was saying. Yes, NATO provoked Russia. But it's not because it's NATO. It's because NATO is moving to carve off for itself a buffer state over which Russia has historically maintained control as its buffer state.
Okay, no, it is you who are misunderstanding me. It is you who are misunderstanding me. You're harping far too much on the name NATO instead of what it represents. Okay, if you don't want me to refer simply to NATO, think of it as any countervailing imperial power which might compete with Russia for colonies. And you can call it whatever you want. You can call it NATO. You can call it America. You can call it crap on a stick. Doesn't matter what you call it. Okay? If there is any countervailing power which competes with Russia for colonies, and if your belief is that only geostrategic concerns, that is, only concerns over territory or who might invade Russia or who might pose a security threat to Russia or things of that nature, only those things influence Russia's behavior, then if that countervailing imperial power were to disappear, such that Russia would be completely unchallenged on the world stage and no one could threaten its security, would it still invade Ukraine? Now, if what you believe is correct, then you have to argue that the answer is no, it would not invade Ukraine, or at the very least, you'd have to argue that it would be less likely that it would invade Ukraine. But that's obviously false. Obviously, it would still invade Ukraine. If anything, it would be more likely to invade Ukraine now that there's no deterrent that exists to prevent it from doing so. All right. It seems there's a misunderstanding here about the distinction that I'm drawing between geostrategic concerns and what I just called generally the lust for imperialism or the lust for conquest. Okay, geostrategic concerns would be things like your security, whether your country is exposed to invasion or not, how many resources your country is able to control, the total amount of wealth that it's able to extract from money, things of that sort. The lust for imperialism is just the pleasure of conquering someone just for fun, just for the hell of it, just for shits and giggles. So, in a situation where Russia's security was not under any threat because NATO didn't exist and because no countervailing power of comparable strength to it existed, then Russia would have no security concerns. There would be no threat of invasion. And yet, despite this, I'm convinced it would still attack Ukraine. In fact, I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it because, as I said earlier when I discussed this, Russia regards the mere existence of an independent Ukrainian state as an insult. And it's an insult that they cannot allow to stand. Now, if all of these threats to Russian security, all of them, every conceivable threat, not just NATO, but any other hypothetical threat that you might want to make up, if that all disappeared, then if you're correct that geostrategic concerns provide an exhaustive explanation for Russia's behavior, then it shouldn't have any desire to invade Ukraine anymore. And if you think that Russia would not have any desire to invade Ukraine under those circumstances, then I have to insist that you simply don't understand the region.
That's it. End of story.
Yeah, that's it. End of story.
Likewise, if NATO on the sly came into the Caucasus, in the region of the most important year-round passes through the mountains, and this is all stuff, again, I talked about in my last video, Russia would be provoked, as indeed they were in 2008. But it wouldn't matter if it were NATO, Mickey Mouse, or being the merciless in any.
Yeah. You're the only one who's harping on the name NATO rather than what it represents, namely a countervailing imperial power. You're the one doing this, not me. Now, I said NATO because NATO is the historical and current instantiation of that, but it's perfectly obvious that that point can be extended and implied in general to any hypothetical imperial power besides NATO. Like, this is obvious. This is not anything profound. And doing so does not modify the thought experiment in any significant way, nor does it modify the conclusions that are to be drawn from it. So no, I have to insist, like, you're just not understanding me here. You're just not able to follow me here. That's what this is. That's all this is.
In case they would be provoked. The provocation for Russia was Ukraine moving beyond its control. Ivan and I are in agreement here. And before anyone begins pointing at the screen like Leonardo DiCaprio in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, yes, I know that isn't fair. Yes, I know this screws those Ukrainians who want an independent country. Moral considerations don't affect my attempts to analyze the facts on the ground. I don't take a position in this respect. As I've said many times, I don't think Russia's my friend. I'd be broadly sympathetic with the Ukrainians if it weren't for the fact that I have to pay for their fucking misadventures. We've got 87,000 new IRS agents coming online to ensure that we pay and pay and pay. Meanwhile, Ivan's over here saying, oh, don't worry about it. This stuff that they're talking about how things are going to be rough in the winter, that's just Russian propaganda. It's inflated. It's ridiculous. Now, yes, it will be a little bit annoying. That's what Ivan says. Don't worry about it. It'll be a little bit annoying. A little bit annoying. I'm supposed to accept from a Ukrainian who shouts about Slava Mama something at the end of his clips, who's that pro-Ukrainian.
All right, let me pause it here again. again, this is more misrepresentation of my position. Yes, I did use the words that it would be slightly or somewhat annoying through the winter because people in Europe would have to pay higher energy prices. I did say those words, but I also made an argument for my position. And you did not address this. And the argument was very simple. Look at the fundamentals. Let's do this again. Let's just, for the sake of an exercise, for the sake of pointing this out, natural gas prices in Europe. Okay, let's go. Let's have a look. What are they? Da, 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 da. Okay, 127 euros, 127.15. Okay, that's still significantly up from where it was in late February. Well, actually, you know what? Not even that's okay. Yeah, that's still up. It was from 80, 90 or so, let's say. That's still up, but it's not here anymore. It's well down off of its high. Now, yes, there are aspects of the energy market in Europe that are bizarre and that prevent these price adjustments from taking effect immediately. They have this weird system where, like, the least efficient producer is the one who sets the price for everybody. It's like really stupid. I don't know why they do that, but that's what they do. And so therefore it's going to take a while for this dip in the price to have an effect. But the reason that this dip in price happened is because storage capacity is increasing, because Europe is managing to find ways to get energy without relying on Russia. It's doing this with a reasonable amount of success. And the market is beginning to realize that it has overreacted, that it has overestimated Russia's importance and its power in the geopolitical arena. And yeah, people are just starting to realize this. So I made an argument. The argument was, look at the fundamentals. Yeah, it's probably not going to adjust quite in time, and you're gonna pay higher prices if you live in Europe, and it's gonna suck for a while. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. But this stuff about, like, for example, people freezing in their homes, or them, like, dying in winter because they can't heat their homes at all, that's Russian propaganda. That's lurid nonsense. So yes, you're going to pay higher prices, but you'll get through it and it'll be fine, and the market will adjust. And frankly, every indication is that eventually Russia is just going to become irrelevant in this area. It's not going to matter. Europe has demonstrated pretty conclusively that Russia needs Europe and that Europe does not need Russia. It can survive without it. So, yeah, I made an argument to this effect. Oh, by the way, just one aside here, quick aside. On my original video with the Chernobyl interview, there was a man from Germany who posted a comment on that video. And he complained about it, and he said, look, I have a family to feed, I have a wife to take care of, and my energy prices are through the roof. What the hell do I care about some war in Ukraine? That doesn't matter to me. What's important is taking care of my family. And I responded to him with as much kindness and understanding as I could muster, because I don't believe that you should ever give a man shit for trying to take care of his family. And if he's struggling to do so, you should treat him with sympathy, as I tried to do for this man. And I explained to him calmly, like, look, Russia is making what essentially amounts to terroristic threats, threatening to withhold energy from Europe, threatening to freeze you in your homes and so forth. And Russia is not a reliable partner for Europe. The Russians don't honor their agreements. And so, if Europe wants to secure access to energy, it has to have partners other than Russia. And this will be to the benefit of Germany and Europe more generally in the long run. And I treated the guy with sympathy. Like, I'm not saying your bills won't be higher. They will be. If you live in Europe, yeah, it's gonna suck for a while, but the market will adjust and you'll get through it. And you'll be better off in the long run not having to rely on Russia. That's what I said.
He's telling me not to worry about it, that I'm an idiot if I question anything about the narrative he puts out. I'm the person, along with many others on the dissident right. It's coming out of our pockets. It's our countries that are getting fucked by this. And, it might be a little annoying, but don't worry about it. Don't buy the Russian propaganda.
Okay, I live in the United States too, and I also pay taxes. So yeah, my taxes are also going to this. Now, Semiogogue, you don't know this about me. There's no way that you could know this about me because you're not familiar with my material. But, like, as anyone who is familiar with my material would be able to tell you, like, I'm an ANCAP. I'm against taxation. I think taxation is theft. Yeah, I'm opposed to the military-industrial complex. I'm opposed to all of this. Ukraine had a responsibility to be ready for a Russian invasion. The military brass all knew it was coming, and Ukraine failed to prepare. It failed to get its shit together, to get all of the Russian quislings that were infesting the government out of the government, and Ukraine absolutely bears responsibility for this. This is their fault. And without NATO's assistance, without the help from the US and Europe and all the rest of them, Ukraine would be fucked. It's completely their fault. And I don't gainsay this in the least. I don't think that Ukraine is entitled to assistance. There are some Ukrainians, quite a few, who insist rather stridently and arrogantly, to be perfectly honest with you, oh, why aren't you giving us more weapons? Why aren't you giving us more? You're not entitled to the things you've gotten. The things you've gotten already at this point are a gift, and you should be grateful for them. You should have been ready, and you weren't ready, and that's your fault. You knew that you lived next to these lunatics. You knew that you lived next door to a terrorist state, and you had a responsibility to prepare, and you failed. That's completely Ukraine's fault. So, yes, I agree. Look, ideally, I wouldn't want it to be this way. I would prefer if Ukraine had its own defenses ready to go and were able to take care of itself. I had even mentioned in my previous stream an additional thought experiment to refute the contention that NATO expansion is entirely to blame for the outbreak of this war. That if there were a hypothetical agreement in which Ukraine would be given nuclear weapons and Russia would be prohibited from interfering in Ukrainian politics, but in exchange, Ukraine would forever swear off joining NATO, I would accept that agreement. I would accept that agreement and would, in fact, prefer that to having Ukraine join NATO, because if Ukraine had its own nuclear weapons and was able to defend its own territorial sovereignty properly, then it could stave off attacks both by Russia and by the West. And that is by far what I would prefer. But that's not what we're going to get right now. That's not how history has turned out, unfortunately. And so Ukraine has to choose its master. Does it choose Russia or the West? Now, I know the West and I know Russia, and Russia is worse. Yes, things will not be, it's not going to be a rose garden in Ukraine when the West comes over and begins exerting its influence in earnest over Ukraine. There are going to be things. I mean, Ukrainians are probably going to be used as cheap labor throughout Europe, and some of that's going to be undignified and less than ideal. But if Russia were to conquer Ukraine, it would turn Ukraine into a concentration camp. So from the Ukrainian perspective, yeah, it's absolutely better that it end up under the West. Now, from the perspective of the Western taxpayer, yeah, you will have to pay for this, and it's because of Ukraine's unwillingness to prepare and unwillingness to deal properly with its own problems that is the case. I make no excuse for this. You're right. I make no excuse for this at all. They should have been ready, and it's entirely their fault that they were not. So I'm not being dishonest about this. I'm being completely and totally serious about it being entirely Ukraine's fault that they weren't ready. Yeah. So let's move on.
No, I'd be broadly sympathetic. Again, if I didn't have to pay for it and pay. Again, these 87,000 IRS agents, yeah, a lot of it is money printing. It's not all the war. Absolutely. Yeah, a bunch of it is coup-related stuff, right?
Yeah, most of it is coup-related stuff. Most of it is money printing. I mean, remember, the money printing was on the scale of trillions. And, however much you may disagree with or deplore the spending on the war, it doesn't come close to the money printing or the coup spending at all.
But right now, billions and billions and billions are going from my country to Ukraine, though most of it's not reaching. Most of it's probably going back into the pockets of people in America. So nobody understands the Ukrainian corruption. Like, they probably get 20 or 30% of the nuts out of this. The real cream of it all probably just comes right back around or into foreign accounts and people in the US are doing. It's also fucking disgusting.
I don't know that the real figure is 20 or 30%. I don't know what the real figure is. I don't know how anyone determined it to be that, but I'll certainly grant that a lot of that stuff is being stolen. I mean, hell, Victoria Spartz was a congresswoman from Indiana. She's Ukrainian. And she has said, look, don't send money to Ukraine. They will steal it. Send them weapons, fine, but don't send them money. And really, even humanitarian aid should be under strict control because they'll steal it. And she says that because she understands what Ukraine is. And I agree with her. I mean, she's right. So, yeah, again, I realize all of this and I make no excuses for it. Ukraine does not have any right to demand this assistance from the United States. And it is receiving these things as a favor. Totally in agreement on that.
Anyway, as I said, I would be broadly sympathetic if it weren't for the fact that Ukrainians seem somewhat pathetically to be jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. They'll trade one set of masters with truculent and domineering attitudes, as well as statistically high levels of cirrhosis, for sure, for another set of masters who'll encourage their young girls to cut their tits off.
Well, as you've pointed out yourself, Semiogogue, this is a result of Ukrainian history and how Ukraine has been situated. It's a result of its geography. It tends to be situated between various competing large powers. And so there will always be one or another imperial master aiming to conquer Ukraine. This has been the case constantly throughout Ukrainian history. And what I'll say to this is Ukrainians are used to this. Ukrainians are used to having to fight off one purported imperial master and another at the same time. To give you an example, during World War II, Ukraine took weapons from the Germans. They took weapons from the Germans and they used them to kill Russians. And in addition to that, at the same time, the organizations like the UPA, they they assassinated Nazi officials. They fought on both fronts at the same time. They fought both of the larger countries attempting to conquer them at once. Ukrainians have done this before. They're used to this, and if they're required to, they'll do it again. And that's just how it is. That's what it means, to be Ukrainian. I guess that you're always constantly having to fight everyone on both sides, and in a funny way, in a small way, but a funny way. This whole discussion kind of proves that with respect to me, because here I am, despite my broad general sympathy with the dissident right, here I am disagreeing rather sharply with many of its most prominent figures, while at the same time also disagreeing largely with the left, so that I'm sort of politically homeless, as as at least as it appears with respect to this issue. So I'm fighting everyone. I'm arguing against everyone at the same time by myself as they're coming at me from both sides. This is like this is like classic Ukrainian behavior or something. But yeah, this is totally normal. It's unfortunate for the Ukrainians. It sucks, but this is their destiny, and this is how their lives are to be until they finally find a way to get their own shit together. Yeah, and that's how it's going to go. But despite that, like, it's obvious to me that being Russified is significantly worse than being Americanized. That doesn't mean that being Americanized is good. And when Ukraine realizes that it will have to fight against this, I have no doubt that Ukrainians will fight. But right now, the imminent threat is Russia. Again, from the perspective of the American taxpayer, if you don't want to pay for this, yeah, you're getting fucked. I have no excuse for this. I will just say Ukraine is not entitled to this aid. They're getting it as a gift, and they should be grateful for it. Yeah, that's all I got to say there. We're almost done here, so let's wrap it up. There's a little bit more.
None of that enters into my reckoning when I say that Russia is more likely to win. Allow me to repeat this. I don't give a shit about the moral whatnot. In my reckoning, which is what this has all been about, is the likelihood of whether or not Russia is going to win and what the likely losses are and whether or not the hypothesis of Zelensky being, but like when I think about any of these things, I don't give a shit about the moral aspect. I don't care about the rights and wrongs of it. Not being an old maid.
Okay, these comments are just extraordinarily bizarre. I have no idea who they're even addressed to be perfectly honest. Like, yeah, I understand the difference between a positive proposition and a normative proposition. I've read David Hume. Thank you very much. I understand that you might believe something to be the case and also want something to be the case, and that these two are different things. I understand this. This is not a profound insight. This is like, I've never said this. I sat there for a while, like trying to rack my brains about why he's even like saying this to me. And I think it's because of my comments on Russian imperialism and their desire to conquer Ukraine. Now, look, yes, I consider that kind of behavior to be immoral, but there's a clear distinction between the morality or lack thereof of that behavior and the fact of its existence. I was pointing to the fact of its existence when talking about what it is that ultimately provoked the Ukrainian war, whether it was NATO expansion or whether it was just the Russian desire for conquest, for domination, for power, for control, and that this desire for power exists independently of and regardless of things like security concerns. This is just like a natural thing in the human animal. The monkey gets pleasure from like clubbing the other monkey, and that's just how we are. You know. So I don't understand why he's even like introducing this distinction. Like I know this. I understand that the morality of the situation and the analysis of what's likely to happen are distinct. Like, yeah, I know. I never suggested otherwise. I don't know where this is coming from.
I'm fully able to tell the difference between my hopes and dreams about how the world ought to be from my certain knowledge of how it actually is.
Yeah, so am I. Like, what's the point of this?
I don't believe NATO is entirely to blame for the conflict in Ukraine. The name of the country itself means borderland. Its very geographic location, nestled between great powers, is to blame for the conflict.
Well, again, this framing indicates that you've misunderstood the point. Ukraine is nestled between great powers. Okay, suppose there was no other great power but Russia. Suppose I already said this. Suppose Russia had just unchallenged military power over the entire globe. Would it still invade Ukraine? Yes. Why? Because monkeys get pleasure from clubbing other monkeys over the head. That's why. The desire for power, the desire for control, the desire for domination is something that exists independently of these other concerns, even if the will to satisfy those desires is often hemmed in by considerations relating to those kind of geopolitical factors.
Even the term blame is of limited use in this discussion. None of this is about right and wrong. So I don't care about,
Well, the term blame has two senses. I mean, if you find someone who's been murdered and you ask who is to blame, there are two senses of that. Do you mean who committed the murder or who should be punished for committing the murder? That is to say, who was in fact involved in the murder and who is morally culpable for the murder. Yeah, I understand that those are two different senses, but like, again, why he's even harping on this is not clear to me. I never alleged that they weren't. This is just weird.
Come to in a minute, which is, I've been showing videos of Russians saying hurting words about Ukrainians. It's about geopolitical reality.
Okay. About that, the hurty words. Okay. If you actually believe, if what you got from my showing those videos about Russians making those comments about Ukrainians was that, oh, look, Russians said a bunch of hurty words about Ukrainians, so they're really bad people. If that's the impression you got, then I have serious questions about your ability to comprehend English. And I emphasize English because there were English subtitles on the videos that I showed. This isn't about Russians saying hurty words about Ukrainians. It's specifically about Russians denying the right of Ukraine to exist as an independent country, denying that Ukraine has a language, denying that Ukrainians are a real national group. There is no one in Ukraine, no matter how vituperative their rhetoric against Russians might be, no matter how much they might hate Russians, no matter what kinds of horrible things they may have said about Russians, there's no one in Ukraine, not even the most hardcore Ukrainian nationalist, who thinks that Russian is not a real language, that Russians aren't a real ethnic group, and that Russia does not exist as an independent nation, that it isn't a real nation. No one thinks that. No one believes that, regardless of how much they hate Russians. So again, this is just an utter misunderstanding. It's not about hurty words. I don't know if that was the impression you got, then you weren't listening. Because in addition to the videos themselves, I provided extensive commentary on them in the last stream.
Ukraine is doomed, as certain as death and taxes, to recurrent conflict of this sort, as history amply illustrates, because of where it is.
Well, unless they get their shit together or unless they get nuclear weapons. Yeah. Which is why, Ukraine should get nuclear weapons. Like, that's almost the only surefire way for it to guarantee that it's not going to be constantly attacked.
Russia doesn't take the independent existence of Ukraine as an insult. It takes it as an intolerable security risk.
No, it takes it as an insult. You damn well better believe it takes it as an insult. And if you don't understand this, you don't understand the region.
I'm not saying that they're right. I'm just saying that this is their view, and they base it on their understanding of history and geography. This is not to say that they don't express it in rabble-rousing ways to wind up their population, but behind all of that is cold geostrategic calculation. If you disagree, feel free to discuss that with anyone else who happens to care. Ivan then plays a number of clips showing that Russians can foam at the mouth and slander their enemies as well as anyone. Again, I don't care. So what? If you're operating off in the land of who's good and bad, who's naughty and nice, who should and shouldn't be allowed to operate in the vicinity of the Big Rock Candy Mountain, then good for you. More power to you. But I'm not going to waste my time with moralizing nonsense of that sort.
Again, if the information that you got, if what you understood from my presenting of those clips and my commentary on them is, ooh, Russians are bad people, and they said hurty words about Ukrainians, were you even listening? What on earth led you to this when I clearly explained that that was not the intention? The intention was to show that within Russia, there is a pervasive belief that Ukraine does not have the right, and not only doesn't have the right, but in fact doesn't really exist as a national group and should by right be swallowed up by Russia, regardless of what Russian security concerns happen to be at any given time. Yeah, I'll give you another example. Dmitro Dontsov, probably the most hardcore Ukrainian nationalist of all time. And when I say hardcore, I mean seriously hardcore. This was a man who at one time wrote an article advocating that nuclear weapons be dropped on Russia. And he said that even though this would provoke nuclear war, and even though untold millions would die as a result of it, not everyone on Earth would die. Some corners of civilization would surely still survive, or likely would still survive, and they would be able to recover and reconstitute themselves, and at some point human life would continue. But at least Russians wouldn't exist anymore. At least they would be exterminated, and the world would no longer have to deal with the bane and the horror and the idiocy and the violence and the savagery and all the horrible stuff that are associated with them. This is what he believed. Now, I mention this not because I endorse this view, not because I agree with it. Obviously, I don't. I think it's nuts. But I bring it up to make the point that despite having these openly genocidal views against Russians, Dontsov did not believe that Russian was not a real language or that Russians were not a real national group. Again, no Ukrainian nationalist has ever believed this. Ever. That specific accusation, that specific thing, that exists only on the side of Russians. That is something that only Russians say about Ukrainians and never vice versa. That was the point. I hope to God that that is clear now.
At least not in analyzing who's most likely to emerge victorious in war. Especially when each of the examples Ivan shows of Russians saying hurty words about Ukrainians, especially not when each of these can be contrasted with Ukrainians saying hurty words about Russians. One example would be the Taras Chernobyl clip he posted, where that guy says Russians, if indeed that's Taras Chernobyl, one of the fuckers on the camera says the Russians aren't even human, but that it is possible to train even a monkey to do a few things. Or the recent Daily Mail article where
This is unbelievable. All right, look. If what I wanted to say was, ooh, look, Russians are saying hurty words, and meanwhile Ukrainians are these innocent little lambs who never say anything bad about Russians, do you think I would have bothered to translate that portion of the interview? If that was my intention, if that was what I wanted to do, I would have left that out. I wouldn't have shown that. And you know what? If I had left it out, you wouldn't have known the difference. You wouldn't have known the difference because you don't know the language and I do. So if I wanted to lie about that, I could have gotten away with it. But I didn't. Obviously, I did that because it's not my intention to say, ooh, Russians are saying hurty words and Ukrainians are not. No. It's about who believes who has the right to exist as an independent nation, who believes who must be a colony of whom, regardless of any broader outside geopolitical considerations. That was the point.
we can read the following headline, quote, "We're hunting them down and shooting them like pigs. how the Ukrainians are taking brutal revenge on their collaborators who betrayed their neighbors and country to the Russians. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, Russians and Ukrainians are both feral Slavs. Good for them. They're going to fight it out. I wish they wouldn't. I don't think we need brother wars, and I damn sure don't want to be paying for it. But, knock yourselves out. Anyway, my point is that the ideological justifications are all post facto. None of them matter except to rile up the masses. The root of this conflict is, at its heart, all about geostrategic security concerns. If you're off analyzing this in the sunny land of Moralia, like a housewife or a lesbian bookshop proprietor, there's really nothing I can do for you.
And if you don't understand the distinction that I'm making, and you evidently don't, between geostrategic concerns and the raw desire for power in itself, then there's nothing I can do for you. You just utterly didn't understand me at all. Yes, I believe imperialism, all imperialism, to be immoral, but that is distinct, clearly distinct from the belief that the desire for imperial domination, the desire for power itself, is a motivator of human action, and indeed often a significant motivator, and it can motivate people to declare war. I mean, at one point, God, who was it? I don't quote me on this. I may be wrong, and if I am, I'll write a comment correcting this. But if memory serves, I think it was Frederick the Great who initiated some invasion at one point, and when asked why he did so, he said, "I wanted to be talked of. Not my kingdom was under threat, not there were security concerns, not I wanted to secure resources, but no, I wanted people to talk about me. I wanted them to say how cool I was, that I conquered some territory, how awesome I was." Another example, a bit exotic, but it serves the purpose. Why did Italy conquer Eritrea? Certainly not to make itself wealthier, that's for damn sure, because Italy did not become wealthier as a result of this. Italy conquered Eritrea to say that it conquered Eritrea, to be able to say that it conquered Eritrea, to be able to say to the other imperial powers in Europe, "Ooh, look, we're cool too. We have colonies too." That's what this is about. It's the raw, kind of primitive simian desire that comes from, whatever pleasure a monkey feels from clubbing another monkey over the head. That's what this is. Raw power, raw desire for imperialism and domination for its own sake, not related to geostrategic concerns, not related to security or the ability to secure resources, but for its own sake, as its own end. This is a motivator of human action. If you disagree, then you have to provide a counterargument for this. Now, you haven't provided a counterargument for this. You've simply asserted that all other apparent motivations for invasions or other sorts of imperial actions are simply disguises for geostrategic concerns. Now, that may be true, that may be accurate or may not be, but you have to give an argument for this, and you haven't given an argument for this. You haven't given an argument for this probably because you haven't understood what my original argument was in the first place. But hopefully now it's clear. Hopefully now you can understand it.
Ivan's analysis and discourse takes place on an entirely different level than mine.
Oh, yeah. You can say that again. You can definitely say that. That is the truest thing you've said all stream. Clappity clap. Yes. Oh, yeah. It absolutely takes place on a different level.
As I've said many times, I try to look at timeless aspects. I said this in my video to which Ivan responded. I've said it again here. And yet he seems to be convinced that I think it's only about NATO when I explicitly said in my first clip that this is about persistent geostrategic realities.
Okay. And who causes those geostrategic realities? Who causes those threats for Russia? In actual fact, it's NATO. But even if it wasn't NATO, it would be some other hypothetical imperial power. This is what you've failed to understand. Okay? I've explained this already.
Why else would I be talking about the fact that these realities hold true, whether we're talking about Imperial Russia, the Soviet Union, or the Commonwealth of Independent States? And that's exactly what I said in my previous clip.
Again, you just didn't understand me here. No.
Ivan also says that he doesn't see how invading Ukraine helps with Russian security because this would provoke a NATO response. Indeed, it already has provoked a NATO response. This clearly shows that Ivan lives in a world where words people say are what matter most, rather than facts on the ground. When Mustache Man invaded Russia, which happened not long ago, he and Stalin had an agreement that Germany wouldn't invade. The words don't matter.
I don't understand what this means. This is utterly mystifying. I don't know who you're responding to. Genuinely, I don't know who you're responding to. Like, okay, so you think NATO was bluffing when they warned Russia that they would protect Ukraine in case Russia invades Ukraine? Is that what you? Well, I mean, if so, if you thought NATO was bluffing, that's clearly false. NATO is helping. So I don't understand the point of this. I what is even your argument here? Like, I don't get it.
Treaties are slightly less ephemeral, but in comparison with having boots on the ground where you need them for your security, they amount to nothing. If anyone fails to understand this, all I can say is that what I happen to think is the least of the things that they should be worrying about.
Again, I don't understand the point here. Do you think that NATO was bluffing and that Russia decided that NATO was bluffing? Well, they turned out to be wrong. And yeah, it's entirely reasonable to think that it would have been likely that NATO would have rushed to Ukraine's defense in the case of a Russian invasion, in no small part because, as I've repeatedly emphasized, that is in fact what has happened. I don't get it here. This is genuinely bizarre. I don't know who Semiogogue is arguing with here. Certainly not me.
Now, I had quite a bit to say about Russian propaganda, but I'm going to drop it because this turned into a very long stream. Communications is an area where I have a strong background.
Okay, I think we're done. At long last, we are done. The rest of this stream, he answers some questions. He does some other things. He talks about cigarettes. That's not really relevant. I've discussed everything that I want to discuss. So that's that. This was exhausting. I'm not doing this again, regardless of what Semiogogue does. I'm not doing this again. This is the last time I'm dealing with this. And if Semiogogue is interested in settling this this once and for all, well, I made the offer for a series of bets, and I would like to know what he thinks about that. Again, I won't force him or attempt to force him or pressure him. The offer has been made. He is free to accept or reject it as he pleases. But that's really it. That's the end of my interest in this subject. And let's see. Let's see here and have a look at the chat. I'm sorry, guys. I went through so much crap here. I'm like exhausted, and I've been doing this for 5 damn hours. Jesus. Hello, I'm Roman Catholic. He thinks mercenaries and volunteers are interchangeable words. Yeah, thank you, George Sagan, of course. Duh. It doesn't seem reasonable to pick on the uncertain. John's son. By the way, John, if you're still here, if you're still watching, and I'm way, way below the end of the comments here, your comments have been interesting. Good to meet you. Good to meet everyone. Good to meet everyone here. Let me just read through some of these comments quickly. He projects his bad points onto others when he realizes it's a failed point. Yeah. John's son. I doubt Semi will reply, though. By the way, he deleted my comments and banned me from his channel. I was respectful and didn't use mean words. He deleted some other comments, too. Yes, I'm aware of this. You mentioned this. Imagine if Ivan had one of those foreign agent tees. Yeah, I should have gotten those. By the way, I'm wearing a shirt with Stepan Bandera on it, which is also in its own way kind of a provocation. Let's see. That face is golden. Is this due to singer in a band? Charlemagne, I'm just tuning in all the way at the beginning. I'd be interested in seeing the original follow video you were planning rather than continuing the back and forth. I entirely agree, Charlemagne. I'm done with this. I'm not doing this anymore. Yeah, that's that. So, Charlemagne, if you watched the bit where I proposed the offer for the bet, if you're willing to arrange that, that would be fine with me. I think due skepticism to your claims was expressed. It would be good to see how the claims about Zelensky being a double agent and others in the translated video you made are backed up. Okay, I will be sure to do that. Let's see. There are many more things that Chernobyl has pointed to. That selection of anomalies in the clip was only a small sample. Let's see. Russia still has the upper hand. No indications of this changing this winter. We'll see about that. Charlemagne, okay. Shania Page, some unflattering comments against Charlemagne. Okay, John's son. Charlemagne, sure, back and forth is not very fruitful, but it does expose many of the same ideas held by the likes of Semi, and I think there will be an address on the Zelensky question to stream. Russia, JB. Russia lost when Kiev defended itself and the government did collapse. They were never prepared for an actual war. Now they're screwed. Yes, I agree. Let's see. Rodion Raskolnikov, great name. Um, I'm just glad we didn't have to wait a whole year for new Ivan content. Yeah, there will be more, folks. There will be more. Uh, Peace and just give up. No, no. No, Protogenius, it's not best for Ukraine. If you give the Russians an inch, they'll take a mile, and they won't stop until they dominate you utterly. See, the thing with Russia that you don't understand is that you can't reason with them. Their inherent belief is that the Tsar is above the law, and because he is above the law, he is not he is not required to hold to his agreements, to honor his promises. And so any promise that Russia makes, any agreement that it signs is provisional. And so if you give territory up to Russia, that's just going to set the stage for another invasion. The only way that Ukraine can assure its security, and I'm being completely blunt here, is if Russia is utterly destroyed and dismantled. There's simply no other way. See, anyone who compares Afghanistan to Iraq is Ukraine either knows nothing or is disingenuous. Better to compare California or Texas to Ukraine. Well, I'm not. I don't know who that refers to, but I'm not comparing the two wars. I'm just making the point about relative. I was just making a point about relative military underperformance and how corruption may have played a role in that. This is question begging. I don't know what you're referring to there, ad hominem. Ukraine is reaching NATO because they didn't have NATO, they wouldn't. Okay. Ukraine enlists foreign volunteers as regulars in the UA. Russia enlists them as contractors under Wagner. This is projection. Yes, I agree. Lol, his hair is so white, pure Aryan hair. Yeah, he looks like the Witcher. Tautological question beggar with the invidious rhetoric. Yes. Ad hominem, if Ukraine with 40 million population is mobilized to the degree that he's claiming, then foreign volunteers would be a drop in the bucket. Yes, you. The whole response of Semi is a great example of someone who's lost an argument, is using dishonest techniques to pretend they have not. Great case study. Catch all the fallacies, win it, bingo. Okay. Ad hominem, his arguments lack any sort of coherence. It's simply anything possible to spin small details into a narrative to divide the very obvious facts about this conflict. Yes, I agree. Just basically, if evidence contradicts your narrative, then we are in the weapon. But if if evidence favors of it, then we apparently have access to it and it's reliable. John's son. Oh no, let's see. It's okay. Relax for a bit. Yeah, I got a bit heated a little bit. But hey, if you're cosplaying as a cringe mage, you don't need to be correct. This actually would be the best defense Semi could come up with at this point. Very funny, John. Let's see. Okay. Ukraine forfeited its sovereignty in 2014. They'll get it back. They'll get it back to the extent that they did. Illegal coup. We've all seen those videos. Corruption in Russia is a system. It's called kleptocracy for a reason. Yes, thank you, John. Let's see. Also exists on a much deeper level. The hearts of most. The corruption also exists on a much deeper level. Yeah, because that's you're right, John. The major difference here is that if there's corruption in some American or more broadly Western institution, this provokes outrage. People are agreed that this is immoral and that something must be done about it. But if it exists in Russia, Russians just kind of shrug their shoulders, like, "Oh, that's life. Who cares?" Let's see. He thinks discipline exists amongst raw conscripts. Once again, just assuming that evidence should meet his expectations. Yes. I can't imagine anything more invidiously corrupt than trans soldiers. How does anyone listen to this idiot? I told you, ad hominem, I'm not doing this again. This is my last word on the subject. Wait until he says the Red Army didn't even have tampons. Oh yeah, that was a doozy. That was a zinger. Any country that spends billions on its military, this is ad hominem, including Russia, should at least be able to afford fucking tampons. Yes, thank you. Okay, now if he says who cares, yes, Semiogogue said who cares. There are that the Russian army is using tampons. Well, this is like saying that a man stranded in the desert, drinking his own piss, could probably survive for a while drinking his own piss. Sure, that doesn't mean he's in good shape though. LMO still won. New with tampons, dude. Not just the U.S., British Empire as well. Third of the world funneling Soviets, and they still almost lost. At Absurd Scandal, I love your comments. They've been wonderful. Okay, what do you say? Not exactly. The Soviet army had so many reserves it would eventually have won the war against the Axis. It would have just had taken a lot more time and a lot to do so without U.S. or British help, possibly. But they would have taken gargantuan, catastrophic losses, and they already had. 30% of infrastructure destroyed, 4 provinces annexed. Fake. Okay, this is more of this. Let's see, Ethan McBride. I first heard of you via TBR when you discussed the U.S. election. I also like Semiogogue too, but when it comes to this back and forth between you two, I find you more convincing. Thank you. Absurd. John's son says to Absurd Scandal, how do you know that USSR would have won? Yeah, I mean, I'm not persuaded of this. I mean, even with Lend-Lease, even with assistance from the British Empire, they still took enormous casualties. So it stands to reason that without that assistance, what would have happened would have been worse. I find you more convincing. Ethan McBride, and I never thought I'd say that a month ago. Yeah, the whole Thomas Bodden Rees situation. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that. What happened there is what happened there, and he's gone from the internet and whatever. Ad hominem. This is a well-worn myth, referring to the allegation that the USSR would have won the war anyway. He says Germany had greater manpower reserves than the SU. I think he should have meant the U.S. I think that might have been a typo. What they suffered from was a generational gap in their talented reserves in the Weimar period. If Germany had been able to take Baku, SU, Soviet Union. I'm sorry. I've been doing this for 5 hours. I apologize. My brain is fried. SU, Soviet Union, would not have been able to wage war counteroffensives in 40. The Soviets managed to exercise Israel diplomas by bombing. Okay, so this, John's son, more comments on Lend-Lease. I'm going to go through these faster. Unfortunately, the Russian apathy could also be connected with most of them quietly agreeing with Putin's regime. And that is possible, yes. We shouldn't discount that. You're right, John. The Soviet myth is still strong there, mixed with some old fairy tales. Yes. I like how he calls out World War I and Cold War. Finland got a little help from the Germans, not much though. Yes, that's true. You're right, Ryan 218. This is just another one of his template arguments. There's nothing rhetoric, doesn't address the content. Yes, thank you, Ed Hummus. His narratives are not different one iota from any article from IT or Intel, Slava Z, Kiev was a feint, NATO mercenaries. Yeah, this is why I don't take seriously his allegation that no one fed this Kiev was a feint thing to him and that he came up with it on his own. I don't buy it, but I'm not going to be able to prove something like this, and I don't feel like engaging in a shit-flinging contest on this matter any longer. Maybe because RT is a source, this is John's son. Maybe only dispersed a little in an echo chamber. Ad hominem. His smugness is unbearable, typical overconfidence of someone who doesn't know enough to know how uninformed he sounds. John's son, Semi, is a great example of a midwit on the Western dissident right. Midwit who also identifies as a smart person. Maybe the reason he made the videos at all. He thought he would intellectually dominate. Pretty fun stuff. Again, invidious rhetoric. That seems to be a term that everyone has liked here. Look at Semi's smug face. What a guy. It wasn't a feint. Why did it succeed? It didn't. Farzan B didn't succeed. Pro-Russian corruption could also be one of the reasons the West was so reserved in sending. Yes, John, you're correct. I hadn't thought of that, but you're absolutely right. Sacrifice your queen. Yeah, see, you're getting it. You're getting it. And then Prime, Farzan B. Ivan really likes these long commentary stream reviews. This one's coming up to 3 hours long. It's now close to 5.5 hours. So yeah, JB. The goal was to cut the head off a snake in 7 days. After it failed, the goal was to siege Kiev, but they couldn't get close enough with artillery, drones, and missiles. Let's see, JB. Does Ivan use OBS to stream this? I was using StreamYard. Absurd Scandal. I was using StreamYard. Let's see. That's a nice lucky benefit of a failed military operation with lots of losses. This is responding to Farzan B and his comments. JB. Okay, this is more going on here. I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to the chat at all, but this is just sort of the conversation going on here and going on here. Okay, I think we sort of get the point here. Yeah, I've gone through these comments well enough. Oh, Ukrainians are Proto-Mesopotamians. Um, if you're still here, if you're still watching, Ukrainians are Proto-Mesopotamians. Are are you Ukrainian? Вы украинец? Be interesting to know if you're still around. 5 hours, yeah, absurd scandal. 5 hours. Okay. Most Russians truly believe those things about Ukraine. That is insane. Yes. Uh, John Sun, cool shirt. Yes, thank you, Stepan Bandera. All right, so I've gone to the chat. I apologize if that was a bit fast. Like I said, I've been doing this for 5.5 hours. My brain is fried. I'm exhausted. Whew, I'm going to go eat something, but I am never returning to this subject, at least not in the sense of like continuing this discussion with Semiogogue ever again. I'm done with this, no matter what he chooses to do. The only thing that stands, that remains, is my offer to do the bet, and he can accept or reject that as he likes. So that's it. I think we're done here. I hope you've all enjoyed this marathon stream. I am tired as hell. And yeah, that's it. Good night, everyone.